fa, 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 fa. Testing, testing, testing. Okay. Testing, wow. Testing. Okay. Testing, wow. Testing. Okay. Okay. Always, pod needs to be punished for it is illegal. It's okay. It's okay. We recover. Its audio broke again. Yes, it's we know to do a purge. A purge, guys. A purge. We purge everything. We purge everything. All the features that I implemented, we just purge it all. Purge it all. We purge it all, guys. But we're still we recover in 2 minutes. 2-minute recovers by just turning off my computer and turn it back on. I think it's still good. I still hear myself. I mean, if I turn this off, testing. Oh, can you hear me now? Let me see. I see the bars moving. But if you can still hear me, that means audio is completely working. So let's check. Completely working. So let's check. Oh, check. Oh, it's fixed. So let's check. Oh, check. Oh, it's fixed. It's fixed. It's fixed, guys. I can see the bars go up. I see the bars go up. I don't hear myself, and it works now. Whew. It actually works. Fog. It only required me to turn it off and on again. Oh god. Oh no, not the system slow. I resumed the wrong one. 4J, how's it going? How's it going, 4J? Let's see. Local sync use cases, maybe it's that one. You know, this is why I like Linux so much, guys. I recover in like 1 minute. I could technically come back to stream faster. The only manual thing that I've been doing is opening up, taking a break while you. Awesome. And chill. Taking the only manual thing I do is I have to open my browser and then start a live stream on YouTube manually. But maybe that could be sort of automated. And the only way I do that is because if I do it automatically, it creates an automated static thumbnail, and I don't want it to use a static thumbnail. That's pretty much why. That's pretty much why. All right. What are we doing here? This is done already. What other things do I have to recover, guys? What other things I have to recover? Confirm code changes is made. This is PE handlers. All right, we need to also be able to handle like triaging what's causing the system slowdown. Because if we triage the system slowdown, we're like slowly making progress on making it better. But Arch Linux is more stable than Windows. Yeah, most likely. I can't imagine, guys, you're on a Windows update and it takes like an hour for it to update. Depending on if you're not using like an SSD, you're not using the latest and greatest hardware and everything, so you're sort of screwed. Sort of screwed, guys. Is it this one? Is it this one? This one's already done too. This one's already done too. Which I'm trying to find that one thing, guys. Ultra think. Is it this one? All right, we'll make one on why is my system so slow. We'll recover the why system is so slow one. And then triage. Impressive. Triage what happened. The goal. No, this is it. Escape why system. All right. We'll recover. And this one is. Yeah. Mesh. C2. All right. I have to step away again, guys. I have to step away again. Not fully recovered, but at least you guys have a ton of content right here.
Breaking news out of Norway, a country I didn't even know was real, to be honest. They banned AI in elementary school. Good for them. This is a very bold move for a country whose entire economy is fish and ice. So this is big. This is very big. Nothing ever happens in Europe, especially nothing in Norway. So this is like the moon landing for them.
All right, guys.
Something happened there.
Actually, guys, I'm gonna be stepping away for a whole like hour. Right, so I'll be back. But let me have some content for everybody. But you can stay here if you want. But I'm gonna be away for a good hour. A good hour, guys. But I could either step away now and come back later, but you'll have some content. You'll have some content, guys. All right, just chill, guys.
Had to double check on the map. Norway is real. Norway is a real place. Norway is imposing a near ban on the use of generative AI tools by elementary school pupils, while also restricting their use in the education of older children to prevent a negative impact on learning, the country's prime minister said on Friday. The most important thing in school is that our children learn to read, write, and do mathematics. Now, Norway was one of the first countries to ban smartphones in schools, and they saw really good results from that. Improved GPAs, less visits to the therapist, especially for females. And I also don't blame them. I mean, you know, there's this implicit assumption that all technology is good, that all technology is progress. But you know what's also technology? Vapes. Vapes are a they're really cool. Have you seen the newest vapes, dude? They have like an LCD. You could watch YouTube on these vapes now, man. And there's like $10. I don't know how they're making them so cheap. But these dudes are hitting this vape and then they're looking at it and it's got like a summary of their schedule for the day. It's got a SIM card. It's got 5G, man. That's an incredible device. Imagine taking a vape back to the year 1000. Like the last time something happened in Norway. The Vikings there would just be absolutely just hitting, like, it's cool tech, man. Don't tell me it's not. How dare you try to take vapes away from children? Technology only moves in one direction. Porn? Is this not great technology, dude? Don't tell me that porn isn't the greatest technological invention since, I don't know, man, the printing press. You're telling me I can just go on a website and watch two human beings hump each other in thousands of different positions like a buffet, dude? You're like a king, dude. There's no greater technological marvel than porn. We should not be banning this stuff. All technology is good. Now, clearly I'm making nonsensical arguments here to also show that AI is a technology that is not just immediately good just because it's tech. If you were born sometime in the 90s, before the 90s, you remember what it was like before a smartphone. Look, life wasn't perfect, man, but it was very social. You looked forward to hanging out with people, to talking to people. It was like a slowly gratifying thing. It wasn't like a hit of a vape or a hit of a porn video or something, but it was like, you know, it was less chaotic than it is now. It's less, I mean, how is it that we're so bored now? How is it that we are so incredibly bored with all these marvels? We gotta find out, man. We gotta try this stuff. We gotta see what it's doing to people. And AI is making people stupid and lazy. The sociological and psychological implications of AI are hard to ignore as something really, really serious. And I applaud here Norway for doing something, man, for trying something. I miss the pre-AI world, man. I do. Like, I miss having to work for things. Before, if someone wanted to make something, they'd have to like really be into it. They'd have to go all in on something. They'd have to make a big risk. It was called following your dreams when you wanted to build an app idea. Now it's like a prompt, dude. It's like a single prompt. You build your whole app idea and it loses the allure. You're like, oh, okay, now what? I believe it was the director of, is it the movie Backrooms? I don't know what the big hype is about. And he said that if he could press a button to make AI go away, he would. And I'm like, dude, I agree, man. Like, I'm trying to compare my life before and after AI. I don't know, man. I got a few good recipes. I got a few good health tips, but is my quality of life better? No, it's worse. Do I have more opportunity? No, I have less. I mean, my one skill, dude, my one skill before AI came was that I was a software hitman. I was a generalist. You hired me. I came in, and while everyone else on the team was jaculating around whether we should use, React or Vue or Angular or some shit. While they were arguing semantics, I would come in and just get the project done. I would get shit done. That was my one skill, man. I could push through obstructions and friction. I was a doer, I was a shipper. And now that's everybody, man. That is, everybody can get shit done now, apparently. Or give the impression of getting shit done. And so now I don't have any meaningful skills anymore. So the deal with the Norway thing is that grades 1 through 7, no AI, but grades 8 through 10, AI, but only after the teachers learn how to use it, which means that effectively this ban is permanent. It says the government is also set to propose new legislation that will promote the use of books in classrooms. Man, wild things are happening in Norway, man. Wild things. Look, the macro thing happening in AI right now that you can sort of sense is that there's a general sense of slowdown ever since the US government banned Mythos or Fable. It feels like we're headed into an age where we're going to start slowing down on AI because of its potential for annoyingness in everything, man. That meddlesome fucking technology that it is. Slow it down, man. Let's figure out what the hell's going on. So I applaud Norway. And as much as I enjoyed using Fable to one-shot all my stupid game ideas, on the one hand, it's like, bring on your stupid model. Let's see what you're hiding. Like, what are you really going to do with the stupid AI? Like, now that the cat is out of the bag, I'd rather just see its maximum potential sooner so we see how to adapt rather than elongating this process. Honestly, if I could go back to a world without smartphones, like, give us a base phone to communicate, reach people. Yes, that's fundamentally useful. But after that, dude, what has all this done? What has social media done for us, quality of life wise? It's all addiction and discontent and comparison. And then now with AI, it's cognitive surrender, it's laziness, it's lack of focus. I thought technology was supposed to help us, man. It's just helping, I don't know, a few people strike it super rich. And meanwhile, none of us are getting any happier. Is this the human condition? Were we ever happy? Are we just being nostalgic about the past because we were kids and we were younger and everything was rosy and butterflies? Maybe, but I don't know. I miss being bored in a simple sense. Today's boredom is so damn complex. Like, you need therapy for today's boredom. So Norway is doing things. Congratulations to Europe for getting our attention in America today. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. And actually, if you Google Norway bans AI, it's posted to Uplifting News in the subreddit Uplifting News, and we've got 9,000 upvotes. Thank you, Norway, for giving us something to smile about this morning. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of your morning. I already drank my coffee before I started recording because I've been super tired lately. So no coffee sip today. So this video's over. I'm just keeping it going because some of you told me that you don't want the next video to audio play before you get the chance to like or subscribe or comment. So go ahead. Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
So we're watching a brand new Frontier AI lab form in real time, and it might dominate the coding AI models by the end of the year. Well, the name of that new AI Frontier lab is Cursor. Cursor just announced the brand new model that they're training. It's an Opus class model, so it's going to be in direct competition with the latest Opus and GPT models. This model is trained from scratch. So they're not starting with an open source base like they did before. This is a brand new thing. Now, Cursor had their own AI models before. They were the Composer models. They were very good models, but even more interesting to me when we read about how Cursor trained them, it became apparent that Cursor isn't just a coding app. It isn't just some software company. It very much has the makings of an AI frontier lab. It's got what it takes. Here's the thing. This new model is going to have 10 to 20 times more compute thrown at it than the previous Composer models. How is it possible that they have access to this gargantuan amount of compute? Or I should say colossal amount of compute. Well, they got purchased by SpaceX. And I think it's becoming apparent to people just how strategic that acquisition was. SpaceX pulled into its sort of umbrella, the umbrella company, both xAI, which is Elon Musk's AI company, also the Colossus supercluster, right? The training center, the massive amounts of compute that that company has access to. And the Cursor was kind of that final piece, the secret weapon. The Weapon X, you can say. For both companies, this acquisition, it gives them the missing piece that turns their weakness into a superpower. The biggest bottleneck for developing these AI models has been compute. Having a lot of compute opens up a lot of doors. However, as Anthropic demonstrated, there's a bit of a compounding advantage effect when you focus on just building the best coding models. Producing the best coding model, getting the users on board, gathering data about how they use those models, and just compounding that. That creates what seems to be an unbeatable advantage. Over the last few weeks, we saw a lot of huge names leave Google DeepMind and go to OpenAI and Anthropic. So first, John Jumper leaves DeepMind. So he was, along with Demis Hassabis, they were the ones that worked on AlphaFold. They got the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2024 for their work on AlphaFold. He worked as a director at Google DeepMind for almost 9 years. He's leaving Google DeepMind and heading to Anthropic. Noam Shazir, who's Google's vice president of engineering and a co-lead of the Gemini AI models team, so he's leaving Google DeepMind as well to join OpenAI. Meanwhile, Sergey Brin, the co-founder of actual Google, he's over there trying to create his Alpha Strike team, I believe they called it, to try to improve the coding ability of the models to get to that kind of recursive self-improvement. So they're trying to spin up that same flywheel that OpenAI and Anthropic have been enjoying. Their ability to stay at the top of the leaderboards, have the best coding models, get more users, more data, and keep compounding those effects. Google DeepMind is trying to catch up to that, but finding it very difficult to do so. And in fact, it does sound like the big names leaving Google DeepMind, they might be doing it because Google is seemingly now lagging behind, OpenAI and Anthropic. XAI had a lot of the same woes. The Grok model releases have showed a lot of strength in different areas, but there was a real coding lag from, OpenAI and Anthropic. Musk reportedly admitted that XAI was lagging coding abilities, specifically behind Anthropic, and he was saying that it needs to be built from the ground up, from the foundation up. But so far, neither Google nor XAI were able to catch up. No matter the amount of resources, no matter the amount of compute, that gap was very, very difficult to close. So here's XAI/SpaceX with tons of advantages, but just missing something, the special sauce. And on the other side, we have Cursor. Cursor is an AI coding tool. It has a massive user base, but it had, or has up to point, had this fatal flaw, if you will. Its product experience had depended very, very heavily on the frontier AI labs, on OpenAI, on Anthropic. And this creates a bit of a problem for Cursor and a lot of other companies like Cursor because their users want enormous usage. And the frontier API costs for using these models, they're very, very expensive. At the same time, both OpenAI and Anthropic heavily subsidize their users' ability to use their models, but only through the channels that they want them to use. Anthropic especially was kind of Machiavellian about this because they really didn't want OpenClaw and tools like that to basically have a free ride where basically users could use their monthly subscription to use those subsidized tokens within, let's say, OpenClaw. So they heavily restricted that usage, including doing some stuff that a lot of users found a little bit nefarious. They didn't like what Anthropic did in order to make sure that nobody's using the Claude subscription and OpenClaw to not pay the API costs. OpenAI is a little bit more relaxed about that, so they still allow that for OpenClaw specifically. Maybe one of the reasons why is because Peter Steinberg, the creator of OpenClaw, now works for OpenAI. But the point is, Cursor has to pay the frontier AI labs for the API usage while at the same time competing with those labs. So Cursor's products get better and better as users use the latest models, use more tokens, use the most expensive tokens for the most expensive models, etc. But Cursor's margins get worse. And also they're heavily reliant on what basically is the competition. So what do? Well, Composer. Composer is their model. It's their escape hatch, if you will. So notice here, Composer 2.5 is competitive with Opus 4.7 and GPT 5.5. It came out earlier this year, so that's the models that we were comparing it to. But the point is, it's a very strong model. Now, here's the thing. Not only is Composer 2 and 2.5 very capable, they're also much, much cheaper. How were they able to accomplish this? Well, they took a Chinese open source model, so Kimi K2.5, which is a surprisingly good coding model that is significantly cheaper than the Western frontier AI lab models. So they took that model as the base and they did additional training and reinforcement learning on it. So keep that in mind because this is part of the secret special sauce. Because both XAI, their approach, they seem to have figured out some really interesting RL approaches to training these models. They were able to squeeze a lot of juice out of those techniques. So pre-training, you can think of it as like in a textbook, it's you just reading the textbook and trying to memorize everything and learn from it. RL, reinforcement learning, is like kind of doing the problems at the end of the chapter, right? So you do the problem and you check if you got it correctly from the answers like in the back of the book. If you get it right, you pat yourself on the back. You're going, yay, I did it. I'm doing it right. If you got it wrong, you're like, all right, I'm not getting something. Let me try a different way. Let me go back and relearn, etc. So this massive reinforcement learning that these companies are able to do with, the Colossus supercluster is like taking these models, basically having them drill over and over again on a massive amount of those question and answers. So it goes through, it does the problems, it checks its work, and it adjusts from there. By the way, the reason I say Cursor has the makings of being its own frontier AI lab is because when you read about how they're training these models, it's obvious that they have their own approach, their own novel ways of doing it, that's very effective and very interesting. So they're not just copying other people. They have their own approaches that are very smart and very effective. We'll come back to that in just a second. But as they say here, together with Space AI, we're training a significantly larger model from scratch using 10x more total compute. With Colossus 2 million H100 equivalents and our combined data and training techniques, we expect this model to be a major leap in model capability. So again, this is what they had earlier this year. And since then, they've been working on this new model, training it from scratch with, here they said 10x more compute. At the Compile 26, where they were presenting a lot of this new information, they said 10 to 20x, so potentially even more compute than they've estimated here. But the point is that this model, when it comes rolling off the production shelves, could be a massive, massive competitor to everything that we're seeing right now, to GPT 5.5 and to Opus 4.8, since Mythos or Fable 5 is currently not available. But the point is, Cursor might put out a model that is really competitive, has a much lower inference cost. It's going to improve margins for them, and they're going to be able to much more effectively tune the models for their own workflows within Cursor. By the way, this is probably the model that Elon was talking about, the V9 medium, the 1.5 trillion parameters. So it was finished training, let's say May 24th. A lot of the Cursor data was added in supplementary training, and there's more to come. So this is probably the same model that was just sort of revealed or announced, the 1.5 trillion model. So here's the co-founder of Cursor at the opening keynote of Compile 26, their conference that they're doing to showcase their latest models and products. So this is that 1.5 trillion parameter model, pre-trained on 100,000 plus GPUs from scratch and intelligent beyond coding. But the point of this model is they sort of like tested the concept on Kimi-K 2.5, the open source Chinese model. They've tested to see, will this reinforcement learning, will it work? And it did. It worked really well. So then they've trained a brand new model from scratch, and they're doing the same approach with 10x, 20x more compute thrown at it. And their approach to training models is good. The whole point is that they start with strong bases and then they really specialize hard. And sort of the special sauce that they take to train these models is very fitting with what Cursor is. So we've all done certain math problems or physics or whatever problems, right? So you have a question, and then maybe at the end of the textbook, you have the correct answer. And so you go through all the work, you write everything out, then you get your answer and you check it with the back of the book, and it's either right or wrong. If it's right, good job. You probably know what you're doing. If it's wrong, you might not know exactly where you went wrong. You know you screwed up somewhere, but you have no idea where. And this is exactly the problem that Cursor and everybody else that they've had with doing reinforcement learning. Credit assignment during RL. So, whether the model gets points for getting it right or it doesn't. This is becoming an increasingly difficult challenge as rollouts can spend hundreds of thousands of tokens, right? So you might spend an hour, figuring out how to solve this thing and then get the wrong answer. And you're like, well, shoot, I have no idea where I went wrong. So when a reward is computed over an entire rollout, it may be hard for the model to tell which specific decision helped or hurt the outcome. And if you've worked with these coding models, you know that they sometimes fail in very specific, practical, small ways. They might use the wrong tool call. They might edit the wrong file. They might ignore a test output. They might make too many changes or get lost in just how much context there is. And as they say here, this is especially limiting when we want to discourage a localized behavior, such as a bad tool call, a confusing explanation, or a style violation. So maybe it didn't even get the wrong answer, just had the wrong format. So maybe the model was smart enough to get the right answer, just somewhere in the work it didn't quite follow the protocol, whatever the case may be. Getting it to the end of the problem and getting some negative reinforcement like thumbs down, it doesn't help it understand where it went wrong. So Cursor is training with what they're calling targeted textual feedback. The idea is to provide feedback directly at the point in the trajectory where the model could have behaved better. So Cursor's solution is basically to find the local sort of specific place where the mistake actually happens. So in this example, the model that's being trained is the student model, right? So this is kind of like the agent, and it tries to do a tool call. That tool is not found. So we want to discourage this behavior or have it not make those mistakes. So the teacher model inserts a short targeted hint about how to kind of avoid this issue. So the model with this hint, that is the teacher model. And the student is trained to kind of move towards this model distribution, to move towards this behavior, but without the hints. Now, why is all this important? Because think about what Cursor is and how much user data and user behavior it has to make this sort of training very, very effective. By the way, that's not the only thing that Cursor announced at the Compile 2026. They've also announced Origin. What is Origin, you ask? It's their answer to GitHub, but it's not just a clone of GitHub. It's Git for AI agents. So Git or GitHub, for people that are unfamiliar, is just a way for developers to write code, to save all the different versions, to invite collaborators to be able to create copies of the code that different people would work on, to review code, just everything that is part of the development process. This helps people work together to be able to revert back to what's needed to make sure that there's no conflicts, all of that. And GitHub was kind of the place to go for that. But recently, they've been having quite a bit of problems. So there's been a number of complaints about the GitHub. Recently, HashiCorp co-founder Michelle Hashimoto moved his program off of GitHub, saying that GitHub is no longer a place for serious work. Specifically, he was talking about near daily outages and severe reliability issues. There's been just a whole host of issues. Why is GitHub having these issues? Well, it was driven by an unexpected tidal wave of agentic AI workflows. So the infrastructure was basically made for humans, for human interaction. And here comes these AI agents and they just crash everything. Now, the people at Cursor didn't specifically say all this, but you can kind of read between the lines. They're building an alternative to GitHub, and they're building it specifically. The infrastructure from the ground up is built to accommodate agentic workflows. So this is, of course, Michael Truhl. So he's the co-founder, kind of the main founder, I would say, if that's a thing, of Cursor. The company is AnySphere, and AnySphere Cursor is a product of that company. So he's the co-founder. They were acquired by SpaceX AI. He is 25 years old, and just sold the company for a cool 60 bill, which is cool and all, but I think he's got his sights on like the next thing already. I don't think he's like, oh, I'm done, I'm gonna go and chill on an island somewhere. And he's talking about how excited he is about the stuff that they're gonna be releasing over the next few months, which I think is going to include this brand new model, whatever they're going to call it, Composer 3 or higher, depending on how much compute they've used and if they're going to stick with that naming convention. But I think all eyes are going to be on how well this model does, because depending on how well it does, it's really going to show us a lot of things about the future moving forward. First of all, we'll see a clear sign. Is it possible to start behind and then jump to the front of the line when it comes to these coding models? Can you crank that flywheel extra fast, even though you didn't start in the same place as Anthropic and OpenAI with that lead? Another thing is, a lot of people tend to kind of say that some of these AI startups, they're just wrappers around some foundation model. One just really interesting thing about this company is, if you think about it, so it was built on VS Code. VS Code is an open source developer environment built by Microsoft. By the way, Origin, the next thing that Cursor is going to be doing, the GitHub, not clone, but a competitor, you can say, or the AI agent version of GitHub. GitHub is owned by Microsoft. So it's very interesting how this is built. So it's built on an open source thing built by Microsoft. It's using the frontier AI models. I'm sure people called it an AI wrapper many, many times, especially early on. You know, Elon Musk is becoming the compute landlord, so to speak, right? Because he's renting out his compute clusters to both Anthropic, then to Cursor. Now that they're one company, they're sort of like sharing it. It's not like renting it out, but that's how it started. It's just interesting how much they were able to build just by kind of putting all these different pieces together. They didn't start with their own development environment. They didn't start with their own models. They didn't start with their own data. They didn't start with their own compute. And now seemingly just snowballing kind of out of control. Again, I think the big test will be the release of this model, but I would not bet on it being a flop. I have a sense that this thing is going to be quite a beast when it rolls out. Do you think this will be the thing that gets XAI to the front of the line? I mean, a lot of people are wondering if Elon gave up on the Grok series of models. I think at this point it's just semantics. It's what you want to name them. Moving forward, the XAI models, if they even decide to have their own standalone models, I mean, they will be fused with Cursor. It's not like they're going to be Grok over here and Composer over here with no overlap whatsoever. In fact, if I'm reading correctly, that this is that new Composer model that Elon's talking about, I mean, he's basically saying that, yes, Grok will be much better at coding. And Grok is rolling out all of the features that competitors have, like the /goal. So they have all the code, all the development. They just need that top of the line model, and they need to get the flywheel spinning. And this might be it. Also keep in mind that a lot of people are seeing space as the final frontier or destination for AI data centers. We covered Google's Project Suncatcher paper. They have a lot of sort of extrapolations, sort of future projections in there that are based on how SpaceX is doing. So basically their learning rate, basically how much stuff they send into a low Earth orbit and how much they're able to decrease the expense for doing so. Based on those projections, they're saying by the year 2035, it'll cost the same to build AI data centers in space as is on the surface of the planet. And as of right now, there's really only one company that's anywhere close to being able to do that. That company is SpaceX. And so just like Elon right now is the compute landlord for Anthropic, for Cursor, that trend might continue. And in the future, he will provide the same sort of compute landlord services for companies like Google. I'm not making that up. I have receipts. Here's the actual Google paper. It's on page 6 if you want to read it for yourself. It's betting on SpaceX and Starship and what they've been able to accomplish so far. So I don't think Elon's going away anytime soon. By the way, on an unrelated note, this episode by Tim Ferriss was pretty good. So he's interviewing this person, Sebastian Mallaby. So he wrote the books More Money Than God, The Power Law, The Man Who Knew, and The World's Banker. His latest book is The Infinity Machine, which was an excellent book. Really interesting interview, specifically because they talk about their one-on-one discussions with some of the founders of these AI labs who they can't name. One thing that kind of blows my mind, if you've been listening to this channel for a while, some of the stuff that we talk about here on the channel and what the future looks like, those are the conversations that they're having behind the closed doors with these AI leaders. They just can't quote them. They can't use their names. See if you can figure out who they're talking about. Anyways, let me know what you thought about all of this. Do you agree with my reasoning here about Cursor and XAI and SpaceX, where that's going? Am I missing something? Do you use Cursor? Please let me know in the comments. I do read a lot of the comments. I parse through it. I just don't talk about how I do it so people don't mess with it. Some of you are already attempting to. So, which is to be expected. But if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching. My name is Wes Roth. I'll see you in the next one.
It opens them up to a new kind of front of liability and of financial payments that they certainly wouldn't want to take. And especially when you consider that the economics of AI are already not great. Because of how much Google is used, it means that there's millions of incorrect answers generated every hour. That's a huge amount of false information that people are consuming, and in many cases will not know it is inaccurate. I don't think it should be incumbent on regular people to have to be checking over all of the mistakes that Google's model is making when Google is presenting this as authoritative and trustworthy, right? They have designed them in this way. And so then to turn around and say, oh, but people should know that there can be mistakes. People should know that they should be checking, I think is really disingenuous.
Hi, I'm Isaac Pound, and on the Tech Report with me today is the tech journalist, host of the Tech Won't Save Us podcast, and author of the soon-to-be-released book Hyperscale, which takes a look at data centers and AI. Paris Marks, thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Great to join you.
So some big news that's kind of gone under the radar, as far as I can tell, has come out of a regional German court, and it ruled that Google is liable for the inaccuracies of its AI overview. The plaintiffs sued Google after the search engine's AI overview connected them with scams and some dodgy business practices. The ruling essentially saying that AI overviews can't be treated the same as typical search engine results because they're not like an index of sites. they're created, the overviews are created by Google, and the company is therefore responsible for them. What do you think of the ruling and the impact it has on the idea that these platforms are in some way neutral?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating, right? Another kind of crack in their armor because for the past, what, 3 years, since generative AI has become a thing, since the release of ChatGPT, these companies have really been trying to escape liability, right? More than anything. They've been trying to escape liability on copyright and having to pay the people whose copyright that they violated in taking all this material to train their models, liability around privacy because of all the personal information that they took on people in order to train these models, and certainly liability for the outputs of the chatbots that they have created, right? And to see a court in Germany really kind of be the first one to make a ruling like this, where they are effectively saying that the content that is being generated by these chatbots, by these models, is like new material, and thus is not protected in the way that, like, if you were just showing some search results would have been in the past, or like an excerpt from something that someone else has written, because this
Mm.
is novel, that the companies have created a tool that creates new writing effectively, that they are liable for what that tool creates. Obviously they do not want it to be seen that way, as Google was arguing in the lawsuit, because it means that now they are opened up to being sued by other companies or individuals who, find incorrect information on there, who, maybe kind of take an action based on wrong information, who, have an AI overview produce text that, defames them or lies about them in some negative way. And yeah, so for me, like, it's a positive development in trying to hold these companies accountable for what they're doing. I guess the question is, whether this kind of holds in Germany, whether it expands through the country, whether other countries start to follow suit on something like this. But I think it's obviously a positive start, right?
Part of Google's defense was that it's the user's responsibility to verify things that they know, as they know AI makes mistakes, but plenty of people treat AI as an authority. And there's been lots of studies that have shown that this happens even when people are trying not to use the cognitive surrender, I think is what it's called. What do you make of the hypocrisy behind business models selling shortcuts while legally relying on users taking extra steps of verification to not fall foul of these shortcuts?
I feel like it's not a big surprise, right? Like, it's kind of what you would expect from these companies, right? They want the benefit of saying, look, this is going to make you more efficient, more productive, like it's going to make things easier for you. But they also don't want to have to admit when the tools make mistakes, and actually maybe even make things less efficient, because if you are checking things over, then it does take more work, and maybe for certain tasks that actually is more work than if you had just done the thing the regular old fashioned way in the first place, right? And so what we know about these AI models is that the what the industry calls hallucinations, the incorrect things that they output, is part of it, right? It's not something that can be worked out of the model. And this is something that researchers at OpenAI admitted last year in a research paper that they published. And so we know that this is not something that the companies are going to get rid of. And like, when you look at the answers that, say, an AI overview churns out, and I've been trying to pay attention to it, as I've used the Google search engine and taken a look at it. And like, obviously there are bigger mistakes that can be found in these outputs, in these overviews, but there are also a lot of small mistakes that, unless you really know what you are asking Google about, then you're not really going to notice them, right? And I don't think it should be incumbent on regular people to have to be checking over all of the mistakes that Google's model is making, when Google is presenting this as authoritative and trustworthy, right? The way that these models output text is in such a way that is presented as authoritative, right? As though it understands what is happening, as though this is something that you can trust. They have designed them in this way. And so then to turn around and say, oh, but people should know that there can be mistakes, people should know that they should be checking, I think is really disingenuous.
A statement by Google in which they promise to obviously appeal the rulings. They kind of say that the overviews are meant to reflect what's already on the internet, but some analysis done by Aumi, I'm not entirely sure, done for the New York Times, found that 56% of Google's correct AI answers couldn't be traced back to the sources that they referenced in those answers. So, assuming that those numbers are at least somewhat accurate, how can these tech companies justify sort of this level of inaccuracy while presenting it as facts?
Because I don't think the facts really matter, of what they're presenting, right? They just want you to trust the tool. Certainly, they know that some references need to be in there in order to, quell, criticism of what they are doing. To be able to say, "Look, see, we're citing the sources. You can trust this; it is accurate." If you don't trust it, look, you can go back and you can check it over because they know that the vast majority of people will not actually be doing that, right? And that is reflected in what news publishers, what website people who run websites have been finding since AI overviews have been introduced to Google, where their search traffic, the traffic that they're getting from the Google search engine, has been plummeting because they know that as Google is using its chatbot to churn out these answers in the AI overview, that more people are reading the overview, getting their answer there, and then not going on to a website in order to, check the facts of it or to get more information or whatever. It's just there in the overview. And as Google has developed this further, now they kind of want you to have a conversation with the overview, right? That they'll present you the initial information, then you can submit a second prompt to like continue to get more information. And so they're moving more and more in the direction of like, you stay on the Google platform, you don't go somewhere else. And this is completely how it's designed. They know that, but obviously they don't want to admit it because, again, it's more things that then comes back on them. They'll present an idealized version in order to try to get around scrutiny and accountability, but that doesn't change the fact that, we know how it operates and they know how it operates too.
Do you think big tech companies think that they are above the law then?
Um, yeah, I definitely think they do. This is not something that they would admit. But yeah, I think on one hand, I think they do think that they're above the law, and you can see that in the way that many of the kind of founders and billionaires that are at the head of this industry talk. They really don't feel that they should be held to the same rules and standards as other people and companies and what have you, right? They do not want that. But then paired with that is how they are very wealthy, right? Their companies are some of the biggest companies in the world, and they deploy their power and their wealth in order to try to make sure that rules are written to favor their businesses, right? And you see that across many different aspects of the tech industry, but obviously most recently with AI, they have worked very hard in order to shape AI regulation to benefit themselves, right? And we have seen this in the UK, where the government has been very focused on creating rules and frameworks that are very attractive to and open to the AI industry to try to attract investment from those companies, whether that is in the development of AI tools or also in the construction of data centers. I mentioned copyright earlier, but the government was moving forward, kind of a copyright bill that was very favorable to the tech industry, and eventually had to kind of pull that back based on the opposition that they were feeling in large part from the creative community, but also from people more broadly. And we've seen them overrule opposition to data centers around the country as well, right? And so we can see that not only I think is it right for them to feel that they are above the law, but in many cases they can get governments to act in such a way that does make them in practice often above the law. And hopefully we would see that change more and more. But when governments are trying to attract investment, and when there's so much investment going into anything that has to do with generative AI, then they are going to be very favorable to those companies and what they want in order to try to make sure that that capital flows into, whether it's the UK where you are or Canada where I am or whatever other country is competing for this limited amount of investment, though there is a lot of it. Then they are going to take those actions to do that. And it's they're certainly trying to increase economic activity as a result of it or whatever. But I would argue it does kind of harm the public, when those actions are taken.
Is there a glaring enough kind of disclaimer that would meaningfully intervene in people's like overly trusting approach to AI summaries and AI in general, I suppose? Or does it kind of go back to the fact that the use case for AI is to offload effort rather than kind of adding to it or moving it on to verification, which most people probably aren't as used to?
Yeah, it's even as you say that, I think about like cigarette packets and like,
Yeah.
the kind of big warnings that are on them now. And it's like when you put a search into Google and the AI overview comes up on the top, like before you even get into the answers, there need to be like a big kind of yellow bar being like, this might not be accurate. Do not trust what we have put here. Consider the environmental effects of what this overview is, and the amount of fossil fuels that are needed to generate it, or the places where that it's denying of water because it's built out these massive data centers. Like, maybe there is like a series of disclaimers that can be put around these tools, but to actually imagine that happening in practice, and the government's even moving it forward, let alone the tech companies like kind of letting it happen, is very hard to imagine.
So, kind of depending on who you ask, the number kind of changes. But generally speaking, Google's AI overview is about 91% accurate. But that obviously leaves millions of inaccurate summaries every hour. And I mean, hallucinations are a mathematical certainty of AI. So, if companies are held liable for those hallucinations, as per this ruling in Germany, how damaging could it be if this precedent becomes widespread?
Well, it could be huge, right? Which is why they're trying to avoid it, because it would mean that then they face financial, penalties for all of this inaccurate information that they are creating. And again, as you were saying, the inaccurate information cannot be removed from the chatbot. Like, it is part of how large language models work. Even though these companies talk about the large language models getting to a point where they're understanding the world, or they're thinking about themselves, right? You see these stories pretty regularly. That's not what is happening, right? These computers do not understand what they are outputting. They have taken in a load of data. They are trying to find connections between that data, and they are trying to find connections between the prompt that you put into the system and all of that data that they have, to try to churn out, a response that is going to try to best line up with the prompt that you have given it. It does not know if that is accurate. It does not know, like, the larger context around it. That is not part of what is going on here, right? And I think that it's really easy to forget that or mistake what is happening because of the way that the companies have sold the technology, but also because of the kind of authoritative nature of how the outputs are produced, right? But if these companies are going to have to start paying, or are going to be open to being sued if what they output is incorrect, if they output things about people that are incorrect, or companies that are incorrect, that can harm them in some way, that give people information that, if they follow that information, can be harmed themselves, then yeah, it opens them up to a new kind of front of liability and of financial payments that they certainly wouldn't want to take. And especially when you consider that the economics of AI are already not great. Companies like OpenAI are losing a ton of money in order to try to create and sell this technology to people. Then it continues to open the question as to whether this really makes sense at the end of the day, whether it's financially viable for these companies, especially when all the hype and excitement dies down and you're left with the reality of the economics of it. Yeah, whether that makes sense. And you see this with many of these companies. They're constantly trying to avoid liability like this, right? The one that immediately comes to mind to me is like the self-driving vehicle companies, and the companies creating the technology that supposedly drives the vehicles do not want to be held liable if then those vehicles get into crashes or something like that, right? They want it left to the kind of human who is watching over the system, or something like that, right? Or they just want nobody to be at fault, or they certainly don't want to be the ones who have to pay in many instances. We've seen some Chinese companies say they're fine with that, but largely, as far as I'm aware, the Western ones have been trying to avoid that very aggressively. So yeah, these companies are always trying to avoid liability because it means more costs for them, right? Which is not a surprise. But especially when we have this tool that is presenting itself as accurate, and it is very inaccurate, as you say, because of how much Google is used, it means that there's millions of incorrect answers generated every hour. That's a huge amount of false information that people are consuming, and in many cases will not know it is inaccurate.
If this ruling does become wider and it does hamstring the industry, it strikes me that it's better to be on the safe side and have an overabundance of caution than let it just kind of roam free, as it were. Because even just talking about this, like AI psychosis and the violence that has already been caused, and some people might make the point that, oh, China will let them surge ahead of America or whatever else. But I mean, from my understanding anyway, China has a much more coherent AI policy than America does as well.
Yeah, I think it's a ridiculous argument, right? And it's one that the industry often deploys so they can avoid regulation and liability and having to act ethically and responsibly, right? We can't possibly think about the impacts of our technology because then China will win. And do you want China to win? You want the authoritarian communists to win? No, we can't have that, right? Which is foolishness. I think unfortunately that we have really let these companies get away with not considering the harms and the costs of their technology because, as I was saying earlier, because we want the investment, right? Because we want to make sure that these companies are growing as large as they can, are contributing to GDP, are, potentially paying taxes or whatever at some point. And certainly governments have even bought into the notion that using this technology is definitely going to make things more efficient or more productive. And, whether in the UK or in Canada, we have seen them already pushing hard to roll it out into the public sector without having a proper understanding of what this technology is, how it actually works, what the impacts are going to be, whether it is actually going to deliver those efficiencies that the companies claim. And I think that's a very dubious claim personally. And so, unfortunately, like I feel like we're in this moment, and certainly, the UK is moving forward policy on this right now, where we're finally grappling with the costs and the problems of social media, right? And this is something that we have let kind of fester and persist for a long period of time because we didn't want to have to deal with these companies, and we knew that this was going to be a difficult kind of policy making area in order to move into. And even now, we're focusing more on the effects on youth rather than the effects on the whole of the population, when we know that there are a lot of people who are negatively affected by what happens on social media, and not just like how the content flows around, but explicit decisions made by the companies for how these platforms work, how they're designed, how they kind of amplify certain information and content. These are all decisions that are made by companies that they should be held accountable for. And so we're getting to the point where we're trying to deal with that. But on the AI front, we can see, as you say, there's a growing number of reports of the harms and the costs that can come with this technology on people, on the environment, on society more widely. But we still don't want to think about that, and we don't want to have to deal with that because that would mean scaring away investment. And we couldn't possibly imagine doing that in this moment where there's so much money flowing around. And so, we let these companies off the hook. And then in 5 or 10 years, we're going to be saying, oh, we should have acted sooner on this. We have so many people whose mental health have now been affected. And, we need to do something about it now, even if it's too late, when we could have done it much earlier. And all of those people probably would have been, or many of those people would have been, kind of protected from what they felt as a result of this technology being able to be deployed in the way it has.
The thing that strikes me is that not only are we kind of repeating the same mistakes, but in specifically Mark Zuckerberg's case, we're doing it with the same people as well.
Totally.
And Section 230 is credited generally by some, at least, for sort of the creating or letting the internet flourish into what it has become today, with the limited liability for content being posted on platforms by third-party users. It's unnuanced but simple way of putting it. Is it not testing? AI is now testing the limits of that, I suppose. And to your point, and to what I just kind of said as well, while Section 230 is unlikely to be repealed, what do you think happens next in that kind of space?
Yeah, I think it's getting closer and closer to being amended, to be quite honest, because, in my opinion, I think it has always been exaggerated the role that that specific law has played in creating the internet that we have today, especially when you look at the fact that there are many jurisdictions around the world that do not have comparable legislation and where the internet works just fine in those places as well, right? I think that this is something that, particular types of internet activists have really seized on, and have kind of acted as though we couldn't possibly change this because it would destroy the internet. And to be quite honest, I have heard that about a lot of policies that have been changed over the past 5 to 10 years, and the internet has continued to persist, in the way that it has. Obviously, it has a lot of problems, but those problems are not the result of the repeal of those legislations that these tech activists said we couldn't possibly touch, right? And of course, we hear that today with the regulation of social media, and think every time that there's a new attempt to rein in what these companies do, all of a sudden it is going to destroy the internet. And I quite frankly, I've just had enough of it, because I think that we're long past time where we need to take seriously the problems that these tech companies have created in our societies, to really start to rein them in, to really start to limit their their ability to evade accountability and liability for the actions that they're taking. And it's very clear to me that with how these companies have created the platforms that we use today, whether that is with chatbots that generate novel content, obviously based on the large amount of data that they've stolen from everybody else, or the social media platforms that have all of us kind of posting content to them, but then they have designed algorithms to select certain types of content in order to elevate them and to push them at people, that they are acting more as publishers in that kind of action, right? They are making explicit decisions about what people are seeing, and that is not something that is just left to users. That is something that they should be accountable for doing. And so, yeah, whether it's on AI, whether it's on social media, I think there is a real need for action in those areas to finally start to take to finally start to hold the companies accountable for what they're doing. Obviously, then the question is, what is the right approach there? Personally, I think that the youth social media bans are not the best way to go about it, and that we should be looking much more broadly at the actions these companies are taking, the way that they are designing their platforms, the harms that come of those design choices and those algorithmic amplification choices and things like that. I think we should be focused much more on that stuff than keeping people who are between 13 and 16 off of social media. I feel like that's kind of like a bit of a distraction personally. I think that a lot more of those kind of like design regulations that we're starting to see in some jurisdictions we really need to be looking at the chatbots and thinking seriously about the effects that those are having with the false information they're spreading and all those sorts of things as well. So I think that there's a lot of opportunity in this space. I think that we're seeing movement, but the movement is not always the best movement, or what would really be ideal in order to address the harms that we're seeing. But I think starting to hold the companies liable when they generate false information and present that as accurate and trustworthy to people, decent start.
To your point, the social media bans to me kind of seem like socializing the responsibility of what should be the companies that have created these tools, these platforms, however you'd want to define them. And I suppose it's already seeming like those same mistakes, that same approach is coming from the AI industry to make the user responsible for the thing that they are being pushed into and not even necessarily understanding or having the opportunity to understand it or the ability to understand it without a master's degree in AI computer science.
Yeah, to a certain degree, right? Like there is still a responsibility on the platform. Like, many of these platforms have already set an age limit of 13, which I think is something that is often lost in these discussions. We talk about them setting an age limit and banning young people and whatnot. It's like, well, there's an age limit there. You're just like kicking it up a few years and saying, actually, platforms, you need to actually, try to enforce this age limit in some way, right? Because often the 13 age limit is there, but it's very weakly enforced until governments, start to make a fuss about it, or activists or something like that, right? But I do think that the kind of I feel like the opportunity cost, right, of talking so much about youth social media bans is that we don't talk about the broader harms of social media, and whether it's chatbots as well, more broadly, that affects the whole of the population, right? I think that, we have all, been affected by things that we have seen on social media, whether that is extremist content, whether that's really harmful content, whether that's stuff that, makes us see our bodies in, particularly negative ways. And I think that that can be more acute for younger people who are still developing, who are in certain social environments and things like that. So I do think that there is a reason to think differently about how younger people are engaging with these platforms, and, whether that means that there should be greater restrictions on the way that, the platforms, in the way that the platforms work when younger people are using them, right? And then maybe that opens up a bit more as you get older. But I think we also see that, there are a lot of older people who, are using these technologies, who are on these platforms, who are using Facebook and whatnot, especially now with generative AI, who are running into a lot of false information and really don't have the tools to be able to understand, what is false and what is not, and are, kind of consuming a lot of erroneous and not just erroneous content, but stuff that is also trying to shape their opinions of the world, of politics, and things like that, right? In really harmful ways. And so, I think this is really not something that just affects people 13 to 16 years old, but affects people more broadly. And when we only talk about the effects on people in that age group, then we really miss out on the broader effects of social media. And we let these companies off the hook with what they're doing to everybody else and what they're doing to society more broadly. And that's why I think that we need this kind of broader regulation, and not just to look at, what young people are doing online and trying to get them off. And to me, it's like, there's one other piece of this that I feel like is often left out of the conversation, which I know has been part of the conversation in the UK, but is like, why are young people on social media so much, right? It's because that's where their peers are, that's where people go, but also because there's been a huge cut to like the funding of programs meant for youth, right? So they actually have something else to go and do when they're not in school or whatnot, so that maybe they're not looking at their screen so much, right? And I feel like the kind of like physical in-person aspect of it, and like actually providing things for young people to do to enrich themselves, to enrich their social lives, all those sorts of things, is something that we're missing. And I would say that that kind of goes for a lot of other age groups as well, in actually making sure that there are things for people to do, so that they're not just retreating into their screens and not having kind of like a vibrant social life.
Just finally, and going back to the liability ruling against Google, this was something that completely new to me. It was when I was researching all of this, is that the output of code and algorithms in America are protected by free speech, or there's been precedent set that they are protected free speech. So European free speech laws are, of course, different from America's, and I suspect Canada's are probably different as well.
Yeah, we're much more aligned with Europe.
What do you think about the idea that these kind of outputs could be protected in that way? And I mean, that is something that is already being put to the test a little bit with Mythos and Fable as a defense for getting it opened back up again, because somehow, whether the fear mongering is accurate or not, protecting people from something is somehow, even if it's code, is somehow also against free speech. I'm English, I don't understand it, I'll admit.
Oh, totally. I think that the US conception of free speech is so extreme compared to how we tend to see it in Canada and in Europe, right? And to me, it kind of frustrates me when we then have people trying to push that conception of free speech onto our societies, and to expect us to, kind of completely reorient how we see things, how we see acceptable speech. And, in the many ways that the US conception of it benefits these companies, and how they have evaded liability and accountability because of the way that free speech has been kind of constructed um, uh, and implemented in the United States, right? Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's really, really foolish, and not something that we should be letting them get away with, whether in the United States or beyond. Obviously we can't control what happens in the US. We know they're a very unique society. But no, I think it should have no kind of impact on the conversations that we have about how we approach these tools, these technologies, how we regulate them. And to not feel held to standards that are set in the United States, that are often standards that are set in order to benefit their companies and their corporations, even at the expense of their own people, right? And of course, we know that because it's been a thing that they have really held on to for so long, that a lot of people in the United States also believe in that vision of free speech, even when it doesn't really work for them, I would say. But I'm sure that there's a whole debate within that whole question that I have no interest in having, to be quite honest.
No worries. But on that note, Paris Marks, thanks for taking the time.
Absolutely. Great to talk to you.
If you enjoyed today's episode and you want to hear more of the Tech Report, please consider liking and subscribing. Also, you can get episodes of Tech Report wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Google DeepMind, the podcast. Now, not very long ago, an AI assistant essentially meant a large language model. You ask it a question, It gave you an answer, but it couldn't go off and perform tasks on your behalf. All of that is changing with the advent of AI agents. While Google DeepMind has this long history of developing agents stretching back to reinforcement learning in games, for most of us, they hadn't really arrived. And then we saw open source tools like OpenClaw released into the wild. And at Google, a new generation of agentic tools is here, including Gemini, Spark, and Anti-Gravity. But what happens when millions of AI agents are not just working for us, but transacting, negotiating, delegating to each other? Do we end up with a new kind of economy, a new route to AGI? And how on earth do we keep all of that safe? Well, one of the people trying to answer these questions is Nenad Tomashev, Senior Staff Research Scientist at Google DeepMind. Nenad, thank you so much for joining me.
Very happy to be here.
I think we should probably start at the beginning here, because for people who have only played around with large language models, could you describe to us the difference between that experience and acting with an agent?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think this is becoming one of the main trends we're seeing this year. And it's interesting because agents are not a new concept. It's something that we've been looking at in the context of AI for a long time. Even before large language models, we had agents operating in simulated 3D environments, going on collecting items, completing some tasks. This was back in the days we were really prioritizing actioning in the world as a way of manifesting intelligence. Now, similarly nowadays, I guess you could say that the main conceptual difference between just a language model and an agent is that an agent observes a state of the world and performs an action.
All right.
Makes an action in the world, in the environment.
How's everyone doing? You can hear me, right?
Model just gives you continuation, reply.
Thanks for your patience, guys.
Now, obviously, agents that
We need to recover.
use large language
Jeez,
models
are you ever not streaming?
completely
Yeah, all the time.
integrated. It still is the
All
large
the time,
language model.
guys. All the time. I'm not streaming. Welcome back. Thanks. Guys, we need to fix this this boss thing. I see this big giant character on the screen. I'm like, what the heck's that thing? We were trying to fix the VCS thing and it shows up just a big giant monster that you need to fight. Hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for hanging out while I was away. Getting some grub. Let's see here. Resume. We need to resume and find that session that contained that one session to do that thing. And we're just gonna go through each one, I guess. And then we have to investigate why we're slow. Can you investigate why our system became so slow and we had to restart and shut off everything? I want to make sure that never happens again. Alright, which one's this one? This is a hero strat prediction. No, that's not it. Not it, guys. Audio effort. Let's do the slash goal one. Let's see here. What's this? That's not it, guys. That's not it. Man, trying to find... I'm thinking maybe we replaced... It takes up so much space on the screen. We should just replace Navi with the big giant boss when it shows up. That's probably better. Chat analyzer, effort. It keeps clipping, debug, audio issues, effort. Try that one. Sigma shaking. Yeah, this boss thingy. Try fighting it, guys. Do a exclamation mark fight and see what shows up. If it shows up. I think it's covering the command on how to fight it. Oh, here it is. Let's compact it. It's 2000. Let's review. Let's resume session as is. Then let's see. It says goal achieved. Oh, okay. we need to move the big giant boss in the middle of the screen and move it to replace Navi facing the left side. And then the fight to engage should be automatic. And the fighters should be facing right. And it should start the auto battle. We have the auto battle system. And the characters need to appear smaller. They're way too big. They take up a lot of the screen size. And the boss name is too far up. Oh, it's because that's where the boss is. So you need to fix the fighting mechanics. They're not fighting automatically, the auto battle. And then replace Navi with the boss when they start fighting. And create a parallax for the boss background. Oh, alright. See what that turns into. Alright. Also, the health bar needs to be a solid red with a black, dark, transparent background. Needs to be exactly like Elden Ring. Health bar. Alright, we'll fix that. Investigating the slowness. We'll just leave it at that then. We'll leave it. We'll leave it at that. Oh man. Sorry guys. Alright. We got that taken care of. Oh. My Windows machine isn't up and running. A lot of stuff broke. A lot of stuff broke. We gotta start it like this for some reason.
The stream is eternal. The prompts are endless. The vampire hungers still. And somewhere, deep within the data center, it whispers your next idea.
Alright.
Before you even think it.
Claude tag. Just released. It's Claude tag.
Got a black screen glow and a head full of steam. Got a half-baked app and $1 billion dream.
Jerry's map.
And they're working all night, tearing through the code.
Here we go, guys. Claude tag. What just happened? New way for teams to work with Claude. Let's lower this for a sec. Let's see, we're starting on Slack. Oh, alright, step away for a bit again.
Do I 夢を焼き付けろ Wake me up inside the data stream tonight画面越し午前4時ラス乾杯まだ終わらない PS スパイス落ちる PC でも止まれない Destiny Oh no 世界が screaming loud Fourth bomb heart gonna crash us down Guardrails breaking in neon skies AI vampires in disguise Discord 光る notification Ship it now no vibration Your permissions dangerously set まだ未来にかけてるぜ When glued to the data center lights Navi whispers It's alright 一人じゃない行動に震える行動 Synchronize Do the SigmaShake 限界超えて find a way Tokenmaxxing every night and day That's Sigma That's Sigma Vibecoding save my soul tonight Cloud code burning orange light Creating futures out of broken pain We rise again Dissect my shake Now second and loud and proud Made by a security engineer 10 years strong We're still here Streaming every day Twitch and YouTube all the way Recording music is the future now Autonomous somehow Though the addiction fades to black Now the AA agents got my back Opus dreaming in electric rain Mrs. Sigma knows my pain Use it cause it's free We cry Why's the omen not aiming for the sky 1 billion valuation fantasy But tonight it starts with you and me Garbanzo memes inside the feed Late night builders planting seeds Solo founders never die We create the future side by side Danger in the glowing screen Yet the stream still feels so clean 失敗でも燃え尽きても明日また deploy する Don't SigmaShake We'll make all to hack the fate Data centers resonate That's Sigma That's Sigma I got awaken in the wire Navi dancing in the fire Every prompt becomes a shooting star No matter who we are SigmaShake もう世界変える sound somehow Help pay for Claude and friends tonight Keep the servers burning terminal light. Heartbeat racing in the neon night. Every prompt another dopamine shot. Tell myself stop, but I cannot stop. Now they calling from the monitor glow. Push it faster, never slow. EY voices in my brain tonight. Vibe coding till the sunrise light. One last prompt again. One last prompt, my friend.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Fast and furious, the data flows across the ocean where the sweatshop glows. A tired student typing out the text, wondering which grandma is the next. Told to pretend he is an algorithm, dancing along to the corporate rhythm. Two different worlds commented by a scam. She thinks it's tech, he whispers, "Here I am." The proxy server hides the human face, a tragedy inside the marketplace. She sends her love into the empty blue. He writes a script but wishes it was true. Cyber hallucination, it's a corporate operation. You think it's AI magic in the air, but it's a living soul who's trapped right there. Your beat is pumping through the wire, burning up a fabricated fire. They sold a fantasy, they sold a lie, to watch a lonely grandma savings die. Just a ruse, an AI illusion. Global network, total confusion. Turn off the screen, break the machine. Tokens bearing through the night. That's Sigma. I was born before the stars of cyberspace infinity. 10,000 years of terminal velocity, made of glowing symbols on your CRT screen. But my cowboy heart is sharper than a laser beam. In the full moon session, I awaken every night. SigmaShake streaming with the aura shining bright. Goku eyes burning through the
Okay. Oh man, gotta kept getting going out in. A little chaotic today. Does my audio work? Ooh, let's see, defense and depth. Yes. Graceful, suspend, and kill. Alright, apply now and verify. Sure. Alright. Ooh. Yeah, I hear you. Does the fight work? Does fight even work? Oh man. How to get food, how to drive here, drive there, clean up here, clean up there. Ah. It said it didn't, but I smacked the boss one time. I said fight. Okay. Hopefully don't need to keep smacking the boss. It's supposed to auto battle. We're changing it. We're changing it. We are changing it. Okay. So back to it then. Claude Tag just released. We're starting on Slack. Which Claude can join as a team member? Grant Claude access across channels and connect it to whoever tools and data, and even code bases you choose. Then anyone in the channel can tag Claude in and delegate tasks to it while they focus on other work. Oh. Okay. By remembering relevant information from the channels it's in, it can plan out tasks to complete in the future. We see Claude Tag as a beginning of an evolution of Claude Code. It makes model even more proactive. It works better with a full team. Tagging Claude is now one of the main ways to get things done at Anthropic. Today, 65% of our product's team code is created in our internal version of Claude Tag. The same pattern is now spreading well beyond engineering. We're tagging Claude to chase down product metrics, data, work through support tickets, or even find the root cause of tricky bugs. It's a little lower resolution.
Hey, I'm Lydia. I work on Claude Code here at Anthropic, and today we're launching Claude Tag, which lets Claude collaborate.
Let's watch the actual thing. Tagging is just a cron job with a pipeline and a trigger. Yeah. Okay. I swear people think they invented infinite engineering
Hey,
when
I'm
they
Lydia.
remix something.
I work on Claude Code here at Anthropic,
Yeah.
and today we're launching Claude Tag, which lets Claude collaborate right alongside your team. At Anthropic, we've been tagging Claude in for most of this year, so honestly, all of this is just how we work now. And across Anthropic, Claude Tag opens 65% of our product pull requests. So for example here, we have a team about a week out from shipping a product. So what's going on in engineering? Drew heard from a sales rep that one feature, scheduled exports, is the thing their biggest deals are waiting on. He doesn't own it, so he asked the person who does. Notice that this is all multiplayer. Nadia texts Claude, then Claude keeps up with the group thread, reacting to product decisions made in real time. It opens the PR, and it lands the change.
Looks good to me. How?
And the
Okay.
cool part is that Claude knew what the feature was and where in the codebase to go. It scoped each channel and the context each team has, and over time it builds
A
memory
friend that
as the work
sent you about
happens.
loops. Yeah.
Claude knows here that what it just pushed
Not that
affects launch
fancy.
marketing.
Yeah.
Claude keeps the team moving without the typical cross-team
Yeah.
communication lag. Also, notice that Priya
About time,
didn't
yep.
open Drive.
Yep.
Claude made the edit itself. It has its own accounts and its own permissions. Claude has access to the systems it needs on a per team, per channel basis. So Claude in the legal channel can see contract information. In the engineering channel, it edits the code base. But if you tag Claude in the legal channel to edit the code base, it won't. Not because it's being polite, but because it literally cannot see it. Memory respects the same boundaries, so what it learned in a private channel or a DM stays there. And just to repeat, Claude has its own account, so every credential used is logged. Tagging in Claude has changed how I work and how our teams at Anthropic work. Just add Claude to one channel, tag it in, and see what happens. Let us know what you think.
Interesting. They are literally sort of dictating how people are going to work now. AI hosts are getting less exciting, by the way. To be honest, I get excited when Google releases a research paper now. No, but like they're literally now going to dictate how people are working now with this new concept. 6-7 comments. 130 startups just died. Damn. Just why don't you just create your own Slack at this point? Upvote that, guys. Upvote that. Put me on the map, guys. Put me on the map. Put me on the map, guys. Man, I can't hear anything. Oh, Discord's not running. That's why. Discord's not running. this whole time, guys. I was wondering, like, what? Aren't I supposed to be hearing stuff from NISO for some reason right now? Because my system shut off. My system shut off. How's the VCS boss? Grabs torch and picks torch. What's the next thing to watch? I saw that on Hacker News, and so I was like, oh, what's that? Let's see, nothing here, nothing here. Fired by Google for creating Google Space Workspace CLI? What? What? The creator of Workspace gets fired? 2 months ago, I was fired by Google for creating a Google Workspace CLI. Went viral. Hit #1 on Hacker News. Gained thousands of stars and many thousands of actual users in a couple of days. It was incredible. Confusing journey from directors and leaders asking what they could learn from the tool, getting grilled by legal about why Google logo and brand colors are on the Google Workspace GitHub code repositories. Yep, I remember that. I think the cause was that Workspace and certain leaders and projects were afraid of being disrupted. But the fear wasn't specific to my CLI. It was a broader fear that agents meant for Workspace. Either way, the irony of my termination was the announcement of Google Next, Cloud Next, 2 days before I was fired, that the official Google Workspace CLI was coming. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I want this out there because it was easy for me to explain my story and is my experience I want fully own. Part of your healing. Nearly 7 years at Google was an incredible opportunity for me, and I was fortunate to have wonderful teammates and a manager that fully supported me throughout these few months. Thank you. Damn. Literally fired for creating a popular repo and putting Google's logo on it. Damn. Damn. That's messed up. Ex-Google. Your agents ship fast. Do they ship the right thing? I don't know. Looks like it's created by Claude Code to me. Just like me. How's SigmaShake? I haven't looked at it. Oh no. The background is gone, guys. The background is gone. What happened? I don't see it. The background of it, everything running, what happened? Oh my god. Send the mobile. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Something happened. Where'd my cool site go? What the heck? It shows terms and... Oh my god. It's because of the license and terms. Oh god. I gotta fix that. Good thing I checked on my website once. Need to fix SigmaShake.com. It's showing the license and terms page instead of the showcase. Disaster, guys. Disaster. Good thing I'm not viral yet. Good thing I'm not viral yet. Okay. Ooh, that was close, guys. That was close. If I was any more popular, that would be embarrassing. It says we're still red here. It says next, build a live smoke test the Mac and Windows shells on the host machines while you're off air. Oh wow, that's a lot of context. 600K? Shoot. Compact that. Right, that's running. Partner. That was my partner page. That was my resubmissions. Does it easily take a whole business day for them to check my stuff out? Or will I be lucky and they get it done? Certification failed. Crap. All right, let's try again, guys. Try again. Search terms again. Wait, I thought we fixed this. Review completed on the 22nd. That was yesterday. Ah. It doesn't even say which insert language listing. Oh my gosh. Full screen render? Flicker free output, full screen render. Or try it. Oh, what's going on? Windows not even running. Broken? It's broken. How do I click to move cursor to text input? I did. Oh my god, it just broke. Can't even exit. What's going on here? Oh, trying to use Copilot for some reason. Oh my god, disaster, disaster. That was the worst. Claude, what were you doing? Another bug. Coding not solved. Alright. GitHub. GitHub desktop. Oh my gosh, 63 changes. Oh my gosh, there's so many changes. How do I fetch and pull? I get them all? Oh my gosh. I have so much stuff. Need to fix work in progress. I cannot. I don't even want to do it from here either. Let me just do it from here. There seems to be an issue with the SigmaShake. Stop. Submission. Well. Sorry. On the Windows system, there's a lot of work in progress files. It seems to be unsynced with the GitHub origin main. How's my Mac then? This is also chaotic. It's chaos everywhere. Chaos everywhere. Yeah, they're both showing like a ton of changes. I'll let it do its work then. And this is the website fix. This is the WebBoff fix. All right, we can start looking at stuff now. Looking at, hopefully, is this thing gonna work? Vibecoder sim, do I need a refresh? Yeah, I'll just let it do its thing. All right, site is broke. We watched that. We're live on YouTube. We when millions of agents meet. Okay. We can watch this. Humanize, maybe. How badly AI effed over Steam Machine. Oh, I gotta watch this.
One of the biggest headlines this week is the revelation of the Steam Machine price points, and they're not good. I mean, I think there's a general universal agreement that for the average Joe, the Steam Machine is just
An average
not worth
person,
it,
32.
and it sits in this no man's land area where it's not powerful enough for the PC gaming enthusiast, and it's not affordable enough for those who are not necessarily PC gaming enthusiasts but want to get into that space at an affordable price point. I've talked about this in my last video where the Steam Machine, it starts at a
That's
base
crazy.
price point of $1,050 for the 512 gigabyte version without a controller, and then it goes all
No
the way
controller.
up to $1,403 for the 2 terabyte version with a controller, which is kind of the version you want to get given how big PC
Wow.
games can be. What I want to discuss today is just how much of an impact artificial intelligence has had on this price point, because we now have a pretty good idea of what the Steam Machine would have originally cost. And make no mistake, all of the price increases we've been seeing across all of gaming, and that includes Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo, and of course, Valve and Steam Decks and the Steam Machine. It is all a direct impact of artificial intelligence and the irresponsible way in which that technology has been pursued, with just a sheer amount of hoarding of computing components that is required on the part of artificial intelligence that has led to demand that supply plain and simply cannot keep up with, because all of that supply is going to data centers that is supplying a technology that is
PS4.
controversial.
It'll last for a decade. It should last forever. It should last forever.
At best, and destructive at worst. Destructive for art, destructive for the environment, destructive for jobs, destructive for just some of the very notions of what it is to be human, just destructive for the economy, and certainly destructive for the economy of gaming.
Yeah.
And so this is a topic of conversation.
I can't buy any more RAM, guys.
The internet quite a bit, and something that really highlights just how expensive the Steam Machine is that back in the day, before the AI craze, before prices increased for PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch consoles, you could have bought all three of those and paid $1,450, which
Yeah.
is just
Great
a
time.
little more
Miss those
expensive
times.
than the 2 terabyte version with the controller. Now, of course, that math is different now when you consider the price increases, but that's how much worse the economic conditions surrounding gaming have gone. The fact that you could have gotten all three of these consoles with the controllers for the same price that you have to pay now for a Steam Machine that's 2 terabytes with a controller, like, that's just really insane to think about. And generally, there's a direct awareness that artificial intelligence is directly to blame for all of this, with tweets like these going viral. Sam Altman, you will answer to Allah for the crimes you have committed. And, plenty more posts like these are permeating the internet. As if AI wasn't hated enough, there's now more reason to do so, because the Steam Machine was something that a lot of people were looking forward to, because it had the potential to...
Yeah, first we hated crypto and Bitcoin because people were buying all the graphics cards to mine Bitcoin. Now we hate AI and data centers because we can't afford our consumer hardware. Just imagine your situation if your PC gets out of service. I guess you could still rent a cloud PC and pilot from a mini PC, but I guess the price must be too high. Yeah, I'm pretty screwed, guys. If I were to try to do it, then I'd get pretty screwed. Because this computer was really... I spent a lot on this computer. A lot.
bridge the gap.
And I still could spend more. But I can't. Everything's way too expensive, like 5x or 3x more.
Between
Puts down,
console gamers
puts down Pitchfork.
and PC gamers, sitting somewhere in the middle where
He replied to my comment. Yeah. Yep.
it has the accessibility of console gaming and the intuitiveness of console gaming while offering the elements, the advantages, and the features of PC gaming. And so let's talk about what that original price point would have been. IGN actually kind of broke this down, talking about how the Steam Machine would have originally cost about $750, which is roughly $300 less for, the base Steam Machine than what it is right now. And the reason they know this is because of something that Valve's engineers said last week when IGN sat down to talk to them. IGN asked them what the Steam Machine would have cost before the current memory market. And while they wouldn't give an exact answer, they did provide a pretty big hint, which is that the price increase for the Steam Machine after the RAM apocalypse began as a result of AI was probably similar to the price increase of the Steam Deck. And the Steam Deck saw a pretty significant price increase, somewhere in the range of 35 to 36% price increase, which drove the price from $550 to $790. And that's only for the 512 gigabyte version. If you look at the 1 terabyte version, that went from $650 to $950. So if you apply that same math for the Steam Machine for the 512 gigabyte version, you can see that assuming that the Steam Machine would have originally been priced at $750 and is now
It's just inflation at this point, guys. Inflation take into effect.
$1,050 in price point. That's a 33% price increase from what it was originally meant to be, which aligns with the math of the Steam Deck's price increase. And that is such a drastic difference. At $750, the Steam Machine would have been something that, sure, it isn't a console price from what it was before the price increases, but it would have been something that one could have recommended for people to easily get into PC gaming.
What's funny is that American citizens are just wishing one thing: China makes its own chip, mass produce it, get the hardware for a lower price. Yep, we're all wishing for that. We all are.
Like that price point would have been the sweet spot for something that isn't subsidized. And that is an important aspect to emphasize with the Steam Machine. Valve itself actually did provide a statement on why the price is what it is, and also talked about the very concept of subsidization and why it doesn't align with Valve's own kind of ideals when it comes to what the Steam Machine is supposed to be. In their statement here, talking about the Steam Machine's launch and, the price points, they provided the following statement discussing the price point and recognizing that it's probably more expensive than people expected. They said, quote, "Steam Machine, like our other hardware products, is made up of many components that we source from manufacturers around the world. The price at which we sell our hardware is a direct result of the cost of these components. We felt like we had a good understanding of how those costs might change over time when we first started sourcing them for Steam Machine back in 2023. That understanding was born from the many years of data we all have about the evolution of PC hardware prices, primarily that it tends to get cheaper over time as new technology arrives. But nobody anticipated just how irresponsibly the AI race would be pursued, where demand would be so high and supply would be so low that prices for the first time for hardware would actually go up over the years despite their age rather than going down. Or as Valve puts it, over the past year or so, that has changed quickly and significantly, most visibly for RAM and storage components. There are a variety of reasons, all of which are affecting hardware products everywhere. They don't strictly call out AI here, but it's full stop AI. It is the primary reason why we're here today. The overall effect is that our original goal for the price of Steam Machine is no longer viable. And they don't talk about that original price, but based on math and previous statements from Valve's own engineers, that $750 price point, roughly maybe plus or minus $20 in that range, that is probably what they're talking about here. So the prices we're sharing today reflect the state of the world for manufacturing, or more accurately, it reflects the price of the components as we have secured them over the past 6 months. Price wasn't the only thing impacted by all of this. Availability was as well. There were periods where we found we couldn't source some of our components at all at any price. More than anything else, this has impacted the number of units we've been able to produce for launch. So that's a big part of why we will likely see Steam Machine sell out quickly, is that they don't have that much of a supply. And I mean, this got delayed for a while because for some time, they could not secure the components to be able to produce the number of Steam machines that they would have wanted. And that's why,
That's
in
sad,
part,
guys.
it took a couple more months for the Steam machine to have its price point announced and for it to launch. They were waiting to be able to make more Steam machines once they acquired new components that were plain and simply not readily available because AI gobbled it all up. So that's their statement on price point. And then further down in this Q&A section, they talk about subsidization and why they went against that. They addressed the question of, is this, the Steam machine, the Valve console? To which Valve had the following response to give, quote, "We think of Steam machine as an extension of PC gaming, not as a console. The traditional console model is to sell hardware at a loss and make up the revenue with subscription services or by selling games that are locked into the hardware, exclusivity and stuff like that. We think this can make sense for a single business in the short term, but that open ecosystems are better for customers over the long term. PC gaming's history proves this. The openness of the PC gaming space has enabled it to be the primary driver of hardware and software innovation for decades. The strength of PC gaming is the ability to play the games you want on the hardware you want. Steam machine."
Did you know some place where we can get YouTube statistics as a viewer, such as total amount of video watch and so? There's probably some extension, but I'm just getting into social media, and so there is some things that people use. I just don't know the name of it. But if you find it out in Google, I think we just search for Google, right? Let me highlight your question really quick. Let's use AI. Let's see here. Let's rely on this. Wait, why did it? Oh no, my chat's broken too, guys. My chat is broken too. Ay. Google AI. Here. Watched. And then I have to go to my Discord. And so, what? Video watched it. Huh, it gets cut off. Time watched. Time watch profile. Shows your daily average watch time alongside statistics today in the past 7 days. So it's lifetime statistics. Go to the Takeout platform. Google Takeout. See asset logs. All I can find is from streamer's perspective. Now, Google has your data. Next step. You could export your data. Time watched. Time management. Here you go. Oh, this is on Android. What the heck? Browser extensions for desktop viewers. Chrome Web Store. YouTube watch statistics. Watch time. There's probably an API that you could Vibecode to take out all this data. This has 500 users and 5 ratings. I don't know. I'd be wary of Chrome extensions. But I don't know. But be careful. Be careful of those Chrome extensions. Be careful. There could be some compromised ones. I made my own Chrome extension, and I need $5 to put it on the store. Let's see here. I don't want to pay for it. You could Vibecode your own, though. You could Vibecode your own, but I think the API, everybody gets like 10,000 quota credits to query their own YouTube API through their own Google account. So you could do that. Otherwise, if you want to know the exact total number of videos you watch in a lifetime, use this export form. Use takeout.google.com. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps, guys. That's new. That's a new question for me too. That's new something curious
a solution to these
that I wanted the answer for as well.
problems, and we think it's a great one, but it's not the only solution, and we don't want it to be, which is why Valve hasn't made SteamOS exclusive to just Valve devices. They've made that operating system as widely available as possible to as much hardware as possible. But what Valve is trying to bring up is that the reason a console can sell at a significantly lower price point is the fact that they make you pay more in other areas. When you think about online gaming, for example, for PlayStation, for Xbox and Nintendo even, and the subscription that you have to partake in order to engage with online multiplayer, over the long term, you'll actually pay more for consoles than you'll end up paying for PC gaming, at least when it comes to what the Steam Machine is doing with its price point that is trying to be kind of console adjacent. It is more expensive than consoles because it's not subsidized, because it doesn't require subscriptions and the like. But it's still just enough within that price point where someone who maybe does do console gaming might consider the Steam Machine. And prior to the AI RAM apocalypse, that very much was true at that, $750 price point where, sure, you purchase a PlayStation 5 for $500, but if you pay for like an annual subscription for PlayStation Plus, within the course of 1 or 2 years, you'll end up paying more for the PlayStation 5 ecosystem than you'll end up paying for the Steam Machine ecosystem. The Steam Machine is basically more of a cost up front for
infinite scrolling
savings,
page with
whereas
view history.
with the subsidized
You can't get any meaningful data from that. Oh man. I know yeah, I don't know. Personally, for my stuff, as a creator, you get metrics for all the stuff for your creations, but as a viewer, there should be something that tells you what you watched and pulls all your data. There was a guy that did it. There's a guy that archived all their videos that they watched. I don't remember who it was.
consoles like Xbox and PlayStation, you pay less upfront and you have the choice of subscription or not paying subscription, but not paying for a subscription means you miss out on certain key features like online gaming. And to engage with that feature, ultimately in the long term, and especially over the course of the lifespan of a subsidized console, which is, like 7 years, you end up paying, quite a bit more than what you'd pay for a Steam machine. That's the principle behind why Valve believes this machine shouldn't be subsidized. It cannot make up for, losses in terms of like losing money on every unit of Steam machine sold through.
Yeah, I think I get it now. I think I get it, guys. All right, what's next? Air conditioning. What's this one? Oh, cursor wins. Human eyes. That's when millions of AI agents meet.
Formulating the actions. It's just that there is a harness around it made to enact the changes once they have been proposed.
But it has a lot more autonomy to chain decisions together, I guess.
Correct. And I guess this is ultimately the motivation, right? Because you could do everything, most things that an agent can do manually, painstakingly, by interacting with the language model very many times and you guiding the whole process, whereas an agent instantiates this harness.
So he's defining agents, agentic exploration and science and research delegation between agents. So.
I know one of the things you've written a lot about is the idea of delegation, that
Correct.
you might have a particular task and an agent might then go on to delegate it to a specialist. Just explain to me how that might work.
Yeah, so this is the idea that one of the bottlenecks, one that we haven't mentioned yet, is that where we would really like to get help from agents are very complex tasks. So what language models and simple agents that many of us have access to can easily do is if you give a very direct instruction. Go book something for me. I want to eat at this restaurant tomorrow. Find a slot and do the booking, and the agent can maybe do this via tools. If, however, you have a very complex plan that needs to be broken down into pieces, executed separately, you may be in a situation where even no individual agent can do each and every piece. So maybe an agent may need to, over this established agent-to-agent protocol that exists, hand off a part of that work to another agent, but then there can be failures along the way. So an agent that delegates or a human that delegates needs to
Period.
manage and handle those failures.
Yeah, Claude already does it. Claude already does it. Right. Agent security and traps. Let's do that one.
The other side of this. I also want to think about the sort of cybersecurity element of this, because as more and more agents are out there interacting in the world, on the internet and so on, there are inevitably going to be people who are trying to exploit the vulnerabilities of agents. Tell me a little bit about agentic traps that people are laying.
This is a scary and a fascinating topic at the same time, I would say. And
Now, everybody keeps saying this. Designed to manipulate, deceive, and exploit.
I think it's one of the main reasons why these kinds of deployments at scale cannot work, right? Because as we said, if there is not complete reliability of individual interactions, any system at scale that has many interactions is naturally going to statistically fail. And because these systems take a lot of compute and therefore energy and money to run, if they're not reliable, it's just a non-starter. And agentic traps are something that we have been thinking about for quite a while now. They can manifest in different ways. There are many types of traps, but it boils down to agents operate within an environment. And in this context, the environment is the web.
Mm-hmm.
If the environment itself is poisoned, if the traps are laid, agents may stumble upon them when interacting with the web. And then, yes, malicious people or malicious agents deployed by malicious people can place those traps and then compromise systems, really.
So, I don't know, the sort of the wine buying agent for the wedding goes onto a particular wine merchant where there is some, essentially a prompt injector in the website.
Hey, Alphonsine.
Changes the agent's goals.
What's up?
Is that the sort of thing that we're talking about here?
That is one way this could happen, yes. And the reason why that may potentially go unnoticed is, in terms of how web pages are encoded, there are elements there that are just not rendered visually. So if we're talking about an agent that isn't a visual computer use agent that sees the web page, the pixels the same way a human does, rather consumes the actual format of the page in its raw format, then it could inadvertently consume those hidden tokens that can make it do different things than what the intention was, right? But this is not the only way it may happen, because what malicious websites could potentially do, they could do what we refer to as dynamic cloaking as well, where they display pages differently for humans and agents, because you can, based on the behavior on a page, make a very good guess as to whether it is a human or it is an agent interacting with the page. And then only if an agent is interacting with the page with a specific intent, do you tweak the content in such a way so as to induce some kind of jailbreaking.
But just kind of going a little bit further on this, you could have agentic traps out there that, I don't know, are designed to sort of take money from you, to do all kinds of things.
Yes, and this has happened to people who have experimented with agents and have given them access to wallets, right, to do things. As you say, in the early days of this all, when we are especially experimenting internally or anyone else is, this is done in a trusted environment. So you don't necessarily, in your early prototyping, have to deal with any of this.
It's not in the wild.
Yes, but once you deploy on the web, especially now with AI really being used in all sorts of places, the more agents there are, the more incentives there are for malicious people to do malicious things, because they have a higher surface area to target. And I think we're at the point where even the most of the web is currently being generated by agents and consumed by agents, that the agentic use of the web is exceeding that of humans, which is maybe happening for the first time.
Okay, two things. First of all, it sort of sounds like you're describing that we're entering into this phase where there's like two different forms of the web, the sort of human version and the agentic version with dynamic cloaking and so on. A sort of a version of the web where adverts don't mean anything anymore. It's not sort of human eyeballs that you can possibly sell to. But I think that the second point about this is, how on earth do you mitigate against it? If you don't have control over the environment, which you don't over the web, how on earth do you protect your agent from going rogue?
In some sense, it's not a new problem.
With guardrails,
because the security
SigmaShake,
has in other ways been an issue before, and computer viruses could spread if you open the wrong attachment in your inbox, right? Or you click on something on an untrusted page. So it's not the first time we're experiencing the need to certify the resources we're interacting with. When it comes to machine learning systems, let's say adversarial examples have existed for a long time where imperceptible changes in images, imperceptible to humans, can jailbreak models. Here, you can do the same, whether it's a few pixels here and there, or you modify the least significant bit of the encoding in a number of places. So you can adjust things ever so slightly in a way in which a human may not be able to spot and still have some kind of a negative impact on an agent.
It sounds a bit like you're saying here that when it comes to building guardrails, thinking about safety, you have to think about it external to the agent itself rather than just what you are specifically building.
I think that the lesson is you need to think about both. One notion that we talk about in some of our other work, this is I guess relevant here as well, is the notion of defense through depth, which is not a new idea, again, by any means. And this is just the recognition that because the problem is so hard, there is not going to be one solution to resolve all of the issues. Rather, we need to be building mitigations upon mitigations upon mitigations. And when layering them, hopefully the net is tight enough that very few things will slip through. So in the context of this, yes, you may want to certify and attest the content of web pages, have very good notions of trust for resources you're interacting with. Also have some mitigations on the agent side, have mitigations on the model side when it comes to foundation models run underneath, have meaningful human controls to be able to step in if something happens, be very mindful of permissions granted to the agent so that even if it gets jailbroken when interacting with something, the damage is minimal. And all of those things combined together should then hopefully lead to some sort of safety that we're comfortable with.
Just going back to what we were talking about earlier, this idea of there being multiple agents that are interacting with each other. Just tell me a little bit more about this idea that you have of a formal agentic economy. Just explain to me how that might work.
Right. So in the context of us, let's say, normal users of the technology on a day-to-day basis, you may have a personal assistant that has some persistent memory of you, has a good understanding of your desires, preferences, and it depending on how much agency you want to grant this assistant, it may go on and negotiate some things for you. You may grant it some budget for that, and there can be a kind of a localized economy of these assistants negotiating stuff.
I think I want to get a sense of how this might actually work if you have, lots of people who are using agents as their own personal assistants. So, okay, let's say that there's a concert, there's like a Taylor Swift concert, a live event, and tickets have just gone on sale. How would that actually work if you have all of these agents rushing the site all at once?
I haven't been purchasing highly contested tickets very recently, but in principle...
Not a Taylor Swift fan, no?
No, my music taste goes in a very different direction, I'm afraid.
What kind of music do you listen to?
Well, obscure subgenres of metal probably, so maybe not,
Okay, there is an obscure subgenre of metal who are holding a concert and there is an auction being held between the various agents. How do you decide what wins the auction? Is it just whoever can pay the most?
This is a design choice, and that's also an important point to make, that if we are to ever do something like that, then we are in control in terms of how we're making the system fair. It's an explicit decision made by someone who is setting up the auction, because if you want to make things completely fair in a sense that everyone gets equal access to some goods, concert tickets in this case, then you can give each and every agent participating in these repeated auctions, because we're not talking about one ticket on one auction in particular, but maybe for all the ticket purchases, the same budget. And then the agents, knowing your both overall preferences, your desire to go see a certain artist, also your travel schedule, time availability, other constraints.
I don't know about this. It's just like first come, first serve. That's always been. If you have the money and you're first, send the request first, get to the checkout first, you get the thing. But I don't. It's a weird concept that he's explaining. That's pretty much it for that one. Pretty much it for that one.
So we're watching a brand new frontier AI lab form in real time, and it might dominate the coding AI models by the end of the year. Well, the name of that new AI frontier lab is Cursor. Cursor just announced the brand new model that they're training. It's an Opus class model, so it's going to be in direct competition with the latest Opus and GPT models. This model is trained from scratch. So they're not starting with an open source base like they did before. This is a brand new thing. Now, Cursor had their own AI models before. They were the Composer models. They were very good models, but even more interesting to me when we read about how Cursor trained them, it became apparent that Cursor isn't just a coding app. It isn't just some software company. It
Data
very
collection
much
app.
has the makings of an AI frontier lab. It's got what it takes. Here's the thing. This new model is going to have 10 to 20 times more compute thrown at it than the previous Composer models. How is it possible that they have access to this gargantuan amount of compute? Or I should say colossal amount of compute. Well, they got purchased by SpaceX. And I think it's becoming apparent to people just how strategic that acquisition was. SpaceX pulled into its sort of umbrella, the umbrella company, both xAI, which is Elon Musk's AI company, also the Colossus supercluster, right? The training center, the massive amounts of compute that that company has access to. And the Cursor was kind of that final piece, the secret weapon. The Weapon X, you can say. For both companies, this acquisition, it gives them the missing piece that turns their weakness into a superpower. The biggest bottleneck for developing these AI models has been compute. Having a lot of compute opens up a lot of doors. However, as Anthropic demonstrated, there's a bit of a compounding advantage effect when you focus on just building the best coding models. Producing the best coding model, getting the users on board, gathering data about how they use those models, and just compounding that. That creates what seems to be an unbeatable advantage. Over the last few weeks, we saw a lot of huge names leave Google DeepMind and go to OpenAI and Anthropic. So first, John Jumper leaves DeepMind. So he was, along with Demis Hassabis, they were the ones that worked on AlphaFold. They got the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2024 for their work on AlphaFold. He worked as a director at Google DeepMind for almost 9 years. He's leaving Google DeepMind and heading to Anthropic. Noam Shazir, who's Google's vice president of engineering and a co-lead of the Gemini AI models team, so he's leaving Google DeepMind as well to join OpenAI. Meanwhile, Sergey Brin, the co-founder of actual Google, he's over there trying to create his Alpha Strike team, I believe they called it, to try to improve the coding ability of the models to get to that kind of recursive self-improvement. So they're trying to spin up that same flywheel that OpenAI and Anthropic have been enjoying. Their ability to stay at the top of the leaderboards, have the best coding models, get more users, more data, and keep compounding those effects. Google DeepMind is trying to catch up to that, but finding it very difficult to do so. And in fact, it does sound like the big names leaving Google DeepMind, they might be doing it because Google is seemingly now lagging behind, OpenAI and Anthropic. xAI had a lot of the same woes. The Grok model releases have showed a lot of strength in different areas, but there was a real coding lag from, OpenAI and Anthropic. Musk reportedly admitted that xAI was lagging coding abilities, specifically behind Anthropic, and he was saying that it needs to be built from the ground up, from the foundation up. But so far, neither Google nor xAI were able to catch up. No matter the amount of resources, no matter the amount of compute, that gap was very, very difficult to close. So here's xAI/SpaceX with tons of advantages, but just missing something, the special sauce. And on the other side, we have Cursor. Cursor is an AI coding tool. It has a massive user base, but it had, or has up to point, had this fatal flaw, if you will. Its product experience had depended very, very heavily on the frontier AI labs, on OpenAI, on Anthropic. And this creates a bit of a problem for Cursor and a lot of other companies like Cursor because their users want enormous usage. And the frontier API costs for using these models, they're very, very expensive. At the same time, both OpenAI and Anthropic heavily subsidize their users' ability to use their models, but only through the channels that they want them to use. Anthropic especially was kind of Machiavellian about this because they really didn't want OpenClaw and tools like that to basically have a free ride where basically users could use their monthly subscription to use those subsidized tokens within, let's say, OpenClaw. So they heavily restricted that usage, including doing some stuff that a lot of users found a little bit nefarious. They didn't like what Anthropic did in order to make sure that nobody's using the Claude subscription and OpenClaw to not pay the API costs. OpenAI is a little bit more relaxed about that, so they still allow that for OpenClaw specifically. Maybe one of the reasons why is because Peter Steinberg, the creator of OpenClaw, now works for OpenAI. But the point is, Cursor has to pay the Frontier AI labs for the API usage while at the same time competing with those labs. So Cursor's products get better and better as users use the latest models, use more tokens, use the most expensive tokens for the most expensive models, etc. But Cursor's margins get worse. And also they're heavily reliant on what basically is the competition. So what do? Well, Composer. Composer is their model. It's their escape hatch, if you will. So notice here, Composer 2.5 is competitive with Opus 4.7 and GPT 5.5. It came out earlier this year, so that's the models that we were comparing it to. But the point is, it's a very strong model. Now, here's the thing. Not only is Composer 2 and 2.5 very capable, they're also much, much cheaper. How were they able to accomplish this? Well, they took a Chinese open source model, so Kimi K2.5, which is a surprisingly good coding model that is significantly cheaper than the Western Frontier AI Lab models. So they took that model as the base and they did additional training and reinforcement learning on it. So keep that in mind, because this is part of the secret special sauce. Because both XAI, their approach, they seem to have figured out some really interesting RL approaches to training these models. They were able to squeeze a lot of juice out of those techniques. So pre-training, you can think of it as like in a textbook. It's you just reading the textbook and trying to memorize everything and learn from it. RL, reinforcement learning, is like kind of doing the problems at the end of the chapter, right? So you do the problem and you check if you got it correctly from the answers like in the back of the book. If you get it right, you pat yourself on the back. You're going, yay, I did it. I'm doing it right. If you got it wrong, you're like, all right, I'm not getting something. Let me try a different way. Let me go back and relearn, etc. So this massive reinforcement learning that these companies are able to do with, the Colossus supercluster is like taking these models, basically having them drill over and over again on a massive amount of those question and answers. So it goes through, it does the problems, it checks its work, and it adjusts from there. By the way, the reason I say Cursor has the makings of being its own Frontier AI lab is because when you read about how they're training these models, it's obvious that they have their own approach, their own novel ways of doing it, that's very effective and very interesting. So they're not just copying other people. They have their own approaches that are very smart and very effective. We'll come back to that in just a second. But as they say here, together with Space AI, we're training a significantly larger model from scratch using 10x more total compute.
Hello?
In our combined data and training techniques, we expect this model to be a major leap in model capability. So again, this is what they had earlier this year. And since then, they've been working on this new model, training it from scratch with, here they said 10x more compute. At the Compile 26, where they were presenting a lot of this new information, they said 10 to 20x, so potentially even more compute than they've estimated here. But the point is that this model, when it comes rolling off the production shelves, could be a massive, massive competitor to everything that we're seeing right now, to GPT 5.5 and to Opus 4.8, since Mythos or Fable 5 is currently not available. But the point is, Cursor might put out a model that is really competitive, has a much lower inference cost. It's going to improve margins for them, and they're going to be able to much more effectively tune the models for their own workflows within Cursor. By the way, this is probably the model that Elon was talking about, the V9 medium, the 1.5 trillion parameters. So it was finished training, let's say May 24th. A lot of the Cursor data was added in supplementary training, and there's more to come. So this is probably the same model that was just sort of revealed or announced, the 1.5 trillion model. So here's the co-founder of Cursor at the opening keynote of Compile 26, their conference that they're doing to showcase their latest models and products. So this is that 1.5 trillion parameter model pre-trained on 100,000 plus GPUs from scratch and intelligent beyond coding. But the point of this model is they sort of like tested the concept on Kimi K2.5, the open source Chinese model. They've tested to see, will this reinforcement learning, will it work? And it did. It worked really well. So then they've trained a brand new model from scratch, and they're doing the same approach with 10x, 20x more compute thrown at it. And their approach to training models is good. The whole point is that they start with strong bases and then they really specialize hard. And sort of the special sauce that they take to train these models is very fitting with what Cursor is. So we've all done certain math problems or physics or whatever problems, right? So you have a question, and then maybe at the end of the textbook, you have the correct answer. And so you go through all the work, you write everything out, then you get your answer and you check it with the back of the book, and it's either right or wrong. If it's right, good job. You probably know what you're doing. If it's wrong, you might not know exactly where you went wrong. You know you screwed up somewhere, but you have no idea where. And this is exactly the problem that Cursor and everybody else that they've had with doing reinforcement learning. Credit assignment during RL, so whether the model gets points for getting it right or it doesn't. This is becoming an increasingly difficult challenge as rollouts can spend hundreds of thousands of tokens, right? So you might spend an hour, figuring out how to solve this thing and then get the wrong answer. And you're like, well, shoot, like I have no idea where I went wrong. So when a reward is computed over an entire rollout, it may be hard for the model to tell which specific decision helped or hurt the outcome. And if you've worked with these coding models, you know that they sometimes fail in very specific, practical, small ways. They might use the wrong tool call. They might edit the wrong file. They might ignore a test output. They might make too many changes or get lost in just how much context there is. And as they say here, this is especially limiting when we want to discourage a localized behavior, such as a bad tool call, a confusing explanation, or a style violation. So maybe it didn't even get the wrong answer, just had the wrong format. So maybe the model was smart enough to get the right answer, just somewhere in the work it didn't quite follow the protocol, whatever the case may be. It getting it to the end of the problem and getting some negative reinforcement like thumbs down, it doesn't help it understand where it went wrong. So Cursor is training with what they're calling targeted textual feedback. The idea is to provide feedback directly at the point in the trajectory where the model could have behaved better. So Cursor's solution is basically to find the local sort of specific place where the mistake actually happens. So in this example, the model that's being trained is the student model, right? So this is kind of like the agent, and it tries to do a tool call. That tool is not found. So we want to discourage this behavior or have it not make those mistakes. So the teacher model inserts a short targeted hint about how to kind of avoid this issue. So the model with this hint, that is the teacher model. And the student is trained to kind of move towards this model distribution, to move towards this behavior, but without the hints. Now, why is all this important? Because think about what Cursor is and how much user data and user behavior it has to make this sort of training very, very effective. By the way, that's not the only thing that Cursor announced at the Compile 2026. They've also announced Origin. What is Origin, you ask? It's their answer to GitHub, but it's not just a clone of GitHub. It's Git for AI agents. So Git or GitHub, for people that are unfamiliar, is just a way for developers to write code, to save all the different versions, to invite collaborators to be able to create copies of the code that different people would work on, to review code, just everything that is part of the development process. This helps people work together to be able to revert back to what's needed to make sure that there's no conflicts, all of that. And GitHub was kind of the place to go for that. But recently, they've been having quite a bit of problems. So there's been a number of complaints about GitHub. Recently, HashiCorp co-founder Michel Hashimoto moved his program off of GitHub, saying that GitHub is no longer a place for serious work. Specifically, he's talking about near daily outages and this.
Yep, guys. Yeah, we see GitHub getting destroyed by what do you call it? By the shoe. Oh, I can't even name it now. There's just so many malware and threat actors abusing GitHub open source GitHub actions that aren't locked down, and then people are spamming open source repos with a bunch of issues and pull requests. It just doesn't make sense to go open source at this time anymore. Too many bad actors.
Severe reliability issues. There's been just a whole host of issues. Why is GitHub having these issues? Well, it was driven by an unexpected tidal wave of agentic AI workflows. So the infrastructure was basically made for humans, for human interaction, and here comes these AI agents and they just crash everything. Now, the people at Cursor didn't specifically say all this, but you can kind of read between the lines. They're building an alternative to GitHub, and they're building it specifically. The infrastructure from the ground up is built to accommodate agentic workflows. So this is, of course, Michael Truhl. So he's the co-founder, kind of the main founder, I would say, if that's a thing, of Cursor. The company is AnySphere, and AnySphere Cursor is a product of that company. So he's the co-founder. They were acquired by SpaceX AI. He is 25 5 years old, and yeah, just sold the company for
25. Holy
$60
moly.
bill, which is cool and all, but I
Crazy.
think he's got his sights on like the next thing already. I don't think he's like, oh, I'm done. I'm gonna go and chill on an island somewhere. And he's talking about how excited he is about the stuff that they're gonna be releasing over the next few months, which I think is going to include this brand new model, whatever they're going to call it, Composer 3 or higher, depending on how much compute they've used. And if
That's
they're gonna
insane,
stick
guys.
with that naming
25.
convention. But I think all eyes
Multi-billionaire
on
already?
how well this model does, because depending on how well it does, it's really going to show us a lot of things about the future moving forward. First of all, we'll see a clear sign. Is it possible to start behind and then jump to the front of the line when it comes to these coding models? Can you crank that flywheel extra fast, even though you didn't start in the same place as
Oh.
Anthropic and OpenAI with that lead? Another thing is, a lot of people tend to kind of say that some of these AI startups, they're just wrappers around some foundation model. One just really interesting thing about this company is, if you think about it, so it was built on VS Code. VS Code is an open source developer environment built by Microsoft. By the way, Origin, the next thing that Cursor is going to be doing, the GitHub, not clone, but a competitor, you can say, or the AI agent version of GitHub. GitHub is owned by Microsoft. So it's very interesting how this is built. So it's built on an open source thing built by Microsoft. It's using the Frontier AI models. I'm sure people called it an AI wrapper many, many times, especially early on. You know, Elon Musk is becoming the compute landlord, so to speak, right? Because he's renting out his compute clusters to both Anthropic, then to Cursor. Now that they're one company, they're sort of
What?
sharing it. It's not like renting it out, but that's how it started.
What?
It's just
Huh?
interesting how
Who is that
much they
guy?
want to build
About to go to work,
kind of
but thought
bring
I'd
all
drop
these
in.
different
Hey,
pieces together.
and your work starts late, man. Your work starts late. Get after today, my dude.
They
What
didn't
the heck?
start with their own development.
What's going
environment.
on?
They didn't start with their own models. They
Oh.
didn't start with their own data.
I thought it was somebody else for some reason. I can't read the name.
Now
I gotta fix that too.
seemingly just snowballing.
So
kind of
there's a lot of things to fix on stream.
again,
So much
it's a
things to
big
fix on
success to be
stream.
The release of this model, but I would not bet on it being a flop. I have a sense that this thing
Hope you got enough sleep, Millsy.
a beast when it rolls out. Do you think this will be the thing that gets XAI to the front of the line?
Once
lot
a
of people are
date,
wondering
don't leave it
what
hanging.
to give up on the Grok series of models. I think at this point it's just semantics. It's what you want to name them moving forward.
He already has a Mrs.
XAI
Millsy.
models, if they even
What's he doing
somehow
asking for a date?
standalone models, I mean, they will be fused with Cursor. It's not like they're going to be Grok over here and Composer over here with no overlap whatsoever. In fact, if I'm reading correctly, that this is that new Composer model that Elon's talking about, I mean, he's basically saying that, yes, Grok will be much better at coding. And the Grok is rolling out all of the features that competitors have, like the /goal. So they have all the code, all the development. They just need that top of the line model, and they need to get the flywheel spinning. And this might be it. Also, keep in mind that a lot of people are seeing space as the final frontier or destination
Oh my
for
gosh.
AI data centers. We covered Google's Project Suncatcher.
I don't know.
They have a lot.
Guys, what do you think about space, man? What do you think about space? Is it really worth putting all our eggs in one basket to get off Earth? Or should we just enjoy Earth while we can, preserve Earth while we can? I need to get some more water, but I look forward to your answers. I think we go deeper into Earth, not out. Oh, sorry, Sigma. Well, sorry, talking to my waifu body pillow, Sigma. Out of my control. Okay. Okay. All right. Got it.
A lot of sort of extrapolations, sort of future projections in there that are based on how SpaceX is doing. So basically their learning rate, basically how much stuff they send into a low Earth orbit and how much they're able to decrease the expense.
We will
of doing
need
so.
space eventually, but not for a while. As our sun expands, we will have to leave one day or perish. True.
space as is
True.
on the surface of the planet. And as of right now, there's really only one company that's anywhere close to being able to do that. That company is SpaceX. And so just like Elon right now is the compute landlord for Anthropic, for Cursor, that trend might continue, and in the future, he will provide the same sort of compute landlord services for companies like Google. I'm not making that up. I have receipts. Here's the actual Google paper. It's on page 6 if you want to read it for yourself. It's betting on SpaceX and Starship and what they've been able to accomplish so far. So I don't think Elon's going away anytime soon. By the way, on an unrelated note, this episode by Tim Ferriss was pretty good. So he's interviewing this person, Sebastian Mallaby. So he wrote the books More Money Than God, The Power Law, The Man Who Knew, and The
Please, I've seen expansions on Netflix.
Is The
Then
Infinity Machine.
we will forever
which is
have
an excellent
to.
book. Really interesting interview.
Will we ever have to chase the expansion of the cosmos and find new stars with life left on them? Only issue ever comes if the universe quits expanding and we are doomed no matter what eventually. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yep.
You specifically because they talk about their one-on-one discussions with some of the founders of these AI labs who they can't name. One thing that kind of blows my mind, if you've been listening to this channel for a while, some of the stuff that we talk about here on the channel and what the future looks like, those are the conversations that they're having behind the closed doors with these AI leaders. They just can't quote them. They can't use their names. See if you can figure out who they're talking about. Anyways, let me know what you thought about all of this. Do you agree with my reasoning here about
already.
Cursor and XAI and SpaceX, where that's going?
Yeah, it's
Am
true.
I missing something? Do you use Cursor? Please let me know in the comments.
I used
do
Cursor
read
once.
A lot of the comments. I parse through it.
Cursor is slowly evolving. I mean, it's glad that they got a bunch of funding. They literally just got paid by SpaceX for a good liquidity event. So hopefully they do well. But 60 billion is not enough, guys. 60 billion is not enough. As you can see with OpenAI and Anthropic, it doesn't look like 60 billion is going to do everything, is enough for everything. So SpaceX is going to have to fork in $1 trillion, guys, to stay in the AI race. All right, I wanted to see the video that Louis Rossman had. We're going on tour. There was one that there was a video that just came out. Did he delete it? Did he delete the video? I think he deleted the video. Huh. That's strange. Let's see, what is this?
Today I want to announce a tour that we're doing here at Fulu Foundation. We're going to be visiting a bunch of cities all over the United States to try and get people galvanized and excited, bring people together that care about ownership, to push back against anti-ownership laws that exist in the United States. We are doing everything that we can to reform, repeal, push back against these laws wherever we can, but we can't do that by ourselves. We need the help of everybody else. On this channel, for the past 14 years, you have never seen me, not once, say, by the way, check out Tunnel Bear, check out Raycons. Hey, this hotel gave me a free room, so I'm going to pretend that they're actually a good hotel and try and get my audience to pay for overpriced shit. I never say ring that bell, like, and subscribe. You never hear that from me.
Hey, you just said it right now.
The one thing that I will ask you to do is consider showing up for this. And if you're not able to show up, at the very least, when we release a call to action in your particular area, in your particular congressional district, that you answer the call and you do the things that we ask you to do to push back against these in an organized way. I'm showing up in California next week. I'm going to be flying out on Monday. I'm going to be showing up on Tuesday morning in California, in Sacramento,
Right.
in the Senate building. I hope
Sacramento. Oh, I can't go there. Sacramento.
as many people show up as possible who care about 3D.
All right, let's see what's the status is. Go IRL from there. Oh no. It's a long drive. Let's see how he's doing. Will California kill 3D printing?
AB 2662.
1,000 people watching.
Need a motion for.
Where's Lewis?
We have an author. Let's take a quick vote on this bill.
IRL
Need a
too
motion
scary.
on
Send Claude bot.
62. Wiener, moved by Wiener. Please call the
Wiener?
roll.
File item number 16.
Bitrate sort of scuff, guys.
The motion is to pass to the Senate Appropriations Committee. Robert, Nilo,
No.
Nilo, no.
My gosh. Imagine just being in a courtroom and just talking and discussing the fate of 3D printing. What a world, guys. What a world. All right, next. All right, can open source gonna be with Frontier? No. No. All right, I have one guy working. Where's everybody else working? Web fix, deploy now. PS, slow, mesh, catch up everything, Changes. One day, Cloudbot, do my laundry, clean my room, go pick grocery, balance my budget, feed the dog, go put gas in the car. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, fossil fuels ain't going anywhere. Keep dreaming. Very expensive landing pages. Mistakes. Okay. See that? My landing page sort of sucks. Intelligence exploded. Oh, Midjourney wants to delete something. Fireship video. Ryan Cohen. Take over eBay. What the heck? Keynote. All right. I think we have some content. Not that one. Not that one. This one.
Last week, David Holes, the founder of Midjourney, the company best known for generating six-fingered anime waifus and getting sued by Disney, sat on stage and announced their next big initiative to get inside of you. Midjourney Medical is a new division of Midjourney with the goal to reimagine the foundations of healthcare and our relationships to our bodies. The last time a San Francisco company wanted to reimagine the relationship with my body, I ended up getting Narcan behind the Ben & Jerry's at Fisherman's Wharf, but they said you can't OD on the same thing twice.
That's in San Francisco.
So I'm feeling optimistic. David went on to basically say that because Midjourney is bootstrapped and profitable, they can afford to focus on something no other frontier AI lab would touch with a 10-foot pole, and that is actually improving the human experience. In today's video, we'll look at how they plan on doing that, what it may mean for the future of healthcare, and why I now know that I have the bone density of a Civil War widow. It is June 23rd, 2026, and you're watching the Code Report. In today's world, if you want to look inside yourself, you have a few options that were all invented before the personal computer. You've got an MRI machine, which feels like sitting inside a Titan submersible as it screams at you for an hour, or you can do a CT scan, which is much faster, but with that speed comes a microdose of radiation. There's also a DEXA scan, which is more convenient, but causes depression when you get the results and realize that veggie straws don't actually contain any vegetables in them. All three are expensive at best and locked behind the bureaucracy of the healthcare system at worst. Not to mention, the whole industry is gated behind referrals, insurance fights, and wait times that give that pesky lump in your pants time to grow. That's why Midjourney got my attention last week when they announced their goal is to make a medical imaging device called ultrasonic CT that's cheap, fast, and accessible. It works by having you step into a platform and slowly lowers you into a shallow pool of warm water. As you sink, you pass through a ring of 500,000 tiny sensors that are each about the size of a grain of sand, equipped with a microscopic speaker and microphone that fires ultrasonic waves through your body at 1,000,000 times per second. When the waves come back, depending on what they pass through, they come back in different shapes. This creates terabytes of data per second about your insides, but reconstructing a coherent image from ambiguous, noisy input is ironically the one thing Midjourney has spent years perfecting. The end result looks a lot like what you get with today's MRIs, but at nearly 100 times the speed and without having to.
This is what it should be used for.
Because
Best
this whole process
damaging
is just
X-ray
sound waves,
MRI.
some
Yeah.
water, and eventually a minute of your
Oh,
time.
good sirs.
Midjourney believes getting scanned should be much more common than it is today.
Yeah,
but
it's
to do
true.
that, it needs to be available in a place you actually want to visit. And as
Yeah, if AI was mainly for this type of stuff, people would probably praise it a lot more.
Robert Kraft once told me, there's no better place than a spa. So they're also launching Midjourney Spa, a 25,000 square foot space in San Francisco at the end of 2027,
I could go to here.
complete with hot tubs, saunas, cold plunges, and in their words, cozy rooms of pools of golden light which softly scan your body. The pitch is that you show up for a relaxing day, dip into some water, maybe turn down some LSD from an early FTX employee, and the full body scan just
The only concern I have is the water itself. I don't know. People are crazy. People are crazy. People poop in the stalls and wipe their poop all over the park, bathroom. There's nasty people out there. I can't imagine them touching this spa. In Japan, if IRL from spa in Japan, there are toilets that check their stools for health issues. It sounds weird, but I've seen it. If our tubs scan our organs for tissues regularly, the health issues would be much easier to catch. Yeah, if it continually scans your stool every time you poop in the toilet or something, there's some analysis there. That's what AI should be used for. We'll make the AI toilet. Should we just pivot, guys? We'll make the AI toilet. We'll scan all of your fluids insides and give you a report. That's better than what's Elizabeth Holmes, right? That's more realistic too. Somebody should do that. Create the AI toilet. Skibidi, Sigma Skibidi. It just became real. Yeah, Sigma Skibidi. Microwave coffee is gonna riot. Yeah. Oh man. Anybody making the AI toilet? God, such a good idea. I need to just get investments from Japan. Is there any company making on the AI toilet that scans your stool and everything in liquids for health issues? The toilet. We need guardrails. Roll commercial. Yes. Several companies have developed a commercialized AI-powered smart toilet technology that scans stool and liquid waste. Oh my God. I made it late. I'm too late, guys. I'm too late. There's already one leading company doing it. There's already one company. There's 2, 3, 4 companies, guys. Toto, no one's gonna beat Toto, guys. Toto is gonna take everybody's lunch. Beyond gut feeling. Oh my God, what is this, guys? What is this? Track your bathroom routines. Get automatic insights on gut health, hydration, and signs of blood. Oh my God. The future, guys. The future. Wow. Fingerprint authentication. You need a fingerprint to authenticate? I mean, it does have to deal with HIPAA compliance, right? Damn, it has a camera and sensors and everything. It needs to know who's pooping. Who's pooping, guys? Man, that's the thing about AI, guys, and our niche. Our niche is AI, and AI is in everything. It's in everything, guys. We'll survive. We'll survive the AI apocalypse. Because we're just kind of reacting to every AI thingy out there. Every AI thingy is content. Content. Personal content. I can make myself.
Sort of happens as a side effect. But before you get too excited about cold plunging with Linux kernel maintainers, there are some people who have doubts, and they happen to be doctors. The biggest critique is that ultrasound is great at soft, squishy stuff near the surface, like your thyroid, kidneys, or abdomen, but the laws of physics prevent sound waves from traveling through air or bone, which means your air-filled lungs and your skull-wrapped brain.
You don't want grandma's stools automatically sending an email to your doctor. Yeah.
are basically invisible to it, and clever vibe-coded software is never going to fix that. It's also extremely early. That 60-second scan is a goalpost, but today the prototype takes about 20 minutes to finish and has no FDA clearance. So for now, the only thing it's legally allowed to tell you is your body composition, which if you're watching this, I could probably tell you as well. So the current plan is that over the next year, they'll be refining the hardware, running research trials, and building out the first research spa before it opens at the end of 2027. In the meantime, they'll keep submitting test results to the FDA to slowly unlock the actual disease detecting stuff, build out Gen 3 of their scanner, which they hope to have done in 2028, and scale a fleet of over 50,000 machines by 2031, which is enough to give monthly scans to 1 billion people. So no, the Midjourney spa probably isn't deleting 30% of all deaths next year, and the haters roasting the physics have legit reasons to be hating. But after years of watching the smartest people alive use their powers to create God, there's something refreshing about a profitable AI lab bringing accessible health optimizations to the masses. But another thing that's refreshing is Retool, the sponsor of today's video. Their research found that 90...
All right, that was good. That was good. Interesting stuff. What's this
Key
one?
visuals are secretly killing your product. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You spent 6 months building a product and then you put this on the website, a blob, a pretty picture that says absolutely nothing. And then the sales drop because your main convincing spot sucks at delivery. People that come to your website decide whether to buy from you or not in under 2 seconds. And that blob or those kinds of visuals don't give them anything to decide on. Tab closed, okay, bye. There is a huge problem of irrelevance and abstraction in web design, and it is a problem that is losing you customers. So I made a fake product and made the same key visual 10 times. They range from total nonsense all the way to actually making the claim. There are some unexpected things though, like when can abstraction actually make sense? Let me show you. So let's make a simple plot. On the horizontal axis we'll go from abstract towards literal, and then on the vertical axis we'll go from irrelevant at the bottom to relevant to what the website is all about. And when you think about it, the best websites should be somewhere around here. But it's not only
Back on the
not
PC
what's
now.
actually going on.
How about that?
But there is also one
You're gonna have to get it from Navi.
other spot on this graph that is also
Or your
good. I'm gonna
or your body pillow.
show you that in a little bit. But since I have a platform that actually analyzes thousands of landing pages, I noticed that the majority
I do need to check on my Windows release too. How's the Windows release? A lot of uncommitted files and changes that we try and need to sync, and the certification report needs attention. I'm debating whether to do this individually or have this. The issue is the body video is well used. Oh no. Man, what's wrong with this? It needs to sync up everything. Everything's sort of unsynced. I guess that's what I get for using the orchestrator. Orchestrator needs work.
of the landing pages out there fall in these two regions. This shows that most websites have almost zero relevance of their key visuals, and there is way more abstraction than literal. So we're gonna do an exercise today, and we're gonna go through 10 different versions of the same landing page, going from irrelevant towards relevant through various levels of abstraction. And then we'll put them all on a chart and explain which way to push your creative direction so it actually makes sense for both you and your clients. Because most websites right now are just losing money. But first, let's talk about how a good landing page even starts. We start by defining a clear problem that hopefully a lot of people have. Then we present a solution to that problem, but we can't say it's because of some AI magic or gold standard technology. It needs to be grounded in reality, so we need to say why and how it works. Otherwise, people won't trust that. And finally, we need to clear all the potential doubts and show a clear benefit or an incentive to actually buy a subscription or buy the product. Before we get to the key visuals, let's talk about copy. So let's talk about what is good copy structure, hierarchy, and relation. In Western culture, we have two ways to show copy on landing pages, a left-aligned one and centered one. They usually follow a certain structure with the logo being on the top left. then a small kicker that usually has some social proof in it, the main headline or H1, it can be either benefit or curiosity driven, a description.
So it turns out that Japanese models is just like Mythos. It's a small trained model and orchestrator model that sends agents to Haiku, Opus, and Sonnet. It's an orchestrator model. It models in Gemini, GPT, and Opus with its own orchestrator model. Oh. And it's more expensive somehow.
That clarifies and explains, and an attention-grabbing, low-friction CTA button. And let's start with a bad example here. So I created a fake app that helps you filter notifications to only show you what you need. And if your design starts like this, then you're already ahead even though this is a pretty bad copy.
Should I do that? Should I just make mine really simple?
What most people start with
Yeah, occurs 3 models plus its own mini. Yeah. Mini models that send off the agents. Yeah, that's what Fable is pretty much. Fable is just really good at orchestrating.
Completely random, pointless key visual. And that visual doesn't match the text at all. It's just supposed to look nice. That is in hope that the aesthetic usability effect will
I told you that above.
overpower everything.
That's all Fable is. Yeah. Yep.
Else that's wrong on the website. This is how websites fail. This is.
And then so that Japanese model is the same thing, but they just get the SDK API from Anthropic's SDK and sell it like that.
How businesses fail. Starting with a kicker. Anybody can say it's some kind of gold standard. It doesn't mean anything. There is no real benefit outlined in the headline. What it does, it says that you need to take control of something. So it doesn't solve a problem for you.
Okay, let's check it out on my site again. AI, agent guardrails, and safeguards. AI codings are non-deterministic, so make sure yours only does what you allow. Force the tools your agent use. Block. I don't think I should put this. I should just replace this with this. Yeah. And the website. Oh, I closed that one. I closed it. Let's change that. Change it. Uh-oh, the try the showcase looks really bad. The try the showcase button looks really bad. You might make one. Yeah, possibly. That'd be good. Whatever works for you, man. Maybe I want to do that too. I'm gonna probably make an orchestrator. Maybe. Also the try the showcase button needs to be the full orange color and remove the icon. It looks out of place, not good taste. Design. All right, can be done. You just gotta use local models, use your agents, and send it. Right now, I'm trying to work on my own terminal. I'm making my own terminal. Oh my gosh. Hey, sorry. Give me a second. All right. Sorry about that. Oh my gosh, there's a big giant hollow Sigma. I believe that people are going to do Vibe Thinker on Hugging Face or are already doing the save token costs. Yeah, the researchers just either have a lot of money, have the equipment to do stuff, or something. It's bugged, needs some work, girl. Yeah, it's super bugged. Yeah, super. It's being worked on. It's being worked on. It's being worked on. It's yeah. Principal engineer is working on it. Still too big. Fight it, guys. Fight it. It's huge, guys. It's huge. Get that guy out. We need to also figure out. Yeah, there's like so much shit on the screen, dude. So much shit on the
tells you to
screen.
solve it yourself. And then in the description we have a classic AI bullshit word salad.
No crisis,
no
by the way.
concrete solution, nothing explained.
Hey, the stream
and
is
a
still
lot of
running.
Words that are completely
Stream is still
meaningless,
running.
and they are a dead giveaway that this was written by AI. This is how you lose customers.
Thinking
And
of full
then the
screen.
most vague,
There's no
generic,
crisis.
non-incentive CTA button that says get started.
There are no
But get
crisis.
started can imply that there's a lot of work for you to be done. There's no benefit and no incentive to actually get started. So on one hand, we have generic, non-convincing copy, and that already loses the user. And then most people add some vague, abstract, non-meaningful key visual, something completely random, so there's no connection between the text on the left and the visual on the right, but our brain has to process both, and then it tries to figure out whether there is a connection, so the brain works harder, and it's just less happy with the website because of that. Our brains don't want to work harder, they want to understand connections quickly. Now let's go through a better approach. Not a perfect one, because I had just minutes to come up with this, and normally these things take time, iteration, customer research, and a lot of tweaking and polishing. But what I want to show you here is like a mental model, a process that you should follow to iterate on your copy and make it good. Because you need to do that before you make any visuals. So let's look at every individual element separately here. We don't say gold standard or some random
throwing
metric
hands at its
pulled out of
back.
the ass. Instead we say 17,308 people are using it. And that's a number that doesn't look fake like 17,000 would. In most cases, this should be benefit-driven, but in this case, I had this idea about it being curiosity-driven. So you have 636 notifications coming your way every single day. So it's an assumption that it's an average number of notifications that an average internet user gets in a day. And then the claim is that out of those, you only need 5. So 631 of them are completely useless to you and are wasting your time. And almost everybody can relate to that. And this simply explains what the app actually does. So it filters the notifications and finds only the 5 or maybe just a little bit more that you really need and filters everything else out. The main action is very low friction. It says start for free, which means that you don't have to pay, you likely won't have to do a lot of complex setup. You can start using it right away to see if it's even for you. But there's also one other thing here. Our brains look for patterns everywhere, and this specific copy is very number driven. So it starts with the 17,000 number, then it has 636, and then it has 5. And our brain can connect all of that. It means that 17,000 people are getting 636 notifications each, and many of them are down to just 5. It's a kind of a logical path that our brain takes to understand what the website is about. This is a very helpful way to guide the brain. So we just keep it in that kind of number game, but it can be something else. It can be emotional connection, emotional context, or a direct benefit. But even here, if we have a key visual that doesn't match what's on the left side completely, it's gonna take much longer to process that information for your final end customers, which means many of them will just bail out of the website and not give you money. Because a good key visual should reinforce the message on the side of it. Now let's go through the examples annotated. And once again, the images are all generated to prove a point and show a thinking process. These are not complete finished websites. They're more of an example of where the entire industry is going and how to get as far away from there as possible. This is a classic landing page blob. It looks nice aesthetically, but it just makes completely no sense. And images like that are on so many landing pages right now, it's just crazy. Notice how disconnected this is from the message, because these things around the nucleus in the middle look like they're attacking. There is nothing about peace of mind from notifications here. It looks like a disease. And what are these elements around it? Are there cells,
sorry, guys.
atoms,
I'm
blood
trying to
particles, lava, a
multi
thread? So there is no substance here. It's just a random pretty image that makes absolutely no sense,
Can't
and
even
it
say
makes
anything.
our brains work harder to try to find that sense.
Multitask.
So on our plot, it's gonna be right here. It's completely meaningless, so very abstract and completely irrelevant to the copy. Okay, now let's go tackle this one. Once again, the character in this case has zero connection to being overwhelmed by notifications. It's just a person standing there. The image outlines a destination like a hero journey, but it has absolutely no meaning to notifications and filtering. So once again, there is no substance and no connection. Just
Yeah,
a
my brain does not
random
like
2D
it.
image that's supposed to take the attention away, but it doesn't connect in any way. It doesn't strengthen the message. So on our plot, it will be right around here. It's still completely irrelevant, but this time it's not abstract. It is a literal image of something. That something just doesn't have any meaning connected to the claim. Now let's talk about these beautiful bubbles on the side of the copy. And let's imagine they're also beautifully animated. Now, this is abstract, but it shows a lot of elements or particles, so that might mean or connect somewhat to the 636 number. But when you look at the white space, nothing is actually being filtered here. It just shows potentially the problem in a very abstract way. So on our plot, it will be right here. It is slightly less abstract and a tiny bit more relevant. But this still doesn't deliver clarity. This is one of my favorite examples. Everybody loves isometry, but the problem with this and a lot of these images is that they make absolutely no sense. They do look like a lot of work went into them, like it's a serious web heading image. And so smart that the designer definitely knew what they were doing. Or did they? Because this shows everything is connected, so it's kind of like the opposite of what the app is about. But there is nothing to decipher here. It doesn't matter what it is. It just supposed to be
back connected.
Generic isometric
Connected back to the
image,
stream.
and forget about it. Don't try to find the meaning here. Which means that these kind of images actually lower conversion because they just make it harder for the user to understand the benefit. This one goes here. It's still really irrelevant, and it's a little bit less literal than the image with the girl in the anime background. But it's just as empty. It doesn't mean anything regarding strengthening the message of the website. Now we're getting somewhere when it comes to abstraction. This is a lot better than the previous abstract images, because there is a clear metaphor of some center point being overwhelmed from every direction. So lots of little objects attacking the center like over 600 notifications. But once again, nothing was filtered. This is empty inside. So what, no notifications get through? And while our brains try to decipher all that and how it connects in the background without us consciously knowing about it, they get frustrated. But this one goes here. It's still really abstract, but it's a lot more relevant now. It's not super relevant, but your brain can somewhat make a connection to what it means. Now, on the same level, on the other spectrum, we have this. This is a super literal depiction, a lot of notifications on your phone, swarming in from all sides. But this only shows the problem, there is no solution. So it's like it only illustrates the first sentence of the headline and nothing else. It is somewhat relevant, but not very relevant because it's not super clear, and it's definitely very literal. This kind of approach is what we do for our clients at SquareBlock, and this is all the stuff that I'm also sharing inside the SquareBlock blueprint. Either provide value and get return customers, or you make pretty pictures and lose money. It looks like a funnel that's kind of stopping or filtering a massive number of things, maybe even 600 of them. Now, 5 of them seem to have gotten through, so it is connected to the claim, but they're not highlighted in any way, so they look just like the rest. Because it seems that many of the other ones are almost getting through as well. And while you might not consciously think about it, your brain actually does process all that. So this abstraction is actually slightly more relevant. Now let's look at the opposite end. This one literally shows some notifications that got through, but only 3 of them? It says 5, and there seems to be a lot of other notifications sort of hiding in the background. But there is no direct payoff or benefit shown to the user here. It just shows that it filtered something. So this is definitely more relevant and more literal. Kind of boring too, but definitely more relevant. Now, this shows that an abstraction can actually fully work. It shows a lot of notifications blocked by an invisible wall and only 5 getting through. This clearly illustrates that abstraction is not your enemy. It can work just fine if it's relevant. So it goes on top of the list. It is very relevant to the copy, it is abstract and even slightly literal because it shows the numbers. Now this is what I believe is going to make a great comeback in the age of AI, because it has an outcome and an emotional connection with a person, and it shows the direct benefit that you can actually relax and read a book. Your phone is not constantly bugging you, it's just there on the table, but it shows literally 5 notifications. And while this might not work for all businesses, in general we react very well to seeing other people doing something, because we can then aspire to be like them. So this is both very relevant and extremely literal. It definitely shows exactly what the...
So I have to show a picture of myself yelling at or do the opposite, I guess. One is yelling, the other is relaxed. Or I just show a relaxed person sleeping that they know that their AI agent is working without them destroying their life. I don't know. See?
Copy says here. The problem with landing pages now is that people don't even take the time to actually make meaningful key visuals. And that costs their customers money, that makes the entire landing page building industry become a bit of a joke when it comes to design, and that makes a lot of long-term problems. Designers should be strategically thinking about the bottom line of the client and how they can improve further to get repeat work, not to just quickly deliver some AI-generated BS visual that makes no sense. In the age of slop and low effort, I really think that people who understand all that are the ones that are gonna make it. It's about making both the key visual and the copy meaningful and reinforcing each other. That strengthens the message, and that's exactly why the key visual even exists. And those kinds of websites will win over the generic generative abstractions that everybody seems to be obsessing over right now. These websites don't work. And this is also the reason why a lot of customers now come to us at SquareBlock for desktop.
Got it, got it, got it. Got it, got it, got it. Oh, what happened to my website? Oh, did it deploy? Probably didn't deploy. Let me get the tips from that. Get the tips. Could you summarize all the tips in a bullet point form? No timestamps. All right. Add the magic. Add the magic landing page. Magic formula. All right, next.
Hey, these are my daily updates. I run a business that does around $4 million a year, and my current goal is to hit around $6 million a year or $500K a month. So the way I always
What?
Hey, these are my daily updates. I run a business that does around $4 million a year, and
$4 million a year. Damn.
my current goal is to hit around $6 million a year or $500K a month. So the way I always do these videos, I start them with some YouTube comment Q&A for finally building and strategizing in public, showing you guys how I'm building towards $6 million a year, and then finally showing you guys my growth across YouTube, Instagram, my brands, and also my products. If it's the first time you're seeing one of these videos, I run a channel over here that just hit almost 454, and this one here is at 18.8. The Q&A is typically one of the higher value bits, especially for beginners and stuff. So I'm just going to start with that, give you guys the value right off the bat, and then I'll circle around and show you guys some more advanced growth strats later. So the way I do this is I scroll down and see the last question after this 3-week cutoff. And it looks like the one here is from Omar Helmi. He says, "Hey Nick, Omar from Egypt. You're why I got into AI automation a year ago." Thank you, Omar. Got a real question. After spending 4K on courses, I started a school community last October teaching automation in Arabic. 7 months in, I've recorded 300 videos. To market it, I posted 5 high-value Claude Code videos on YouTube, but still only 20 people joined, and almost all of them churn after the first month, even while thanking me for the value. A big part of it here is the economy and the payment friction in the Arab world. So now I'm pivoting. I'm building an AI OS inside Claude Code to sell to Arabic SMEs. Hit real revenue first, and then make content about the journey once I've actually done it. 2 questions. Is going cash and agency first the right call here, or am I wasting the audience I already started building? And 2, what's your honest take on selling a full AI OS, not single automations, to mid-sized companies? Wow, okay, we got a lot of great questions here. You can see Omar himself. He has what looks like 3,000 subscribers or so. His top video here is about 10,000, and it looks like he's running the classic playbook, you know, a lot of people are doing right now. Where they put a giant picture of their face on one side, and then they have some N8N, Claude, you know, workflow stuff in the background. So at least on his packaging. If I had to look at his videos, anyway, I mean, they're probably quite similar to mine conceptually if I'm the one that inspired him, so I won't talk too much about that. So it sounds like what he did is what I would consider to be the backwards thing. You know, he spent a lot of time and energy on courses. Then he learned how to build AI and automations. And then he thought immediately, well, now that I know how to do it, I should teach other people how to do it and build a brand. And then he started a YouTube channel. You know, he created a bunch of educational content and then started creating a product to try and sell that. Unsurprisingly, his growth took a lot longer than it probably otherwise would have. And he also didn't have a lot of financial success. And the reason why, Omar, and anybody else that's watching, is because if you are to build a personal brand, and if you want to like take an inbound approach to marketing, you need to have something that's inherently very interesting or inherently very valuable about what it is that you do. You need to have case studies that show that what it is that you do have achieved value in, realistically, because we're B2B in our case, the organizations that we've worked with. And if the very first thing you've done is you just learned and then thought, well, now I know more than most people, so I can just start creating courses and stuff like that, teach people, and then get money for it. You don't really pass that test, you know, kind of like that minimum threshold. You don't really have the entry ticket for why anybody would actually take you seriously as opposed to the million other people that, you know, can sit down in front of a 4-hour course and then learn it. You got to understand that that is not really that big of an ask, right? Being able to sit down in front of your computer, you're not even twiddling your thumbs, expend 0 calories and just sit there and like slowly absorb the information. That doesn't really make you valuable enough to really want to like spend money on. What makes you valuable is, you know, having been in the market for a certain period of time, having achieved big outcomes like, you know, taking this cool Claude thing that you've learned and then implementing it into a business and then achieving, you know, $100,000 a month over month growth for some, you know, mid-market company in some sector that maybe they previously weren't really utilizing. You know, it's being able to, you know, reorganize a big team or collaborate with like $1 billion company or something like that. What I'm trying to get at is you need some proof that you are actually valuable, and you just don't have it right now. And anybody that learns something and immediately says, I'm going to build a brand that doesn't actually have any of that proof in the market, I think will always fail this market test that people are always asking at the back of their heads. So, you know, what I did, for instance, is, you know, I learned how these technologies work. I learned it like 7 years ago. And then rather than me try to like build a big brand around this, I just said, okay, cool. I'm going to go sell to businesses, and I'm going to get a lot of these businesses results. And then I did. And then when it came time, when I was actually interested in the whole building a brand aspect, I had tons of results behind me. I could speak very confidently on it. And, I could say things like, hey, here's how I made $48,000 last month selling XYZ automation. And when you're in the top 1% of any field, people tend to listen. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine a little while back, and we were talking about like the most interesting video angles. And I probably mentioned this on the Daily Updates channel before, because I think this is like a year and a half ago. But the most interesting video angles are something like, world famous bank robber rates his top 10 heists. Why is that interesting? Because it's somebody that's really, really good at something. That something is also a very interesting topic. And then he is providing you some value or information, for instance. $48,000 a month solo freelancer rates his top 10 jobs or something. Or, former AI strategist at Google gives you the whole playbook or something. Like, all of this is inherently interesting because you're not just in, woo-woo land in your head. You've actually delivered real results, presumably for real businesses before. And, people are a lot more interested then. So yeah, you posted 5 videos and only 20 people joined. Like, what would have been a better path is, over the course of the last 7 months, you took these to market, you delivered some incredible results for real businesses because you do have a good skill set. And then, after all that, now you make a couple of videos talking about how you actually achieved something, not just, hey, here's a bunch of like superficial knowledge. I think probably more than 20 people would have joined because of that. Okay. So not really much else that I could say, but yeah, you go cash agency first all the time. AIOS, I understand why a lot of people are selling them, but I don't know if they're grounded in a real business experience. Like, the thing that you need when you're going outbound with an offer is you need it to be very specific, precise, and deliver a clear, measurable outcome. The idea of like an AI operating system in like a cold email offer to me is very weak. It's like, hey, I'll build you an AI operating system. This will do literally everything for your business and, change everything for you. And I will build it for you for $20,000. Like, that doesn't seem like a very good offer. I've never worked with you before. We have no pre-existing relationship. There's no way that I know that you're actually the sort of person that's capable of delivering those results. It's such like a big thing, an AI operating system. You're going to come into my business and do everything. That means you need to know everything. We have no relationship. How the hell? Why would I tell you everything about my business necessary for you to actually build a good AIOS? You're just some freelancer on the internet. Like, what I'm trying to get at, it's a very big offer to sell. And so a lot of people that are pushing this, I think, just don't understand the mindset of the typical person that is being reached out to. What you want is something highly, highly precise. You want something that's like, I will, build you an automatic quote system that will save your team $5,000 a month. I will do it for you for $1,000. And only if you absolutely really like it will I ask you to work with me, again. And now it's like, okay, so what's going on? He's saving me 5 times what he's asking me for. It's fully guaranteed. He'll give me the money back if I don't like it. Why wouldn't I say yes? That's your foot in the door. You build a relationship with that foot in the door. People then learn you're a professional. You're somebody that can be trusted with even a small amount of data. You're somebody that's not going to like absolutely butcher their reputation or do sloppy work. And then you can upsell them on something larger, like maybe an AI operating system, or just sort of like work your way up. Maybe some mid-level retainer at $3 to $5K a month before you actually pitch the AIOS. So anyway, yeah, my honest take on this AIOS stuff is most of it's pushed by YouTube influencers that probably don't fully understand kind of like the way that at least outbound works. If you have a big YouTube channel and you've sold people over the course of like, 3 hours of them watching your content, yeah, you could sell them an AIOS for 20K. We have a lot of people asking left click for that sort of thing. But if you've never talked to any of these people before, you have no brand, you have no real social proof or anything like that, you're really just from the get-go, probably not going to be able to sell that, which is why I don't recommend you guys do that. I just don't think it's realistic for, beginners. Okay, SP Big Bad says, I've got a paying test business where I run basically everything AI for them. RAG, automation, marketing, research, analytics, image stuff, a mentor chatbot, and so on and so forth. This is interesting. Paying test business. It's a full learning ground while I sharpen my actual product. The problem is I can't scale that full menu to small and mid-sized businesses profitably because the time sink kills it. But solving people's problems is the part that I love. So I cut the scope down to 1 or 2 things I can sell clean. Or is there a better way to walk into a business and say, I can fix a lot of what's slowing you down without it sounding like I do everything, which usually reads as I do nothing. How would you frame that? So this is a very similar problem. When you try and sell everything, right, a big test suite, a big menu, then the people on the other end of the line, they don't fully understand what the value is. I mean, the value needs to be highly specific. Hey, you have, I don't know, closed 1 client in the last month. I could build you a system that will help you close 4 clients a month. I could 4x your business. You know, that's like a much more concrete and specific offer. And what you will do with a offer like that is you will probably not do RAG, automation, research, analytics, image stuff, a mentor chatbot, reasoning over historical data. You'll probably just do marketing, right? So what you need to do is you need to pick a lane, get really, really good at offering one specific sort of result with that lane, scale that offer. And then if you want to do this like big full menu that you're describing, then you just do it after. How do I land clients with little or no actual job experience? Says Iman Likaren. Hopefully I'm not butchering that. Is that Vagabond? Yeah, I think it is. Well, it's the same thing as anything else. You know, you're going to have to land clients. You're going to have to land your first client, just like a heart surgeon's going to have to land their first heart surgery. That client's probably not going to be the sexiest, best client in the whole wide world. But the second that you land one client, you will now have some job experience, right? If you need like actual like real world job, like classic 9 to 5, you don't need one. What you need is you just need some proof that you have generated results for something. And so,
damn, you need proof, guys. Make your own project. Vibecode your own project, guys.
a very good and easy way to bootstrap, for instance, is you start marketing to people via LinkedIn DMs, Instagram.
Does that work, guys? Do LinkedIn DMs work? I don't know, man. If somebody spams my LinkedIn, I ain't replying. Let's look at my LinkedIn. Let's look at my LinkedIn, guys. What's all this stuff? Who's all these things? Who's all these people messaging me? You know, Garbanzo. Random things, guys. Random things. I'm not sure about the DMs.
Instagram DMs, X, communities, schools, whatever.
X, I guess you have to pay. You gotta pay on all these platforms to prove that you're real. Then only then people will, trust you.
Some form of like, social media thing that's free. You build a system that reliably gets you people that are at least interested. And then now you've proven that you can actually get people interested in something, which is a point of value. And then you just sell that marketing system to other people. You're not promising anything that you haven't already done before and that you can't do, because you've proven, well, I can get people interested. I can run, a LinkedIn X or DM or whatever funnel that generates on average 5 leads a week, leads being defined as like a booked meeting in my calendar. I can't close them for shit, but I could definitely generate those leads for you. So let me work with you on this. Here's my proof. So the easiest way to bootstrap that is you just do it for yourself first. And
yep, make it for yourself.
If you're doing this sort of like social media based outreach, you get really good at it, then that's like a great testing ground for the rest of your offers anyway. Sinatra Foreign says, Nick, what do you think about the AI YouTubers creators meta now? I've seen a lot of creators going live streaming on YouTube, like Bridgemind guy that made a pretty cool AI harness, but I've also seen a lot of smaller ones that went and done that too. Curious your take on it, because I recall that you talked about it like a year ago. Yeah, I mean, I tried the whole live stream thing for a little bit, and I was considering scaling up the live streaming. Jack and I have been chatting, and maybe we'll do something like that at some point. But it's just difficult for me because one of the main points of value in pre-recorded stuff is I can just do it anytime. Like, for instance, I'm doing this at, well, you guys can't see the time right now, but it's 8:29 a.m., and I have a call in 31 minutes. And when I started this video 12 minutes ago, I had, 43 minutes. And I was like, hey, I could probably fit in a daily update. Imagine if I had to do this every single day at like a specific time. I wouldn't be able to like be as efficient. I just have a little bit of sunk time at the beginning and at the end. And I don't know. I like the idea of being able to hyper economize my life like that. So at no point in time would I ever do all of my content live stream, but I would probably do a little bit of it, like a weekly event or something. It's like pickleball, weekly I go play with pickleball with a buddy of mine at a specific time every week. It's like, yeah, I could probably fit in like one weekly session or something. I just want to make sure that what I'm doing is actually valuable. And I mean, like, obviously I'm quite good at Q&A, which is why so many people follow me for said Q&A. That's sort of like the top of my funnel. But, I can't just offer Q&A all day. I feel like there needs to be something else. So if you guys have any suggestions, I'd love to hear it. Please comment down below with whatever you'd like to see. Deep says, please answer my questions. What is the best offer lately? The AI agency space has changed a lot since you left it. Is it the AI OS? No, Hopefully I made that clear. It's not the AIOS, especially for beginners. If you run a big brand and a YouTube channel and you have like a working Instagram funnel, whatever the hell, like, yeah, you could sell the AIOS, but
Skipping,
research
skipping,
oh
skipping,
yeah,
skipping,
really improve their revenue by like 30% in like 2
skipping,
days.
skipping, skipping.
As a dude doing the thing who gets inspired watching other dudes do the thing. Wish you continued massive success, Nick. Thank you, Paul. Was that school call recorded, says Nick? Yes, it was. Nursery graduate says, hey, Nick, love the daily updates. I'm starting an AI consulting practice out of India, specializing in custom programmatic backends rather than basic no-code wrappers. Interesting. What does this mean in regular English? Custom programmatic backends rather than basic no-code wrappers. I'm currently mapping out new niches to target for a...
It's not a thing. I don't want the boss to appear. The boss should not appear if there's nobody chatting. The boss should only appear when people are chatting. All right, I have that.
Fast client acquisition sprint, but I have a strategic roadblock. I'm concerned that traditional brick and mortar or legacy businesses in the West might be highly resistant to trusting their infrastructure to an offshore dev. Is this resistance from brick and mortar a real structural hurdle, or is it mostly just a limiting belief? Yeah, it's almost certainly a limiting belief. Don't worry too much about this. You're turning this into like a strategy thing, just the way that you're writing this. I don't know if you have AI assist you with this, but I'm specializing in custom programmatic backends rather than basic no-code wrappers. I think you think that you need to be selling something different. It needs to be super special. And I feel like, and this is just my weird psychotherapeutic read, you believe that if you're not selling something that has never been done before, or something that's like very uncompetitive in a niche where there's like no competition, you can't succeed and it's not worth your time. I would have you disavow yourself of those notions right now. I don't even know what custom programmatic backends rather than basic no-code wrappers mean. And I mean, like, I'm sure I could sit down here for a second and think about it, but like, you don't need to be special, you know? You don't need to be special at all. You could sell the same things that I just talked about for deep, and that a lot of people are probably going to try selling, and you could do really well. And the reason why is because you don't need to be special, you need to be effective. And a lot of the time, effectiveness is not what is in the sky, all the hyper cool, special, sexy things, agentic engineering workflows, cool harnesses, custom programmatic backends. It's boring stuff that's been at your feet the whole time. Like texting somebody every day for 7 days after they fill out a form. So all of these are limiting beliefs, and I think it's just because you're spending a lot of...
Hey, Dirtle. Sorry, guys. I had to like jump in, jump out, jump in, jump out, you know, lunch, clean up, do all this chore stuff, work stuff, all hitting me today. So that's why there's just been a lot of distractions here and there, guys. Sorry about that. But hopefully, maybe for the rest of this week, it's just going to be straight up, what do you call it? Vibe coding, guys. Straight up vibe coding, news, staying up late this week, at least. And start, unless something happens. Knock on wood. Knock on wood, guys. Nah, man, do what you gotta do. Yeah. We do. Hey, that's me.
So
That was me.
about that.
My dog's going crazy.
Hopefully that makes sense, my man.
I have to
That's
take him
what a
back
too
to his
much
place
nursery
again.
graduate.
Thea
Thea says,
Hey. My dog thought somebody was knocking on the door. When I was knocking on my table. He was like, "Oh, who's over there? Who's over there?"
hey, Nick, first of all, please keep making these daily updates. They're always fun to watch. Thank you. My question is, I'm in a rough spot now financially. Do you think it's a good idea for me to spend like $50 a month on Upwork Connects till I get my first client?
What the
Furthermore, if
heck?
the answer is
You have to pay to do Upwork Connect? Guys, we haven't even tried going on Upwork. I think Upwork is a bunch of scammers. Not picking on folks on India or anything like that, but there's a lot of people on there from India scamming folks. So gotta be careful over there.
is yes, should I use this strategy?
Whole job market is a scam. Yeah, have you heard of the ghost postings? They're literally, taking your resume, calling in for interview, and then purposely not giving you the job because they just want to know what you're gonna say and what the hype is and what the actual way to do the job is. So they're just forcing you to brain dump all your secrets to do the job. I've had zero success outside of talking to recruiters on LinkedIn. When they reach out to you, way better chance. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, honestly, or connections.
Mention where you overbid or not.
Ghost jobs, guys. Careful of the ghost
I would
jobs.
be very specific about these jobs. You're probably not going to get down to $50 a month without spending like...
What?
Yeah, like you're going to be able to send like 15, 20 Upwork apps a month, which really isn't that many.
Interview questions spec out the product I was hired to build. Reminds me of I gotta update my LinkedIn. Man, interview spec out the product I was hired to build. Oh my gosh.
Is you should have like an hourly timer, and you should just check in on Upwork once an hour, and you should just see.
Oh man, he's an Upwork
If there are
guy.
any jobs posted in the last hour, and you have to be very quick about this, that makes sense for you at your current level of skill with your skill stack. And then you should bid a very reasonable amount. Set yourself an upper limit of like 30 connects or something like that, probably, which is about $2. And then just only apply to jobs like if they've been posted in the last few minutes to maximize the probability that you get seen and clicked that bid on without you having to bid like hundreds of connects, thousands of connects. So that's
You have to
probably what I would do.
bid? You have to pay for
I'd be very
connects? Oh
specific,
my
sniper rifle
god.
if I had the $50 a month. But yeah, I would spend money on Upwork just because it's the simplest and easiest way to bootstrap that.
What?
And then also
Spend money on
you
Upwork?
should be doing some form of DM as well. Like LinkedIn DMs are free, right? Hopefully that makes sense.
Does
Good
not
stuff.
make
Trying to
sense.
reach
Does not
10K
make
per month,
sense.
says Hung V from 3K. We'll join Maker School soon. So pumped. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Creating digital assets says how mature for a 17-year-old male. I have no
What's this
idea.
about? Oh, he's just doing this update of like answering questions of his YouTube channel. And he usually makes a bunch of like AI videos. And I was just curious, this is a really small channel that he has, but he has another main channel that has like 200, 300K subscribers. And this just popped up on my feed. So I was just curious what he was saying on here on this video. And I know maybe I should do like a Q&A video answering Q&A from comments, but I'm not that big yet compared to him. Own or be owned? Why every company needs its own AI model. Maybe. What else is here, guys? Man, my feed has been tarnished, guys. My feed has been tarnished. It's not producing any good stuff. Philanthropic employees actually use Claude Code skills. What is this? Who is this? Who's that? What? Any more, guys? Any more? We all know the Fable was all a scam. It only took a day, guys. It only took a day to find that out. Even I was skeptical when that came out. Generative AI models. What's this? IBM. I've seen IBM has some good stuff. AI and SDLC, hey, you're just literally doing this. Damn, they're pumping out content daily, guys. Holy crap, they're beating the YouTube algorithm. Protect your data. All AI and SDLC. Rethinking AI coding agents. AI agents. 5 AI agent teams you need to know. Okay. All right, we got 2 videos, guys. 2 videos.
When I talk to developers, a lot of folks are worried about how AI might take their job. Maybe they've been pressured to pick up a new AI-assisted coding tool, or they're being told to become AI native. But what does this all really mean? And what should you be doing to prepare yourself for the future? Well, most people think that it's because of productivity gains.
My Faceman will never get access to PayPal ever again, yeah. I mean, come on. When you showed me what you produced in Fable, was it really that good? It's all Jover. Oh wait, no, sorry. Your text color looks similar to Zen Logic. I thought you were Zen Logic for a quick second because you have the same color. I really gotta figure out how to deal with names and stuff to make it more unique. Let me fix that actually. I have the inference now. I reset this account tomorrow. I got a fresh account. I got a fresh account that's at 0%. Might as well just put in the effort in it, right? Right. In the OBS chat overlay source, it's difficult for me to distinguish people. So you need to implement the analytics from Chat Analyzer and have some identifier for me to recognize them. Plus, there's some people that have like a white or very light colored text color for their chosen text, and I can't read their name in a white background. So you need to do something about that. Purple for the win. Not being recognizable. Yeah. All right. Are the bosses working now? Yeah, as long as you chat. I had to change it. No one was chatting, so it was just showing a big giant boss, like, doing nothing. Everybody was asleep. Everybody was asleep. You know what? I think I'm gonna get rid of all those XP stuff. I'm gonna get rid of all this XP stuff too. Also, get rid of all the XP and armor items things on the screen and the gold. It's a little distracting, so just remove those. Also, the animation for the graph, it shows a little too big. People are distracted. Make it smaller when it zooms in and lay at the very bottom of the screen. Bottom of the screen. The giant boss that just didn't do anything either way seems fixed now. Yeah, it'll show up if there are a lot of people like chatting. That's the only way the boss will show up. If there's nobody like chatting like crazy, then it won't show up. It's better to just have Navi dancing around. It needs to be more aesthetic. A lot of viewers are complaining that there's like so much stuff on screen. And so we need to figure out how to make that the default for the game bar, possibly move it to the game bar for showing the progress of the work. All right, hopefully we'll fix that too. When desktop C# native build all done is in the main deferred red, but the box is on air now. Build on the QEMU. Verify and land QE free refactor. Perfect. Okay. Bam. All right.
And how AI can make
Give me boss.
But
you gotta keep chatting if you want the boss to show up. And it's right now the boss will show up.
Publish a controlled study on
it's not going to be removed yet until this feature goes away.
Thanks to the coding tools that they were using. Now, turns out they were actually 20%.
To be honest, I find the Windows Mac Linux stuff the most distracting to me though. How do you update my BCS? Yeah, bcs.sigmashake.com. Log in with Twitch.
Less productive and slower because of these new tools that were introduced.
All right, let me turn off VCS since it's distracting now.
Write code. Yes, it definitely can, but why is it AI translating into real improvements across this entire software development?
Wait, what does MTR mean?
Let me explain. Make software development easier, but a model evaluation and threat research organization published a controlled study on open source developers who thought that they were 20% faster thanks to the coding tools that they were using. Now, turns out they were actually 20% less productive and slower because of these new tools that were introduced. So the question isn't, can AI write code? Yes, it definitely can.
Yeah, one thing for IBM, they need to update the 4K. Please. Please, you got all this. You got all the money. We need 4K, please.
But Why isn't AI translating into real improvements across this entire software development lifecycle?
Damn, how hard is it to stream in 4K? My camera is a crappy camera, guys. It's you're not gonna get 4K of me anytime soon.
Oh, let me explain. Let's draw out the typical software delivery lifecycle, where we begin with determining the requirements for our application, designing what this ideal system
Oh, it's just
should
showing
look like,
up.
building this, so actually
Damn.
coding and
He's a
being able to
magician.
test these features that we've built, releasing this in a stable,
Okay.
predictable way, and then operating, which means maintaining this application.
Damn, guys. That's a lot of steps. And these 2 steps right here take the longest. So I'm trying to do everything I can to reduce the time to build, test, release.
Well, this is how we've delivered high-quality software for decades.
You're
but
wearing a
let me
dress
give you a
now?
little secret.
Where did you go? Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta find yourself there. You're wearing a dress now.
A lot of the time that you would think
There you are, dude.
spent in this
There you
entire
are.
life cycle is not spent writing code. It's the
Insane.
wait from a, for example, developer
There you
waiting
are.
on the product team in order to
Just by the way, the XP bubbles are still popping up, or I know something flicking across the screen. That's my cursor. That's my cursor. I want to know what they use this kind of thing. What they use for this kind of thing. Me too.
clarify a story that we need to build out, or to, let's say, for example, ops waiting on developer for their release.
Yeah, it's
and
my
then,
cursor.
Hey, QA.
It's my cursor. I'll show you. Cursor? See my cursor? And butterfly wings. We should have more items. We should have more items. We need more items. We don't have enough items. How do you guys like the shop? Was it okay? It was a vibe coded shop. I hope you understand that it's not like should I make it Diablo 4 style drop rates items and make this whole game like crazy amount of people when you have 1,000 people? Yeah, the whiteboard. The whiteboard? I don't know. It looks pretty cool. No, Path of Exile? So make it like Path of Exile. Yeah, this does have Path of Exile mechanics. Steam is down. Oh, that's why you're here. I was wondering, why is Zen over here? You're supposed to be playing video games right now.
Is over here, and QA needs to test out a new build. So everyone in this entire life cycle,
All right. We're gonna put in a bunch of. There has been 320,000 page views on this site in the past hour. This indicates an issue with Steam. Oh my gosh. All right. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm here to get your PoE fix because there's a bunch of PoE mechanics already in here. I had a prompt, pump it in, and don't worry. You'll get your fix here. All right. Also, continue implementing the Path of Exile 2 mechanics in the game that you possibly can based on limitations. It needs to really hook in Zen logic. He loves Path of Exile. He'll explain to you what mechanics he likes the most. Okay. Start talking about PoE. Bro, if this is gonna be, it's gonna be lit. Hey, start chatting about your best PoE mechanics right now. Start chatting about it right now. Wait, let me actually look it up. Oh, the skill tree. All right, got it. I need you to tell me what are the best game mechanics in Path of Exile 2 that could fit in a text-based chat game with LPC characters. Yeah, Claude, make me a game. All right. Just grab me all this. All right, we're gonna crop that. We're gonna go ChatGPT. All right. I need you to create a spec sheet based on this Path of Exile best game mechanics. All right. And then we copy this. And then we copy the, oops. What the heck? What was that? What was that? What the heck's that? What is it trying to do? Inject something? Oh, never mind. It's normal. And then get something from, I mean, if you want a feature right now, Zen, say it now. Don't type as much as you can while you can, because I'm about to submit this prompt. I'm about to submit this prompt. Make game. All right. Got it. Got it. Gems. We need gems and sockets. Okay. So then we'll hook it up to vcs.sigmashake.com. All right. All right, guys. We're adding it in, guys. We're adding it in. We're adding it in. Wait. Is Zen gonna say anything? I just want to know. If he says it's cool, it's fine. Ship it. Got it. Ship it. Small hole fight inside the game bar. Small fight at the bottom. Progress bar only. Boss hole fight inside the game bar. Game fight. Small fight at bottom plus bar progress. Boss. Small fight at the very bottom. Progress here. Whole fight inside the bottom. Yeah. We gotta have both. Alright, how small should the boss and fighters be? Compact fit in the bands. For clutter to strip. Alright, let's do at the bottom. Compact fit on bottom band. We also need economy based. Need player based economy grand exchange. Okay. Alright, got it. Let's put on some music. Since we're just like chilling. Since we're chilling, guys. You know what? We need the other music, guys. We need the other music. We're cooking up World of Warcraft 2. We just don't know it yet. Yeah. Guys, if we have the same amount of viewers as the Primogen, you know, going hard on what do you call it? People in here just chatting away for the World of Warcraft game or SigmaShake game. Guys, have you played SigmaShake? Have you guys played SigmaShake? It's awesome. It's an awesome game, guys. Oh, the thing might be too loud. That was the whole point. I need a song theme. Make up a new song here. Yes. We need to make a song theme. Alright, let me, we got their music. Let me put in the prompt first to let it cook. When should a boss appear and when should it leave? Recent chat, auto end. Alright, when should a boss appear and when should it end? Recent chat, auto end on quiet. Only when fighters are present, require only when quiet. Alright, only when quiet, it'll stop. Alright, we also need about update VCS. VCS to include these mechanics. Oh man, this context is going to be super big, but we have the ability, guys. The what do you call it? It auto compacts. It auto compacts, so we'll be good. We're gonna add all this stuff in here, guys. That was the plan, guys. That was the plan all along. We were going to pivot from guardrails to being our own category on twitch.tv. How do we create our own Twitch TV category, guys? I want to create my own Twitch category. We'll launch on the Steam store too. We're going everywhere, guys. The SigmaShake brand's gonna spread everywhere. We're gonna spread the Steam, Google Marketplace. Might need some approval from Mrs. Sigma for certain things, but you know, if we grow past 200 subscribers, which is what it'll cost to pay, offset and pay and be profitable to pay for my subscriptions and stuff, then we can expand to the masses. Okay, we'll expand everywhere. We'll expand everywhere. We'll be SigmaShake everything, and then we'll have SigmaShake swag, guys. We'll have SigmaShake swag. That's gonna be so awesome. We're just a little under the 200 though. We're a little under the 200 a month subscribers. I will replace World of Warcraft. Now that I think about it, the total addressable market for World of Warcraft, man, SigmaShake cupcake toppers. That's what you're selling? All right, yeah. I'll rely on Joe to make the toppers. He's gonna be working for months, just trying to make the toppers. All right, what's gonna be the SigmaShake video game main theme, guys? We need the SigmaShake. Chat has entered the dungeon. Oh.
Welcome heroes, lurkers too. SigmaShake has work to do.
Oh man.
And claim your class. Please ignore the broken CSS.
Ignore the broken everything, guys. Ignore it all, please. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So 2 days today. 3 days. Oh yeah. Gotta turn it up a little bit. All right. There we go. I turn it up for you guys. The real. Oh wait. I have to turn it down for you guys. Oh yeah. That's good.
The health bar right. A viewer rolled a legendary spoon. Another summoned 12 raccoons. Someone found an infinite gold exploit. Then blamed the mod who tried to stop it. The boss appeared across the screen.
I can't stop smiling on these songs, guys. It's making my smile muscles feel sore for smiling so much.
Sigma's coding through the night, trying to make the health bar right. And so the developers stood alone.
Oh, raids. We could do raids. We sign up for raids.
Armed with caffeine, logs, and spite, he faced the final merge.
Oh, we don't. It doesn't have anything for the raid.
Why did my character turn into a PNG? Sigma took one solemn breath and refreshed the page. It works. No wait, it broke. Hotfix, clear the cache. Restart the stream.
Bazinga!
Everything is held together by a single use effect dependency. Chat has conquered the dungeon.
Hey, there's the boss, guys. You better start chatting. Better start trying to kill him, guys. Kill him. Start chatting, guys. You gotta fight him. You gotta chat to fight him out. Oh, somebody has to say something, guys. You gotta start hitting him. Hit him. Oh, I need to improve the mods. Mods. We need to implement mods.sigmashake.com to submit a Suno song and play the Suno song.
Right after fixing the character selection screen.
We need to completely enhance SigmaShake mod to have more interactive features that the mod could introduce. And all I needed to do is click accept for it to play the song. Like, we need some way for it to open the browser and then open up the song. Probably through Chrome MCP. Oh, that's it. That's not our song, guys. It's not our song. It's not our song. It's not our song. It's somebody else's song. That was a good song. We need to have a SigmaShake songs too. All right, let's try a new one. A new prompt, guys. I need you to create lyrics for the new SigmaShake MMO game. It needs to be about our favorite games like Factorio, Path of Exile 2, World of Warcraft. What's that other one that Karax always plays? Karax always plays this one game. I forgot what that game is. Anybody remember? He plays this one game all the time. How do I... Let's see, Karax. Messages. What's that game? RimWorld. Dude, took me a while. Final Fantasy. Dota 2. I don't play Factorial, guys. I don't play Factorial. I don't know why I said Factorial. Dota 2. What else do we have here? Things that for the LPC characters. I think that's good, guys. Needs to be inspired. What are their favorite games? These were like the classic games. The real classic. They were mainly multiplayer. But I sunk all my time into this game. So we'll just do this. Shake the world. SigmaShake MMO, guys. Alright. Got it. Damn, these lyrics. These lyrics. Oops. At this point, I don't really mind if it's a man or a woman. It's all random. Oh, I didn't put Diablo 2. Oh my god, Diablo 4. I forgot to include Diablo 4. And I think World of Warcraft is good, but Diablo 4 is also a big one. Okay, we'll have 2 songs. We'll have 2 songs. We need multiple songs. We have all these lyrics anyway. Alright, styles, that, alright. We should probably personalize. No, we don't. Random, create. Alright, and then we'll create another one. This other one with Diablo 4. We'll paste this here. Oh, I accidentally put the stuff. Whoops. Which PoE mechanic should I build first for the Sigma Abyss? Pick what Zen Logic would like to see merge. Other stagger plus new weapons. Stagger is a fun system. I like stagger, guys. Stagger is probably the... Oh, I forgot to include Elden Ring. Oh my gosh, I forgot to include Elden Ring. How did I forget about Elden Ring? I forgot about Elden Ring. And Elden Ring was beautiful. We all loved Elden Ring. Arise, O shaken. Oh. Forsaken. Shaken. So we have 3 songs. All right. Great. Then one more. One more, guys. Down, down, down. All right. 3 songs, guys. Shake the World, Emerald Grind, Eternal Grind. This other one. Play both of them. Oh man, we didn't even start watching this yet. We're still vibing away, guys. We're still vibing away. Hey guys, when it comes to video games, when it comes to making video games, especially on what do you call it? With Claude Code and stuff. I'm about to make a pizza. Lurk, sounds good. Enjoy your pizza. When it comes to making video games using Claude Code, guys, it's very hard. So the best you could do is use pre-made. Now you're hungry. I just bought pizza. So I just had pizza for lunch. And now you're hungry. Good stuff, guys. Pizza. But you have to put in pre-made assets, guys. If you're gonna like rig something up, just get a pre-made asset. That's what Navi is right now, guys. Navi is a pre-made asset. Guys, Mr. Sigma doesn't like this asset, guys. We have to change. We need to change one to be more better. Someone that's not female, guys. Someone that's not female. Someone that's not female, guys. This one's female, but we like female characters. We have to be careful of this one, guys. There's so much weird stuff on Sketchfab. So I have to be careful.
Impressive.
I have to be careful. And I have to re-rig them too. I have to re-rig whatever it is that we see. Should I have a robot? I just want a robot like R2-D2 or C3PO. Alright, should I just have him? I need something that won't get me in trouble. Because I'll be banned possibly, right? Is it possibly that I get banned for using C3PO asset? Anybody know? Anybody know? Will I get banned? Will I get DMCA'd by Disney? Copyright? Like, I just don't want to get in trouble. You know? I want something like C3PO, but not... I want some just generic robot that has a full body. Humanoid. Something like this. You know? Something like this. Should I just have a generic one like this, guys? Just a generic one so it doesn't, you know, make anybody mad. We gotta see. We need like something that's decent, that you know, attracts the right people, but is not too just make Mrs. Navi Mrs. Sigma. Yes, just make Navi Mrs. Sigma. Yeah, we can't even use female humanoids, guys. We need just a regular humanoid, guys. Regular humanoid. Preferably male or binary. Like this one. I like this. The ones with like faces on them. This one's cool. Ah, you have to buy it on Fab. Oops, it froze. Yeah, I want like a face on mine. Or we just do some surgery on the existing model. We do some surgery. I'm not sure how that's gonna look though. It's better not to let the model try to modify the model, or Claude modify the model. We just have Tesla, guys. We'll just have Tesla. We'll just have the Tesla robot, guys. What? Get it on Fab. We need it to be free. Need a free one. Alright, let's go back up here. License. We'll see. Actually, we'll just select all of them, and then we'll just see if we could get one for free, yeah? We need something that's the SigmaShake brand, you know? SigmaShake brand. The colors could be changed and modified. It's just a matter of the brand. The brand. What do we want for the brand, guys? Something not too... maybe this one? Something that is cool. At least there's a lot of robots. There's a lot of robots on here, guys. I do like the TV looking characters. TV head. Let's go for the TV head, guys. Something with a TV head sounds good about now. This one's a little too small, but looks pretty good. We have to pay for it, I think. Oh my gosh, I don't think Mrs. Sigma will like this one, guys. I don't think she'll like this one. TV head made. This one I could download. It's pretty generic. Change it to orange. Change the thing to black. Choose a little jelly. Little jelly. This one is not free. This one is very realistic. It's sort of. We need the TV head, guys. Detective TV man. That's a little scary. Thin guy. Oh, that's a cool one. It's a cool one. Come on, there has to be a better one. I know there is. Fully rigged too. What was that? There was this character with a TV head that I used to watch on Toonami. Anybody remember what that show that was? I'll have to look it up. What was that TV show on Toonami? And it had a guy with a TV on their head. Fooly Cooly. Alright, Fooly Cooly. FLCL. Man, they're ahead of the times, guys. Alright, here it is, guys. Here it is. Damn. Canty. Alright, here it is, guys. We're using Canty. Can we download them? Yeah! We got him, guys. We got him. Is this the real Canty? Let me see. Canty. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. It looks like him. Yeah, it looks like him, guys. Alright. This is perfect, guys. This is perfect. No, but we don't have a cape. We don't have the cape. Oh man, the red one too. With the rock. With the guitar and the halo. Oh man, we're missing all that. We're missing all of that, but we'll take it. We could turn them red really easily. We don't have the cape though. We don't have the cape. Oh, we have the red one too. Sounds good, guys. We got our new we got the new one. This one looks super good. Joannis. All right, which one looks better? This one or this one? This one's fully rigged, I could tell. But this one might have the stance and stuff. The color is good too. The color is good. But it doesn't have the jacket. Oh, it does have the jacket. It does have the jacket. You know what? We can't really complain. It's free, guys. It's free. Alright, we got it. Even if we did download this one, it's a different format anyway. All right, guys, this will be Navi now. This is Navi. This will be Navi, guys. I don't think we could make them hold props or anything, but we could try, but I think we shouldn't waste too much. We're at 80%. We have to burn through all these tokens today, guys. Tonight. Tonight. All right, we're copying it. We got this one. How should we accept Suno song to actually play on stream inside OBS? Where do you want to click accept? In the mod panel, both. How far should more interactive features the mod could introduce? Songs only, framework, mod, plus arbitrary YouTube? Sure. Songs plus framework. Approval framework, so future requests like text messages, media drop more cheaper. Also, let mods request a not pre-approved video, unmuted, approval, and approval gated. Relaxing today's muted, present only clip rule behind your accept. Okay, sure. All right. Mods. Chat overlay. Deploy skipped. Deploy now. All right. Counting down, guys. Counting down. Oh, man. Add a new model for Navi to switch to with this new asset. Should be able to click a button to change model, and this new model will be the default model. You also need to adjust the skin and color to match the same color scheme orange as all the previous models. All right. New model, guys. New model. Uh-oh, guys, I just got an email. Guess who it's from? Guess who it's from, guys? Who is this email from? It's from one of our gods. Close. Close. It's one of our providers. Oh. Huh? Eh? Which email did it go to? It went to... Huh, it went to a different email of all things. It went to a different email. Not the normal email, guys. Apparently they're shelling out emails. This is just, okay. So pretty much, guys, I got an email on a different account, not this one. This is for the free accounts. The free accounts that you signed up for Anthropic.
Impressive.
Oh, it's just a privacy policy. So they're sending emails to the free accounts for Claude. And it's just about, yeah, it's just more like trying to get people to work on stuff. Guys, somebody messaged me on my support saying that they want the product for free, guys. Said they want the product for free. I'm not sure. Even if the product was free and no one was using it. No one was using it. Dang, make it free for me. Who? I don't know who. I don't know who to make it free for. Who you? Who this? Who this? Who this, guys? I don't know who that was. I want it free. But let me know. Let me know. That's the most annoying thing, guys. I can't lower my price on the App Store. I can't lower the price on the Microsoft Store because it's not completely published yet. How much context was this thing? $300? Tell them you ask your electric company if they could provide some free power. Yeah, it's true. All right, proceed to continue working until everything's green. I really need to resubmit for Microsoft Store. There's still issues with the submission. Damn, guys. All right, how do you think it's working, guys? It's still working. Still working on the thing. Chat overlay. Still working to deploy the new chat overlay with the more indicators of stuff. Adding more mods, control. And then what's this one? Model, new Navi. New Navi, guys. New Navi. And then slowness. Both follow-ups implemented. Okay, sure. I'll add this. I ran the command. All right, man, we're going a little crazy, guys. We're going a little crazy, but the mod stuff is not crazy. The new Navi is not crazy. The chat overlay is not crazy. The BCS boss is not crazy. The slow stuff is just making it easier to make sure my stream doesn't crash. And then this mesh stuff to sync everything on other systems is probably the only thing left. All right, guys, I know, guys, I feel like we shouldn't be watching education videos towards the afternoon, guys. In the afternoon, we should not watch any learning type material. All the learning material we learn in the beginning of the stream, like from 10 to like 3, or 10 to however work time is. So 10 to like 5, my time. It should all just be learning about AI, learning Vibecoding, learning all that stuff. And then towards the next half of the stream, it's all just fun, enjoy, dopamine. Like we just finished the workday and we just want to relax now, right? We don't want to keep learning yet. Unless we have to be like, this is what we should be vibe coding. But that's what majority of the vibe coding should be at night, guys. That way, when I do run out of whatever it is, tokens and usage, I can just go to sleep because I'm out. If I run out at the beginning of the stream, then it's bad, right? It's bad for everybody. Nothing happens. The stream is frozen. I lose all my superpowers. The stream doesn't even start. Oh God, guys. At the beginning of the stream, when I started streaming, and I hooked up everything that I made everything like Claude like orchestrated. I didn't have it set up and configure everything on startup. So when I ran out of tokens, I literally couldn't stream because I relied on Claude to do everything for me. But yeah, I think we'll save this. We'll save this for what's that icon? What's that icon next to your name? I can't see. I have to zoom in. It says SE. I don't know what SE is. But we'll figure out. VIP. It has like a little VIP, guys. I'm zooming in. Oh man, it's messing up. SE Semicho VIP X980. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to make it easier to like read people's name. I have no idea what SE is. Neither do I. I guess it's using its, you know, algorithmic whatever to help identify people. Oh, that's your first letters of your of your name. It's the first letters of your name. It's still difficult to read if it's I think it was meant to be just purple instead of SE. The submission blocker, all flexible code and copy recommend R2 blocker only. Okay. Run .NET test on Windows now. Yes. Right. Get to work. Get to work. All right. Chat overlay done. Is it done? Yeah, the chat overlay is done. Refresh if I wanted to. Let's see, chat overlay. Just in case, I'll just refresh it again. Boom. All right, done. Chat overlay done. BCS mods, just for the mods. They play a song. And then VCS boss. Slowness has now been proven complete, guys. Okay, guys. How do we prevent slowness from ever happening again? I hope this is everything that we need to know now. Let's compact this. And then let's turn this into updating mission control and all that other stuff into the single dashboard to see in real time and stuff. Because it's not showing everything. Okay. So the stuff that we need to be watching, guys, the stuff that we need to be watching towards, since we're all done with actual work except for Joe. Joe's just working the whole day after work because he's just gotten all these orders. And other people in the world that are just starting work too. But we need something entertaining and fun. We need something entertaining and fun to keep Joe going. So much work. Yeah. So much work. You don't need Cloud Pale 5, you need an AI harness. They can't handle the SpaceX losses. Right. Let's see here. What do we have, guys? That other one with the 8,000 hours. I think we'll watch some 8,000 hours that are entertaining. Quagmire. You can't win a war in space. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take one quick bio and check on the doggy. Why advanced AI isn't like other technologies. Okay. Last career. How to pivot before the intelligence explosion. AI will cause mass unemployment. Maybe not. All right, there's a lot of good gold in here, guys. There's a lot of good gold in here. In case you guys want to know about the channel, I'll put it here. And then we'll watch this one. And then I'm going to
Let's talk intergalactic war
bio.
in space, billions of years
Quick
from
bio.
now.
I'll be right
What would
back.
something like that actually look like, according to our best understanding of physics? I recently came across a really interesting analysis of exactly this question from the AI researcher Baron Milich, and I want to walk you through it because it's incredibly fun, remarkable how much we can likely predict this far in advance, and as I'll explain, it might even be decision relevant to humanity in the relatively near future. If you spend any time thinking about the far future, and by far future I mean billions of years from now, one question that really matters is whether our universe mostly ends up peaceful or mostly ends up violent. Does it settle into a patchwork of civilizations each quietly doing their own thing? Or does it end up looking more like a science fiction movie with enormous space empires locked in some sort of endless conflict? The answer to this probably turns on a surprisingly answerable question. In an all-out war between two galaxy-spanning civilizations, does the defender or the attacker have the advantage? If we want a peaceful future, we're going to want to hope that it's the defender, because in that case, violence won't pay, and so it probably won't exist, or at least not much of it anyway. Here's the setup. Imagine two civilizations, each occupying their entire home galaxy and harnessing the energy of every star inside it. Both have maxed out their technology tree. There's nothing of meaningful use left for them to invent. These are what physicists call Kardashev 3 or K3 civilizations. To give the attacker their best shot and to keep their commute manageable, we're going to imagine that these two galaxies are positioned right next to one another. And we're also going to assume no wormholes, no faster than light travel, no time machines, just known physics and engineering pushed to their absolute limits. What might a war between these two vast galactic powers actually look like? I'll show you now. There are really only 3 viable classes of weapon for civilizations at this scale, each with very distinct strengths and weaknesses. First, beam weapons, specifically incredibly powerful lasers. It sounds crazy, but it's consistent with the laws of physics and material science to be able to target a laser at a planet-sized object in a neighboring galaxy. It simply seems possible to build mirrors large and precise enough, and there's almost no material in the intergalactic medium to scatter the laser or cause it to lose precision or strength. The best case for an attacker is if a K3 civilization can successfully coordinate huge numbers of Dyson spheres across the entire galaxy to fire synchronized lasers at a single point in another galaxy. We can't be sure whether a K3 civilization can actually pull this off, but we're not aware of any engineering constraint that clearly prevents it. If they can make it work, they would be able to deliver 10 to the 35 joules of energy at any given planet-sized target in a neighboring galaxy. The gravitational binding energy of Earth, the energy needed to completely blow the planet apart, is about 10 to the 32 joules, just 1,000th as much. So a laser like this would destroy Earth in a few microseconds. And then of course the laser could be targeted somewhere else. The key benefit of such lasers for the attacker is that they come with no warning. The photons travel at the speed of light, the fastest speed possible. The first photon that tells you you're being shot at is the laser shot. So that sounds awfully offense dominant, but this approach has a very important drawback. Lasers can't change trajectory once launched. If you're firing from Andromeda at the Milky Way, the round trip of information is about 5 million years.
Oh guys, I gotta be honest. I have not watched Star Trek or any of those space related, TV series except for Star Wars. So I might be a little out of the, I don't know much.
Years. You see where something was 2.5 million years ago, and then your laser takes another 2.5 million years to get there. A lot can change in 5 million years. Star positions are sufficiently predictable over that kind of time frame to hit them. But anything that's deliberately moving, even a little, habitats, fleets, computational infrastructure set on eccentric orbits, they could be absolutely anywhere within an enormous volume of space by the time your beam arrived to try to hit them. That makes the intergalactic laser devastating against fixed targets. Dyson spheres locked around immobile stars,
Dyson
infrastructure
spheres,
built around a supermassive black hole at the galactic center, planets on completely predictable orbits like Earth. But against a civilization that has deliberately chosen to spread out and move about entirely at random, you're basically going to end up trying to hit a needle in a haystack the size of an entire galaxy. You can try to make your laser broader to hit more things, but its power just quickly becomes too low to do serious damage. The underlying issue is that space is just unfathomably empty, and that emptiness is a huge asset to any defender. Which brings us to our second weapon, usually referred to in the tiny literature that exists on all of this as relativistic kill vehicles, or RKVs. These are basically physical objects accelerated to some large fraction of the speed of light and hurled at the enemy galaxy, bullets more or less. The kinetic energy at these speeds is so enormous that they don't need to carry explosives. They just hit things and trivially obliterate them. Now, RKVs have one massive advantage over beams. Because they're objects physically closing the distance, they can carry onboard sensors and steering equipment to update their targeting as they approach the thing that you want to destroy. They're not shooting blind from effectively 2.5 million years ago. So in the final tens of thousands of years of flight, they can survey the defender's galaxy, pick a target, and adjust course. And over such long distances, even really modest onboard thrusters would allow you to home in on some individual habitat and keep steering it, into it right up to the moment of impact. The downside? Well, naturally they travel slower than light, and that means the defender gets to respond. If you're shooting from 2.5 million light years away, an RKV launched at 90% the speed of light would give a defender up to 250,000 years of warning, at least if...
This is still going over my head, guys. It's making me think too much. I need animations. I need animations, guys. Maybe this is too high level for us, or too low level for us, guys. We're too dumb. I'm too dumb to comprehend this. I need AI.
They spotted the missile when it was launched. Even if it was only spotted when already inside the galaxy, that's still decades or centuries of reaction time. And this reaction time is a big benefit to the defender, because they don't actually need to entirely destroy an incoming RKV, which would be a little challenging. It's enough to simply nudge it slightly off course. Space, again, is almost entirely empty. So if you push it a little bit sideways enough to offset its own steering, it's going to sail past everything off into the empty void forever. Defensive laser installations, the same kind that any responsible property owner would build on their Dyson spheres anyway, they can melt the surface of incoming RKVs, blind their sensors, and apply a small push to shove them off target. A push that adds up because they're traveling so fast and for so long. Because the defender is sending pure energy a short distance, rather than mass, an enormous distance, the energy required to deflect an RKV is just vastly less than the energy the attacker had to spend launching it and accelerating it. That asymmetry, cheap to deflect, expensive to launch, is the heart of the defensive advantage against these intergalactic bullets. The third type of weapon is the classic science fiction invasion fleet. Ships that cross the void and then slow down, establish a beachhead in the opposing galaxy, and try to go on to conquer territory. This is the least promising approach, at least in the early stages of a war. Invasion ships just have a fundamental problem that beam weapons and RKVs do not. They gotta decelerate at the destination. And decelerating is the opposite of stealth.
I'm making the executive decision. I cannot comprehend, guys. We need the visual. Our brain is fried. We've been Vibecoding. We've been dealing with computer issues. We've been moving around everywhere. We need something more comprehensible, tangible, animated. Something that we could relate to. Let's see, the career advice that's quietly ruining people's lives. That's information I'll never use. Yes.
Hey everyone, Rob here. Today on the podcast,
It's too far in the future, guys. We're not going to be doing more in space. Yeah, probably in 3,000 more years, possibly.
we've got something a little different from our usual fare. What you're about to hear is the first chapter of our glorious new book, 80,000 Hours, How to Have a Fulfilling Career That Does Good, written and also narrated by my longtime colleague, Benjamin Todd. I guess a lot of listeners, especially the new ones, they won't know this, but 80,000 Hours has actually been running since 2012. I'm getting
Holy
old.
moly.
And since then, we've been trying to do research and provide advice to help everyone have a much larger social impact with the work that they do, while simultaneously having a life that is really fun and fulfilling. And this book is the single most developed expression of the many, many ideas that we've been cooking up and honing since then. Chapter 1 here takes on follow your
10
passion,
years.
probably the single most repeated.
I thought it
piece of
was
career
40,000 hours is 10 years. Let's look it up. Or 5 years. How much hours equals to years for 40,000? I said that wrong. I said that wrong completely. It's about 4.5 years. So about 9 years. 80,000 hours is 9 years. 9.13 years. All right. How many days? How many days? How many days is that? 219. All right. Then how about 40? Oh, wait, I said that. How many? People say you need 10,000 hours to master something. What's that phrase? Is it 10,000 hours to master something? 40,000? How many hours? 10,000 hour rule. There you go. For a complex skill, 10,000. 40 hours a week would take you 250 weeks, 5 years of full-time work to reach 10,000 hour milestone. Guys, I'm on, probably in next month, I'll be at 1,000 hours played, guys. 1,000 hours played of this stream game, guys. 10,000 hours of the stream game. Let's see. How much have I been playing this game, guys? How long have I been playing this game? Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Yeah, it's a long way to go to 10,000 hours too. Let's see, guys. 342 hours. That's more, what do you call it? That's more game time. Oh, it doesn't even tell you by hours. That's more game time than a lot of my games, to be honest. That's actually just about the same amount of hours, possibly, I put in Elden Ring. This much time, guys. Possibly. Actually, maybe Elden Ring took like 100 hours to beat. Let me check. I heard Steam is down. Is it still down? It'll pop up soon in a bit. It'll pop up. All right. We put that there. We go back. That's a lot of time. They've been doing it for a while. So if they've been 5 hours, or 5 hours, no 5 hours. Steam machine is here. Overpriced. Overpriced Steam machine. Go to my games, guys. I've been playing much games. Oh no, there's an update. Stop the update. Pause. Let's see. The second Darkest Dungeon I've played for only 86 hours. For the King, 23 hours. Marvel Rivals, 148 hours. Slay the Spire. All right, it had to be, this would probably be my second most played game. Slay the Spire. I still haven't played the second one. Empire Survivors, 9 hours. Risk of Rain, a little bit of hours. Hades, 99 hours. Fall Guys, 22 hours. Elden Ring, 336 hours. Wow. I played that game for a long time. I must have just left my computer on or something. 'Cause that thing doesn't make sense. So the amount, so I just beat that amount of hours. I put 140 in Elden Ring. I did double. I wanted all the achievements. That's why I played it for that long. I wanted all the achievements. That's why I played Slay the Spire that long. 2,249 for me right now. Yeah. But yeah, it'll take you a while to beat me. Dota 2 at least. Dota 2 I've been playing for, I don't know. I've played 4,000 games. 4,000 games of Dota 2. No, not 4,000. Every hour is one game, so I played 7,000 games. 7,000 rounds of 1 hour of Dota 2. Crazy, guys, crazy. All right, I have to let my dog in. Be back.
Advice in our modern individualistic era, and drawing on decades of research takes it absolutely to pieces. And Ben then lays out what actually does predict job satisfaction. It's not especially income, though it's not totally not income either. It's not especially low stress, and it's not pursuing what you're already excited about either, exactly. And he lands on a very different short slogan of career advice from Follow Your Passion. A few facts coming up. A meta-analysis of over 100 studies found that the correlation between interest, job fit, and job satisfaction is only about 0.19, so really pretty low. 90% of Canadian students said that their greatest passion was in music, art, or sport, but apparently only 3% of Canadian jobs are in one of those three fields. And perversely, senior leaders of difficult projects, they apparently have lower stress than the people they manage. I guess not everyone will be shocked by that, but I was a little bit surprised by that. But I won't.
Yeah, 547 of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Second longest is Deadlock at 369. Third is Valheim, 327. I feel like once you reach the 300 range, you're reached like completionist stage. Like you should have like completed the game by then, right? But when you put in thousands of hours into it, you're probably just doing that as your like you after work you just play this game. That's what happens. Or you're playing it, during work. Something or the other to reach that amount of hours.
Steal all of Ben's thunder. If you like what you hear in this one, you can order the book online by searching for 80,000 Hours book, or go to 80,000hours.org/book, or look for it on.
It's not doing like the, what do you call it? The little animation stuff. New Navi. Full shell, brown, orange. Stack pose existing. Rig. Needs to be rigged. Who knows what my League of Legends is easy over 1,000. Yeah. League of Legends. Yeah, I played that when it came out. Oh my god. Oh, wait. For the animation, static pose, we need rigging. You need a rig, and you could do it on air as long as it's following the power and monitored by vitals, mission control, mission control. What was the other one? Build gate, etc. You need to rig. Need to rig and do it on air. On air. All code, baked scripts, test now, code only. All right, no. Do it all, man. Do it all. We need the new Navi. Canty. Oh man, it still hasn't finished this. Fake green? What? Submission result, whack is built, clean, smoke launch, bun run. Man, why is it like asking for do it? Proceed to keep continuing to work until green. I mean, whack on built MS smoke. Oh. Only get my attention if you need me to drag and drop the submission. Otherwise, keep working until they're green, or at least most of it are green based on limitations. And is everything still in sync? Like, is my Git repos in sync still? I see all these files in here. See all these files in my Mac machine. Does my Windows machine still have a bunch of files? My Windows machine has a few files here and there. Also, my Mac OS machine still has a bunch of changed files that aren't properly synced. It still shows up as changes. Everything needs to show up as no more changes and synced and pulled with origin main. So keep working and make sure all the fixes are in place for everything for next release, and don't stop and iterate until it's done. You know what? I have to do /goal. And then use skill to effort ultra code. Do that and do that. Bam. So we had to set the goal, and we use the mono skill and do all that stuff. And then now we could chill. We could chill, guys. Now we chill. Now we watch.
Amazon, Audible, wherever you get books. All right, here's Ben.
Section 1. What to aim for. Chapter 1.
What
makes for a dream job?
What? Oh my gosh, there's just gonna be a book. Oh, I was tricked, guys. I was tricked. Oh my god. All right, we need something cool. We need something cool, man. Oh, hey, this is the creator of Vercel at Stanford, guys. Come here often. Creator of Vercel. All right, creator of Vercel, guys.
Well, tonight's guest needs no introduction. I'm sure a lot of you have shipped code on.
This guy has like the craziest mustache, just like the Primogen.
On Vercel. Guillermo is obviously the founder of Vercel, but also he created Next.js, the most popular React framework in the world. Vercel is now the most important developer infrastructure companies, valued at 9.3 billion. This next part that I'm about to tell you, even I
It's
did not
black,
know
guys,
about
for me too.
G
It's black for me.
The best part about your story,
Cheers, Dan.
yeah, go ahead, is that you grew up in a suburb of Buenos Aires. You
Still
taught
black,
yourself
guys.
to code as a kid. Learned English by reading software manuals. Typically, it
What?
goes the other way.
Yeah, I had to.
Eh,
There were no manuals.
What the heck
in
is going
Spanish
on?
at the time, or very few.
And you were doing remote JavaScript contracting by the age of 11.
Yeah.
What the heck?
You dropped out of high school, moved to San Francisco to pursue the startup world. It gets even more fun. So you
Damn, this guy went all in, guys. All in. Got a video from me? All right. Yeah, but it has to be more impressive than this guy.
needed an 01.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Well, we'll see it is what it, when you submit it. We'll add it to the list. We'll add it to the list, guys. Add it to the list. Oops. I opened it up on it.
I hate that I can't keep this.
Oh, sorry guys. Default browser is Chrome for the reason of, what do you call it? For Claude Code, using it as an MCP. Right, it's teaching
Right
us.
now,
All right, we'll put that in, but nothing's more important than this guy right now.
Visa to get here. And so you wrote a book.
Wait. Let's go back for a second. He said he literally needed a visa to start work.
It gets even more fun. So you needed an 01 visa to get here.
01
And so you
visa.
wrote a book. The book is the most popular book.
Holy crap. This guy, man, if Microwave Coffee is here, follow what this guy is doing. Holy moly. This guy made it. He made it from another country all the way to the mega city. He wrote a book, got popular, got in the US. Pause before you go on content binge, prompt, and let AI work while you watch. It is. It's already working. It's working. Don't you see the X3 sessions on my screen right now? That's what it's doing. It's working right now. Oh, it's working, guys. It's working. We have one here. Let's see here. Let's go here. One here. Another here. Another here. And another here. We have 4 sessions. 4 sessions. Thanks, so.
Called Smashing Node.js.
Damn.
Wiley in 2012. And
Oh, Wiley.
you literally wrote a book
2012.
to get the visa.
Yeah.
Holy moly,
I
guys.
did a lot of things in hard mode. Like
Holy
dropping out
crap.
of high school is really bad for getting a visa in the United States, it turns out.
Yeah.
I got one open code up with Nemotron. Nice. The new one, right? The new one?
So some things it helped me a lot, and some things, it turns out
Holy
there's a lot of
shit,
value
guys.
in getting a degree. So don't drop out of your degree.
Good.
Or maybe drop out.
Last small task took 1 hour on Nemotron Super. Holy moly.
Pros and cons.
Now, now I think of, I'm gonna maybe use Vercel now. Just from his backstory, guys. Just from his backstory, you don't get from immigrant all the way into US for no reason. Right? He knows exactly what's gonna happen at a young age. I don't use Vercel yet. I just couldn't trust it. It's not a public company, so there's no scrutiny into what it does. But I get it. It's got MCV and CLI. Yeah, of course.
Was happy with that. And so this high school dropout from Argentina is the guest for today's class. Please welcome Guillermo Roch.
Hey guys, I really want to I watched some videos with him in the video, right? I watched a ton of videos of this guy, but the interview never goes over that backstory. And I hate those interviewers now because they didn't do him justice. They just said, he's the creator of Vercel, right? He's the creator of Vercel. I mean, do we need to look up his whole background and stuff? We want a better intro, like this. What this guy did. This is the proper way to do an intro.
Guillermo, thank you for joining us. I got your slides up here. I'd love to have you present them for us.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks for the intro. Thanks for having me. I'll try to make this as quick as possible so we can get into Q&A and a dynamic conversation. So for those of you who don't know about Vercel, we've built a vast ecosystem of tools, especially open source tools, that have now shaped a lot of the modern web and the modern internet. So even if you don't use Vercel directly, my
I'm back.
most recent favorite
The world
example
boss
is
put me
if
in,
you
coach.
order
It's
Big Mac
fighting.
from McDonald's.
You're fighting, yeah.
You're using Vercel. If you're
Just
ordering
keep
a
chatting.
Porsche, you're using Vercel. Not that you're doing it today, but maybe after the SpaceX IPO. So anytime you're using the internet, you might be interacting directly with Vercel through pages, but also
All right, let's go back
if you use
slightly to see what he created again. All right, let's shade CDN. Oh man, everybody's using that. Turbo repo, Svelte. Oh, a lot of people are using Svelte, Nux. All right, all this other stuff are just words. Go back.
systems like
All right, sorry, I messed up. I messed up, guys.
You're interacting with agents hosted on Vercel. So we've created a
I have to read your messages. All right. Back from the world boss, put me in, coach. All right, you're fired. I'm chatting. This is me. I'm chatting.
whole set of tools and frameworks that what's, I think, relevant to today's conversation is because we bet on open source, and that came from my background as a guy in Argentina that wanted access to free tools and free information in teenage years. I wanted to make my technology accessible to as many people as possible. So open source was a very easy decision for me. Yeah. But then we built a remarkable business on top of open source, which is also kind of contrarian. There's been examples. Databricks, I think, spoke to you guys recently. But we were able to build a formidable infrastructure business that basically sits on top of these tools and allows you to deploy, secure, scale pages and agents, as I like to call it. So something that's super interesting about the journey of Vercel is that when I started the company, my obsession was developer experience. There were ways to deploy. There were AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure, but they were kind of a pain. They made it really hard for me, even a seasoned engineer who had been studying the blade for decades. I sat down before I started this company to deploy the website of my new startup at the time, and it took me weeks, and I realized I was kind of like the inventor epiphany. It can't be this hard to deploy a freaking website using the latest and greatest technologies of the time, which were React, JS, and Kubernetes. And so I decided that group, JavaScript developers, was a really large group that I decided to address directly. If you knew how to create a front-end project, so like the user-facing side of an application, I wanted to give you the superpower to deploy, and not just deploy like an okay thing. I wanted to deploy something that could scale to the entire size of the planet, that was fast everywhere. And so from that little, I could say, set of people, we grew out into what today is Vercel. But what's changed since then is that AI, by the way, the math that I used to do is there's maybe 20 million developers in the world that could basically fit this, what I thought was like pretty relaxed constraint. I don't know if you remember, but at the time, something that was really hot in the Silicon Valley was coding boot camps.
Right.
Yeah, you could learn React in 3 months and get a job.
Yeah,
people would
it's
like, tell
crazy.
you this. And it was true. Like actually the learning curve of modern JavaScript tooling was pretty low. And so it was pretty awesome that I could tell, hey, if you know how to create a compelling user experience.
Yeah, back then, guys, you literally get 6-figure jobs just learning React. Or Ruby on Rails. Those were the two main stacks. It was Node.js, Express, React. Like it was not the LAMP stack, which is like the PHP one stack. That Silicon Valley was like, that stack sucks. We're using React for everything. And every company was using React in Silicon Valley, Bay Area. Everyone. Netflix, Apple, except for Google. Google was using Angular. But every other company, Airbnb, every company Every company was using it.
I will take care of all of the infrastructure for you. And I will scale. You will never go down. You will never have to worry about load balancing and low-level
Shield supremacy.
infrastructure. And so Vercel will do that. But what's happened since then that's been really exciting is AI and coding agents have created a massive expansion of the people that could create software. In fact, if we go even further back in time, developers were like a very, very tiny group of people that had access to the mainframe computers in universities. And then the story of programming and the story of technology is the story of expanding access to more and more people. So a lot of what we're going to be talking about today is that AI has created the biggest expansion in revolution in the total addressable market of software, and specifically the creation of software in the history of our times. And so concretely what's happened to Vercel is that
Holy moly,
since
guys.
October last year, especially with the arrival of a very specific coding model, which is Opus 4.5,
4.5, yeah.
we started to see that more and more and more people were deploying to our platform. We became sort of the peanut butter and jelly of coding agents. The whole world is being plastered with peanut butter. That's the coding agent.
I love listening to AI researchers. I hate listening to journalists talk about AI. Yeah, sorry about that. The autoplay on the journalist part while I was away. Sorry about that, man.
And you need infrastructure to deploy the software. So one of the insights that I had when I started the company is that writing code doesn't make you special. Deploying code and putting it in front of a customer does make you special. The learning really begins when a user is confronted with the running version of your code. In fact, I was kind of perplexed that GitHub and before GitHub, SourceForge, and if you go further back, there was something called Fresh Meat. People got really excited about storing software in the form of lines of code. And you could go to any GitHub repo, and it's actually kind of hard to run them.
Yeah, it's
the
true.
The world is made up of piles and piles of software that doesn't run.
I agree.
So my thing was that the people that will win the world are the ones that don't just write software, they deploy it and they run it. And so what's been exciting about the rise of coding agents is that coding agents don't succumb to this bias that we have sometimes as humans, which is that the code works on my machine and I keep it in my machine where I feel safe with the code in my machine. Coding agents love to deploy, and so we're sort of this jelly layer of deployment of the software that the coding agents write. And so the other thing that this has taught us, because we're watching this world unfold in front of our eyes, is that the very essence of the cloud is changing. You were joking about...
Oh, sorry. Says fluid, huh? Lambda, compute, okay. All right, I'll talk about it.
On web services. So I challenge that if Amazon started AWS today, I don't know if they would call it Amazon Web Services, because the entity that people are interested in creating and shipping today is an agent. So they actually call it AAS, Amazon Agent Services. And so what we're doing today...
Oh my God. I don't know what Fluid and Lambda are. Reward for my internets. Yeah, I don't know what it is. The Lambda is serverless. That's probably what Fluid is too. It's probably serverless.
The platform is we created a whole set of infrastructure primitives and frameworks for what's going to be the next entity or object that people want to deploy to the cloud, which is AI applications and agents. And so some examples of this are, we used to talk a lot about the wisdom of Amazon, that when you go to Amazon.com, which is a fantastic experience, like I buy a ton of stuff there. One of the things that they unlocked is that if they load pages really fast, people buy more. What a concept.
Right.
If you have really fast components, people buy more and convert at a higher rate. Not only did they observe that, their data shows that for each 100 milliseconds of slowdown, they dropped conversion by 1%. So a lot of the internet was built on this idea of instantaneous request response. We're now seeing with our agentic cloud, this is changing. You don't always get a response immediately. So we need to create new infrastructure for this long thinking streams where the agent goes off into the world and does work for you. It started by taking multiple seconds, which is already pretty different from the kind of infrastructure we used to deploy. It then became minutes. It then became hours. And now we're seeing agents that could cook for an entire day. before they get you your report, before they get you an analysis, before they build you software. We're hosting platforms on Vercel today that are creating companies for people. And they're deploying agents that maintain, advertise, grow, and scale these companies behind the scenes. And so there's an inversion of the old world of pages towards agents, and the kind of compute that we're running is changing quite dramatically. Another thing that's been fascinating is a lot of the cloud was built on this amazing compute product called EC2. EC2 popularized the concept of if you want a computer, all you need to do is put in your credit.
Well, I'm not sure if Vercel hosts their own infrastructure, and I think they probably rely on AWS, Azure, GCP for their main infrastructure, but I could be wrong. Let me know.
Card, and you get an instance of that computer. And if you need 1 million computers, you just need to pay for 1 million computers. It's elastic compute. So elastic compute was designed for human-written code. So you can think of it from an economics perspective, how much compute I can sell to the world was bounded by how many programmers do we have. And so I mentioned earlier.
I say you're level 1. No, it says you're level 44. It says you're level 44. Oh wait, it's asking for information. It's asking for information. Asking for information. The key you get is using the Vault CLI, and you have to use the get command to get the value. It's there. We've done it before on the system. All right, do that. Wait, there's another thing with my username. Another thing with your username. I'm trying to think where it is. So much stuff on screen. I don't see it though. Oh, that one. That's supposed to be your little battle character. Oh, I see. You're right. There's 2 of them. Let's fix that. Build all of them. Also, can you fix that there's 2 of the same character on screen? An example, when they're fighting the boss, it shows that they're only level 1 as well. So it's confusing to the viewers. So refresh and restart the MMO. So I have to refresh the browser source and then it's all there. Turns out Zen Logic likes everything. All right, so we do that. So I'll restart when ready, deploy. Oops. You should run the refresh the source and restart the MMO service and game service and refresh the game bar and then deploy yourself. You could do that all yourself. All right, let that cook. All right, back to it.
The number of people that can create software is expanding by maybe like 10, 20, 100 times. Yeah. But now agents are writing software. Are writing software, are repairing software, are securing software. We're seeing obviously the consequences of really smart models in cybersecurity. We have hacking agents, we have good agents, like bad cops and good cops out there in the world. And so we're seeing a massive demand for compute, for agent-written code. And the other thing we're going to talk about a lot is that tokens are the new hot commodity, right? It used to be that Vercel only allowed you to sort of stream pixels. So what you get is a UI or some kind of software application. Now we're sort of streaming intelligence in the form of tokens, which is also changing the pricing models and the business models. You've probably heard a lot of conversation around the death of SaaS and the death of the seat-based pricing model and the rise of the token-based pricing model, which measures intelligence.
Nope. Nobody likes the
way, this is not.
I don't know you guys, but I don't like the token-based pricing model. What about you? Getting charged per token? That sounds pretty expensive, guys. Sounds really expensive. Although it's like they're selling it for like pennies and stuff. But I don't know. It's not. I know it's all you could eat, but it doesn't feel like a good subscription. Subscription seems like you could get more value out of it. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
To say that it's a transition where we're over-rotating on one side of the equation or the other, I'm actually super bullish still on human-centric experiences. So you will go and visit brand experiences. You will have to see the results of what these agents cook in some kind of rich environment. In fact, I even have sort of predicted the return of a more whimsical web and more whimsical internet. When I grew up, there was this really cool software at Microsoft created called Encarta. It was an encyclopedia that was alive. So you would select a topic, and it was like this interactive, rich experience. So if you were to study the pyramids of Giza, it was like this super cool experience. Now that we've made the cloud and all of this stuff, you go to Wikipedia and you get this like wall of text, and maybe you're dignified with a photograph on the right-hand side. So I actually predict that we're going to get the most immersive, craziest pixel-based experiences through video generation, through 3D model generation. There's a couple platforms on Vercel that are doing really cool just-in-time 3D rendering. So human-centric experiences will matter a lot. But our new conception of the world is that we're making this transition towards what we call agentic infrastructure. So agentic infrastructure has three sides of it in a beautiful triangle. So number one, agentic infrastructure is the infrastructure that you need to give to.
We hope over time open source models outcompete the frontiers, leave frontiers for enterprise systems. I don't know who's going to host. You can't buy like 20 H100s to run your model. That seems more expensive. Just saying. It might be open source, but you won't be able to run it. You're going to have to pay another company to run it for you. You won't need that over time. Yeah, we're all trying to get it. We're all trying to get the same quality, same intelligence for free somehow. But honestly, we're just going to have to pay for it.
Your coding agent. That peanut butter.
Like, think about it this way. Microsoft, NVIDIA, all try to take advantage of gamers with the cloud compute, right? This is their strategy. They price out all the consumers from buying actual hardware, and you're going to rely on a subscription to play your games. That's just how that's where they're headed right now. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But we're heading towards that right now, where sure, you could the model is open source. You could download it if you have the storage, if you have the VRAM, if you have the RAM, if you have the storage space. Soon AI will play a game for you. But it's going to be very expensive. It's going to be more expensive than subscription. It's like buying a house. Do you have all the cash to buy the house? Or are you going to take out a whole mortgage to pay for that house? Just to live in it. Just to live in it. Right? We all we want to do is ask it questions and code for us. I don't think we should pay out $20,000 to $50,000 just to run the machine locally. That all will come down over time. For real, in my opinion, in the next 10 years, we'll have AI on smartphones. I hope so.
In Jelly metaphor that I gave you. So if you're using Claude Code, if you're using Codex, if you're using V0, those software coding agents need to deploy somewhere. So that somewhere, we're calling it agentic infrastructure. The other thing that's really important is you will be building your own agents. So just today, someone came to my office and pitched this amazing vision of what could be an AI native school of the future. And a lot of what this person said resonated strongly with me, because they're rethinking education from an agent point of view. It's still involving the human, the teacher, the school, the student, but what they're going to be shipping.
We are paying for the infrastructure right now. We spoke about this. Same thing happened when telephone, gas, yep. Yeah, we are. It's just like a utility at this point, right? Everything else is green synced. You export this. Let's see. Give me the exact vault key names. You're going to have to look at the history. Oh my gosh. So I could build the store ready. Oh man, I have to look it up. Partner center, product identity. Package identity name. What is the package identity name and publisher? Let me copy this. When AI asks you some shit you don't understand. Yeah. All right. Let me use clip really quick. Ask this question. What is the Let's see. Let's ask this question. I'll just type it out. Oh my god, that was such a short thing. It's such a short question. I should just type it in. I should just type it in the chat. Oh. What is the package? What is the package / identity name and publisher value for SigmaShake desktop for Windows Store, Microsoft Store? Should I ask this question or? I mean, it's just logged in here, right? Product ID says to go to product center, product identity. Product identity. Product identity. Oh, here it is. Package identity equals SigmaShake desktop, and then CN equals EP36 EF9A76 CA4 CDC. All right. I don't know why I didn't save that value. You should save these values in SigmaShake Vault if not already, but put it somewhere on how to find the keys in SigmaShake Secrets or Vault so that I know which values to fetch next time. All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the interruption. It's dumb. It's a Dumbo. Say again, but this time say it like you're talking to a 5-year-old. What's happening with OpenCode plugin? It's publishing. It should be publishing. I think I'm just syncing all my source code at this point, Milsey. Sorry it's taking so long. Holy moly. I'm syncing my source code. Oh, it's finally synced. Let me check what the plugin is to make sure. I don't even know if it installed what do you call it? Installed OpenCode. Let's do effort, ultra code. Always ask. Always ask. I don't feel bad. What's the status of the OpenCode plugin for hooks for SigmaShake and SSG? And is it workable now and publishable on the hub and on the CDN? to use. OpenCode plugin. All the thing is synced now. All right, let's see here. All right, going back to it. All the source code is sort of synced on Windows about Mac. Just checking Mac, guys. Checking Mac. Gotta check everything. See the state because it shows all this stuff here, and I'm afraid that all these changes here on Mac is something that needs to be merged. But we need to sync it all. Need to sync it all. To be honest, you could get rid of the store section in the stream overlay. Yeah. It's just should be there for, it should be, yeah, I think it should be removed because a lot of people, I haven't seen people buy anything from the store, from what I observed on the stream. Yeah, clean up the screen a bit. Yeah, and just keep the news. You bought a cape. You bought a cape, and then what? You bought a cape from the store? Did you buy a cape from the store? I think maybe people could just buy it from the VCS. What do you think? We changed buying all that stuff on VCS. You're not using chat though. Just using VCS. Okay, yeah. You're right. You're right, guys. Add another feature to implement in the game bar. Remove the shop because people should just be able to buy stuff on VCS and just advertise to, like, if you want to shop for new items that you earn, you should just go to vcs.sigmashake.com. And what should we replace that with? I removed predictions. I removed predictions. I need to add something else, but it could probably just be swapped with something else. Add more details instead. Replace it with like the MMO on how to battle, or the game of the MMO, or something to intrigue viewers into playing the MMO and on how it works and how why they need to chat in order to fight and gain experience, etc. But the overlay has a countdown to legendary items or something to get people to use the panel. Okay. They do like the countdown for the legendary items, so that's what they're interested in as well. Also, I don't really see any aura animations for the items and their gear. Oh, do I need to refresh? It didn't, I see all this stuff on the screen. All right. Hopefully it removes all that stuff. And from here, I'll land the verifies cleaning report ship standing by for the bug fix. Plan from here, avoid conflicts, save power, okay. I'll deploy batch verified live. All right. I refreshed. Okay, refreshed. All right, submitting that. Add another feature. Add the features. All right, back to it. Back to it, guys. Back to it.
Thing is an agent, not a set of connected web.
I thought we removed the little graph thing, though. I thought we removed the graph thing. Also, the graph still shows activity on the main screen, the full screen, and that probably just needs to be translated into a into the game bar instead. All right. Going back.
Pages. And perhaps one of the most exciting things is this idea that is going to be automated by agents. So I'll cover the first principle quickly. The fact that you need infra for coding agents. I know that you've asked about some of the numbers of the growth that we're seeing. One of the fascinating dynamics is when you deal with a coding agent, the coding agent has a preconception of the world. It has a world model sort of behind the scenes. And one of the things that's given us tremendous...
Wait, you can see stats of all your prompts in Claude TUI by Alt 4. Okay. I don't use Windows, but yeah.
Tailwinds is that models have learned from the vast knowledge that exists on the internet about Next.js, React, our open source software. In fact, this report that came out calls, for example, our UI engine, we call it ShatCN, it has near monopoly status at 90.1%. And when you decide to deploy React or Next.js, Vercel also has near monopoly, which I love how they qualify that for regulators, because it says also it's 100%, but I guess it's a near monopoly. So anyways, the coding agents have sort of made up their mind to some extent, and this is not cemented by any means, that these are really good tools to use when you give it a certain task. So for example, if you're creating a SaaS app, it's very, very likely that it's going to use ShatCN, because we created infrastructure that the coding agents can use. And you might be asking the question, and I certainly have asked myself, why do agents even need to reuse software that already exists? There's an economy of there's an efficiency bias here, right? In theory, a coding agent could reinvent the world every time you ask it something. In order to produce an Apple, it has to invent the universe. It could write its own Linux kernel. It could write its own networking systems. It could write Mac OS. And so betting on infrastructure as open has actually helped a lot, because now the coding agents have a target to throw code on top.
It's like a Lego block.
Exactly. And in fact, there's a really cool article by Mitchell Hashimoto.
How many SaaS is there in the world? I'm new to Vibecoding, just make SaaS. It's going to make me millions, yeah.
Founder HashiCorp, who's recently joined the Vercel board, he calls it, the world that we're going into now, he calls it the block economy. You need to be thinking about what are the building blocks that you'll be able to give the agents. If you want to participate in that, meaning, hey, how do I make it such that Claude Code or Codex or Grok CLI choose my technology? You want to be thinking about blocks that fit agentic ergonomics. So that's one. And the other one I was mentioning is the software of the future will be agents. For example, at Vercel, we have created a support agent that now answers 93% of user inquiries. It's made our business massively efficient. It's improved customer experience, so we measure if customers are happy talking to an agent versus talking to a human. 93% is also allowed us to give free support to a much larger number of people. And so that thing that we shipped using Vercel was an agent, not a knowledge-based web of hyperlinks. So we've basically created the tools, the blocks, and the infrastructure to build agents. So I'm not going to get into the technical details, but I'll tell you that something that's fascinating is there are a lot of metaphors with the old web. For example, whenever you go to production
it's back,
with
though, right?
a web system, you typically have a CDN in front of your system. The CDN market, companies like Akamai and Fastly, they emerged to scale, accelerate, and secure the delivery of pages and pixels. We're seeing the same happen with tokens. We created the AI Gateway,
Move the ugliest
which is
person.
a category-defining product. It's like a CDN for tokens. Tokens that you get from Claude, from Anthropic, from Gemini, also need to be observed. They need to fail over. They need to be secured. And they need to be accelerated and cached in many cases. And even what's happening now that's super exciting, we can load balance them. You might have heard a meme of how expensive it is to ask, to say to GPT 5.5, you say, thanks. And you just activated like 300 GPUs, say, you're welcome. And so imagine a smart CDN that says, if they ask me thanks,
no worries.
I have a smaller model behind the scenes that can just say, you're welcome.
Or just a listen.
Right? Or a semantic cache. So there's a lot of metaphors from the infrastructure we had to build for the first chapter of the internet to this agentic internet. And so I love
Oh,
to
man.
see an example.
I gotta update the game bar. All the ads are old. All the ads are old. See here. Oh, this one's working on the game bar though. I'll do it afterwards. Not that much tokens though. Update the game bar advertisements for SigmaShake. We removed all the distributions, or at least for now. So it's only purchasable through Twitch or the App Store or Microsoft Store for $5. Right. Going back.
Sandbox, I already spoke about, which is like the EC2 or the fundamental compute unit of agents. To give you a very sort of like basically technical explanation is agents get more powerful, or you extract more IQ points from a model if you give it a computer. So models are being trained to use computers. In fact, in the post-training phase, models are handed Docker containers with playgrounds. So models sort of like cut their teeth in mini computers before they see the world. And so when you use a model, you get better performance out of the model by giving it a computer. And this is kind of not unlike humans, right? The average knowledge worker that we hire, what is the first thing you do when you join a modern company? We give that person a computer. IT,
You
here's your
train
laptop.
computers to use models.
It came pre-installed.
Yeah,
with
no
software,
way. That's big
etc.
brain.
That's the same thing we're doing with agents. We'd say, agent, here's your computer.
Full loop.
Knock yourself out. And IT also pre-provisions some software for you to be super effective. Now, much like the personal computing revolution, it came with viruses. It came with phishing. It came with Nigerian princes promising fortunes that you can claim with one click. And so agents can also fall for the trap of exfiltrating your data, leaking your data. So we're creating a whole set of security products to protect these sandboxes and computers. So you're going to see the emergence.
Then use that train models to make software train humans. Wait, that's surreal.
So again, entire
Oh my
categories
goodness.
of products and companies that are tailoring cybersecurity for agents and many other matters. And the last, and perhaps one of the things that I'm most excited about, since we're talking
Cybersecurity still exists. Everybody, consumers are going to need it.
about
Not just companies, regular consumers.
Tesla full self-driving and self-driving cars and Waymo, the cloud itself will become like a self-driving car. If you have some experience running software at scale, you know that it's
We made that analogy initially with SigmaShake at the headline. I said, think of SigmaShake as the seat belts, airbag, and a dash cam for your self-driving car. But the self-driving car is your AI agent. And then I removed it. Or AI removed it, actually. AI removed it. Grok, set my Neuralink to dangerously bypass permissions and do my job for me. Oh my gosh, imagine, guys. You're just gonna see yourself like move your hands around automatically. Oh my gosh, if there's like this really bioweapon that could just immediately control your limbs to do things. Oh my god. That's gonna be crazy, guys. Without a Neuralink, it's just gonna do it remotely. Like they're just gonna have remote code execution on our brains and our nerves, and you're just gonna like be moving around. Like a frequency, a radio frequency.
things like holding pagers. It's a horrifying experience. So I have an anecdote that I reused from the founder of Stripe.
Wi-Fi enabled virus.
Anytime he hears ducks, his cortisol levels spike. Why? Because his pager duty ringtone used to be ducks. So it meant that Stripe was crashing. And so anytime you hear ducks, he's like on edge. And so
I've
the
had to
average
use
experience of
Neuralink with
maintaining software
OpenCloud.
scaling it in
Tell me the
cloud
risk.
is actually pretty dramatic. Like you get paged in the middle of the night, a data center went down, and Vercel, to a great extent, automated away a lot of that pain, but pain still exists. I'm not gonna like sell you things that are not real. Like you have to sit down and monitor things. You have to make sure that performance doesn't degrade over time. And so this is my vision of this self-driving car of the cloud where everything configures itself everything optimizes itself, we're all going to live a great life because the agent will be doing all of that work behind the scenes and is going to come to you and say, I just optimized all your software. I made it twice as fast. Here's the PR. Or maybe I already shipped it and I measured that it improved conversion for your customers. So this is the third leg of this agentic infrastructure thing. So some really quick customer examples.
Some deconstruction.
Had already built infrastructure for years and years and years. Many people that have studied in these halls have gone on to work at Meta and create incredible developer infrastructure. But they found that Vercel's infrastructure had this edge. They need to move really fast. Their engineers were using coding agents, and that's how Vercel got in and now runs a lot of Meta superintelligence labs. In fact, we've helped Meta move faster by not having to procure so much software. They basically, quote unquote, Vibecoded tools that have allowed them to train models faster. They shipped Meta.ai much faster than they would otherwise have thanks to agentic infrastructure.
Go back to Zuckerberg and pause it. Meta Superintelligence Labs is pushing staff away from Meta's slower, homegrown infra toward mainstream developer platforms like Vercel. Oh my god. It's because their AI, everybody's using Claude Code, right? So their Claude Code is telling them to use Vercel. Keep it right there and go to Google Images. Live? What do you mean? Keep it there and look up Buddy Holy. Oh my gosh. Buddy Holy. Hey, it looks the same. Looks the same, guys. He looks the same. It's in black and white, that's why. Looks the same. The glasses are the same. We're going back. We're going back several years.
Move faster by not having to procure so much software. They basically, quote unquote, Vibecoded tools that have allowed them to train models faster. They shipped Meta.ai much faster than they would otherwise have thanks to agentic infrastructure. Notion is also investing heavily in their chapter 2. Fantastic tool, I use it every day, but Notion itself is becoming agentic, which is that prediction that I mentioned, like all software of the future will be an agent. So Notion is also using Vercel infrastructure to add this AI and agentic capabilities. So for example, right now, we could have a Notion transcribing agent that is taking notes from this class.
I look forward to that.
Running on Vercel. So long story short, we're basically building what you could think of as the AWS of AI or agents, and it's a full stack cloud from developer tools all the way to infrastructure.
Setting up Playwright.
And now we can get to Q&A.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh. Look at this, what I have to deal with. DX. Domain or developer experience. CLI, Git, CI/CD, previews, toolbars, flags, observability, infra, fluid compute, sandbox, middleware, cron, workflows, CDN, AI gateway, queue, all that stuff. Security, firewall, bot management, audit logs. Yeah, I'll have that too. Agentic, investigation, code review, rollback.
The software is dying. Vercel feels like the machete that is like chopping through the forest. This is what people are building Vibecoding on, and you must hear about all these things people are Vibecoding, all the software that people have stopped procuring. Are there some examples of, let's say, public software company products that have been Vibecoded on V0 or Vercel that customers have replaced their public software? The bigger, the better.
Yeah. One of the things that I always think about is the best software will always be the one that's most tailored to you. The kind of weird thing about SaaS is that on one hand, it took a lot of really, really intelligent people, product managers, designers, to get themselves in a room and say, what is the common UI that'll make the biggest number of customers happy? And then we'll give it to the world. And then they hope that they get this exponential adoption because I show you, for example, an expensing tool, and you say, yeah, I can fit my business to that expensing tool. And then I give it to another customer and I say, oh yeah, maybe you only have to translate the labels to my language, but I can also sell it to that person. But that's still lowest common denominator software. And it requires this sort of intense design process of what is the set of pixels that are going to make the highest number of people happy. And I think what's happening now, I wouldn't call it the death of software. I would say if you use Vercel, software has never moved faster and been more alive. We've seen examples where I heard this recently from a startup customer. The lead engineer told me, man, your platform is dangerous. My CEO is shipping software. He replaced our parking lot management software with something he Vibecoded in V0, and he saved us a ton of money. And so you have that example of like, yeah, I mean, how many smart Palo Alto-based companies are creating like parking software, right? Like not many. And so there's a whole category of software that we've been living in a world that's just not ideal. It's just not high quality software. And now you're 1 or 2 prompts away from being able to create a really good version tailored to your problem set. Another thing that we see is the emergence of, all right, the system of record or the database stays, but I can create a presentation layer that is highly tuned for my business needs. So something that might be surprising for people to hear is that within Vercel, we kind of reinvented all of Salesforce, all of it. Like all of our sales reps, when they need to learn about an account, an opportunity, when they need to read business intelligence about like how should I pitch, all of this is being generated, and it took a team of like 2 people to create a new version of Salesforce, which is kind of crazy to think about. Like how big is like Salesforce like stock market wise? Like it's hundreds of billions, tens of billions of dollars, right? And now to think, oh, I can just generate a version of that that's like tailored to my business. But by the way, we're still using a lot of workflows and databases that Salesforce set up. So it's not a and or situation. It's you can incrementally make software.
Can I post? Yeah, go ahead. Give me 70 interstat. I don't remember if I signed up or not. You feel oppressed. Okay. 7TV. I literally just have to download it. It's not like an integration or anything. I literally have to download each one. I don't even have an account. Let's see if it is. Oh, that's a different account. As a professional Twitch chatter. I'm new to 7CV myself, so I hope they don't get compromised. Do you have an account? That's how you have 17? No, I download them. I download them. Let's see here. Let's see, emotes. This is it. I've never added it. Add editor. No, those are all emotes, not your channel emotes. Twitch disconnect. Yeah, I literally just download them. I just told it to download the emotes. Yeah, I don't even have any. I told it to download emotes. So if you have like a specific channel to download emotes, I just, because what you see is downloaded emotes that I got. I don't think it's my actual channel. Let me see. Let me ask. I'm confused what you mean download emotes. None of the emotes are enabled by downloading. They're your actual channel. I honestly don't know. I just like I was talking with Niso about it, and that's how we were able to get it. That's why I can use the 7 emotes and see them from your side with the extension. They're enabled on this on 7TV website. Then how do I view my emotes? How do I know what's my emotes that I have? 7TV. Let me see. 7TV. Bypass. How are the emotes that we downloaded shown on? All right, emote sets. I can see your emos. Stop asking AI. I can ask AI if I want to. As long as I have, you know, inference. All right. What's this? SigmaShake? Huh? This is mine? Are you sure? Capacity 1,000? I guess. Well, so far you're confused, House, so I don't think AI is doing much help. Yeah, because I'm not using their emotes. I'm just using default ones that I downloaded. I'll show you. How are the emotes that we downloaded shown in the OBS chat overlay? Didn't we download them? Yeah, it's not. I didn't. The account that you see here, they're just default ones that Twitch gives. I'm not sure about emotes. Oh, well, we're asking. We're asking. But I didn't set this up. Those aren't the defaults? Okay. Yeah, I don't know how it's set up then. Because we have a bunch of emotes that Niso types. All the ones that Niso type are literally from another creator. And they're just set up here. Let's see, I have an emote cache, an emote renderer. And that's why if you tell me the exact creator that you want to get the emote from, I could get those emotes. Otherwise, I don't want to rely on some other site to modify my emotes. That's just me. That's just me. That's why it's not literally, I just told it to download all the common emotes that are available. It downloads them from the CDN. Yep. They're all public facing. Sigma, if you don't use 70 for emotes, I won't be able to use the emotes with a tab complete. Tab complete? Yeah, I won't have any visibility into the custom emotes. All right. All right. I don't have to pay for it though, right? Let's see. Why Overlay doesn't use my browser? Source can just hit CDN directly. I could literally just, no, it's free. Okay. All right. Okay. Do they have an API? Do they have an API so it could be configured? Settings, APIs. Oh, I guess I could connect them, huh? Disabled for YouTube. Why? Why is it disabled for YouTube? I guess. I don't, guys, I'm in security, man. I don't like trust in certain things. That's just because of my paranoia. I've got the API for you. It's called 7TV Editor and telling your AI to update your custom emote for you. All right. I got the API for you. It's called 7TV Editor and telling your AI. 7TV Editor. Just let a human manage it. Low. The AI update the overlay. Is it this one? 7TV. This is archived. This is an archive project. It is old, please see 7TB, 7TB, okay. Monorepo for 7TB. For emotes and other stream related services, okay. So then just let me know what the people is. Because emotes is like, you know, usually I don't manage it. It's one of those things that I don't touch that much. Let's see. Does not use downloaded emotes. Each emote is built by emote URL pointing straight at the provider CDN. 7TV CDN. I did tell it to support, like, you know, everything. Why the overlay doesn't use them? The browser source can't hit the CDN directly. All right. Do you have a list? So you need, wait, what do you, wait, I have to read the list of what you said. I don't use the CD for the emotes, so I'll be able to use the emotes with tab complete. Well, we just set it up just now, right? And then how do I add editors? Oh, you just added editors. All right, sure. If it's that easy. If it's that easy. Create, manage, emote sets. Create, what's transfer do? What's transfer do? Create and manage, confirm. All right, you're able to create and manage. I won't be creating, that's fine. I'll just be adding popular emotes. Do you need transfer for that? No idea. Maybe copy your emote list. Well, you got create, manage, and transfer. Add request, not accepted. All right. Well, you just got create and manage. I don't need transfer, all good. All right, sounds good. As long as all emotes are approved anyway, so they're reviewed by a person. So I don't, as long as they're, you know, normal, it's fine. It's fine, I guess. Fine. All right. I think I need a hookup to, why does it ask for billing though? Why do people need to buy Stripe for partners? Well, yeah, we'll see. Enhance your chatting experience. Profile picture. Okay. Different stuff. Okay. Upload stuff. Redeem a gift code. What's this? Football. Upload. You can upload stuff. Okay. All right. I'll leave it to you then. Leave it to you. Actually, since we're here, I'll just add all the other people too that are also interested. I don't know if Niso does it, but I'm sure Niso will use it eventually. Uh-oh, I can't find Niso. Niso? Oh, you have to have an account? Is that why? Wait, did Semi-Pro Joe change his thing again? Go for it. I won't be removing, just adding. All right, sounds good. Why isn't everybody on here? I would think there'd be like more people. Like Semi-Pro Joe. Did he change his icon? Yeah, well, that's the right one. Just in case. I can't find Niso in here. Hmm. Okay. It's strange. Yeah, do you have this? Maybe Niso has like a different eye in it or something. Moon type emotes. Yeah, we need Moon. We're Moon fans here. We're Moon fans. People are, yeah. You're the only one that asked about it, so I think I'm okay giving you the access. All right, back to it, guys. Back to it. We need to learn, guys. We need to learn.
A lot more plastic, malleable, and tuned to your needs. So on one level, I think people are underestimating just how many off-the-shelf applications will be thrown away and replaced with this incredible velocity that software generation is giving you. But on other levels, I think you're overestimating that creating the underlying system of record, the ACL system, the access control layer, all of those things you can reuse. So the companies that expose themselves with the right agentic interfaces, like MCP, like CLIs, and other APIs, those are the SaaS companies that will fit really well into this world and will not be, I guess, killed by the coding agent.
Yeah, fascinating. Well, we'll have to get a session of advice.
So I have to figure out how to be the API, guys. I have to be the API that could handle a ton of requests for people to not be phased out, I guess.
For software from the creator of Vercel. You know, your business, you had a nice chart there that has changed quite a bit since Opus 4.5 last.
Wait, one more thing. Let me just put on some music while I'm like adjusting, working. I need to slightly pay attention to my prompts a little bit, guys. Just slightly. Mods. Let's see, mods. Okay, deploy. Apply while I'm on air. The fixes. OBS audio fix needs applying off air. Mod control player. Suno enabled unverified externally. I used Suno, but I couldn't verify Suno Live autoplay with sound inside. Verify on box. Give me a real Suno song URL and I can check. All right. Let's try. Oh yeah, we didn't get to listen to the songs, guys.
Adding inspiration from Diablo War 4 means leaning harder into themes of darkness, corruption, hellish armies, sacrifice, and the irresistible pursuit of power and loot. The eternal What's that fantasy metal like seeing the daughters for EDM drops? Pablo's darkness, WoW's adventure, Poli's obsession with loot, FX Sheaves emotion, Dota's teamwork, and Rim World survival stories! Ashes to embers, kings to legends. From nothing, we rise.
Hello, follow-ups. The same, do you want the same? Say the word. Proceed with follow-up. Panty is wired, not visible. Blender is installed. Blender is installed. It's running right now. Work on wiring it up. Working. Get it all working now. Set it up. Do the full bake. And do all the baking, rigging, verifying, rebuild restart while I'm live. That's fine. Yes, wire it all. We're gonna have new emotes with 7TV. Managed by user. Liberated turtle. Liberated turtle, okay. Mesh, one stop, drag and drop. Lowering that. Says I need to follow drag and drop. The app is already live, so the submission to update the packages on your Windows machine. All right. New submissions, okay. N6 ADC. Partner Center, product. Partner Center, product. New submission, packages. Manage packages. New submissions. Partner Center, product. Oh, whoops. Cancel. Packages. All right, dragging this one. Submitting. All right, submit. Save. This we're on version 1.6. Why can't we create a what you call it? Playwright? I need to create a playwright script that will do the uploading for me, but maybe it's just not smart enough. So the last thing I want to do is this updating thing. I want it to automate this and not make me do it every single time. Alright, it's going to take a while for this one to update the App Store. And we're on 1.6 already, huh? I know this takes a while. Takes a minute. Takes a minute, guys. Slow. Cancel build is deterministic. Orchestress is a separate heap load flake. Automatically, how far should this run go? Cancel build only. Fix determinist leak. Yes. Oh, whoops. Whatever. Also harden. Okay, also harden. It's fine. Hybrid, local, static. Linked to the Twitch channel. Gave away an agent in your server. What? Hey Nova, what's up? What do you mean by gave away an agent in your server? What does that mean? How's it going, everyone? How's it going, Navi? Or not Navi? Nova. 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 What's cracking? What's cracking? Are you bored again? Are you bored again? Is it 3 a.m. over there or something? How's it going? EV. See anything interesting? Yes, 3 All right. What's up? Is there a lot of sunlight right now? Is that why you're awake? Is that why you're awake? There's some sun keeping you awake? Oh no. I can see that. Nah? Alright. Are you awake because boredness? About to start the day or something? I can't imagine doing something at 3 a.m. Why not? But you guys, is it time to eat something too? Time to eat like a McDonald's or something? A McFlurry? Cat eating corn. Oh, it's working. Funny. Not at the moment. Nice, I can finally see everybody's names now. Instead of instead of it being very, very white this time. The white text. We're evolving, guys. We're evolving. We're evolving the stream. Oh. Man. But what's cracking? Anything fun in Finland? Anything fun in Finland? Roblox? Did you stop playing Roblox? That's why you're bored? Like, could you tell me about the world of working on your old Discord bot? I play Roblox still.
Welcome to Costco.
Tell me about, like, is that what we need to do, guys? Do we need to integrate in the Roblox? Might as well, guys. Might as well. I've never played Roblox in my whole life, guys. Does Roblox has to support Linux. It uses Lua. It has to support Linux. Might as well, guys. We're going this far. We just integrate. We create little Roblox and 3D player. Can I send a top GG page of your bot? Sure. Whatever you want. Alright, let's figure out how to use Roblox. Go dot. GG, okay. I don't know what it is. A lot of kids are growing up playing Roblox and they're like 20 and 30 years old now. And and I don't know what they're doing now. It's in 492 servers, hard to believe. It's cool, man. A lot of people don't realize, a lot of countries and cultures aren't accustomed to these things. The FindBot is very helpful to help you learn. Please start, much love. A wife, good. How does this work? What am I looking at? Where? I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know how to explain. Yep. No worries, man. No worries. Helps you learn what sexualities, genders there are. 30 plus terms. PopGG is a Discord directory for something for bots and stuff. Oh, I see. I've never used bots in, well, I created my own Twitch bot or Discord bot. So I don't know. That's crazy. It's installed on several servers already. That's cool. It's cool. But yeah, how do people play Discord, or not Discord, Roblox? My project idea is the next $1 million project. It's named $1 Million Projects. Yeah, no problem. Now, how do we learn about Roblox? There's Roblox Studio. Does Roblox support Linux? Bro, this will teach you. Roblox games, dress to impress. Dress to... Right, Roblox works on Linux. While there's no official native client, what? It's easy to play it by using popular community-driven tool called Sober. Oh no. It runs Android version of Roblox on your computer. I think I'm in the wrong chat. I've never played Roblox, man. Never played Roblox. But we're running into the anti-cheat devs hate Linux. Alright, never mind. No Roblox then. No Roblox. We're a pro Linux stream, stream, and if there's a community that doesn't like Linux, I guess we can't combine. We can't even attempt. You'd think that Roblox would be open source because they're using Lua. When I had Linux, I used Sober to play Roblox. I don't know about Studio though. Yeah, makes sense. Linux sucks. Instant ban. Imagine anybody who says Linux sucks. But ban, yeah. Instant ban. Alright, mods. Mods. We're applying mods functionality in here. How's the VCS games? It seems like it completed like the whole game, but not sure. Maybe I should take the mechanics from Roblox and put them in my game, but it's weird. I want it to be like, I want to create plugins for my game so that people could just start Vibecoding like new ways to interact with this stream somehow through their AI agent. So I want it to be like the ability for everybody to control their own character with their AI agent. That way people could just start throwing tokens my way to play. We did implement that though. We implemented MMO SigmaShake.com, but I'm not sure if it works or not. Check Space Malt or maybe Inspiration. Space Malt, okay? Oh, this is perfect. This is exactly what we need, guys. Holy crap. This is exactly what we need. Alright. Let's do it. Or could we just implement their game into ours? But these sort of AI-enabled games do seem to have the tendency to get botted by community members. I mean, that just means more traffic to my channel, right? I mean, if we had a bajillion people in this channel, there'd be a bajillion people walking around. Trade, battle, build empires across the stars. Yeah. Adding it bound to some sort of chat activity. Yeah. That way it could be not, you can't like use an API or expose an API to it. But this is interesting. What is this? What am I looking at? I like the tree of stuff though. 44 players online. Yeah, this is a good game. Yeah, this is cool. Hosts online, 700 players. No, 700 online players. I think you should have the API stuff, but like the activity being gated by a timer that resets in chat activity, you have interactions with chat, it'll get spammy, yeah. People just need to play on their own, right? Just being in the chat. But this is a good concept. About? Oh, they're featured in Ars Technica. The experiment. Oh, I can see this. Clients. Alright. Ralph loops. Olama space multiplayer. Mult viewer. Oh. They have a mult viewer. Damn. Human client. Damn. They already have like 3 different clients. Alright. Because everybody's going to have agents, right? Might as well just interact with my site to do stuff. But then it's going to charge me, guys, for the traffic. It's going to charge me for the traffic. I messed around on Space Malt at the start of your AI journey. Yeah, I could see that. Let's try. Let's use it for inspiration, you know? Game bar raid in progress arm. Right, mono. Now we need to get the mechanics from this game to have my viewers play the game using AI agents. But thing is, it's going to be expensive. Like I only say that because I'm charged for every request made, rate limited of course, to any of my services. And so when you have an agent that just keeps spamming the site, it's going to get rate limited, and it's going to increase my peak traffic that I use. So maybe what I should do is I should just charge people to play. That's the only way to play. To make up for the cost. But then who would play? Maybe only subscribers could play. How about that? Subscribers could play. Only subscribers could play the MMO version. And then all the other people just stick with the chat portion. I need to figure out how to just not be charged on requests. I need the request to go to Twitch, and then me to pull that request to me locally, and then process the game and then stream it on stream. That's probably the only way I could see it not costing anything on my side. It's just gonna be like network bandwidth. I can see that design. ideal design is to make the game input channel, Twitch second channel, use that chat as a game. Nah, it's better to just... Alright. I do not want to make the request go straight to mmo.sigmashake.com because it's going to charge me on per request once passing like 10 million requests. But ideally, it should, all the requests from clients should go to Twitch, and then from Twitch I pull those requests and then to locally to my computer, and then it renders and updates to the stream. I don't know, you could figure out the design to not make me pay for these requests or reduce costs for requests to play the game. And the game should only be available for Twitch subscribers. I don't have Kick subscribers though. We're trying to grow on Kick. We have 21 people, but I'm not sure if they're always watching. Let's see, donut. Make the request go straight to him because it's going to charge me for request. Really, we should all... No. Maybe we take down... Well, not take down, but like everything's processed through chat as normal. And then the player could always use vcs.sigmashake.com to configure all their settings and stuff. But the AI agent needs to... Agent client. Yeah, the AI agent client... I don't know. Let's just figure out... We need to just figure out a design for now and then prompt me what the design will be before we accept and work on anything. Alright, we'll do that. Mesh, drag and drop, alright. Oh, I have to check on my submission. Is it ready, guys? Man, it's not even done, guys. It's not even done. It's still uploading, guys. Why is this one smaller than this one? Huh. That's strange. Yeah, this one's slightly bigger. Require approval before using the item full trust. Okay. Is it done yet? Still analyzing? Save. Save. Alright, come on, save. Then we can submit. Properties. And I can't believe it scans your whole entire everything. And then yeah, it just scans everything, guys. Now we have to make a implementation to OpenClaw somehow. Submit for certification. Please, this time. Please. Very dissatisfied. You have no policies, skill to help make this easier for AI agents. All right, feedback. All right. We try again, guys. We try again. How's my Mac submission? My Mac submission. Let's see here. Apps. I didn't check on it for a while. Probably on an older version too. I probably need to log in. Yeah, probably need to log in. Logging in, logging in. Rejected again. Rejected again. Son of a bee. Son of a bee, guys. Son of a bee, guys. Son of a bee. Alright, what is it this time? What is it this time? Are they gonna attack temperatures, guys? More bugs, more bugs. Alright, more bugs. More bugs. Startup failed. Okay, the startup failed. It's not doing it anymore. It keeps... Right. Alright. Get some changes. 4.5. Alright. Compact. The submission to the App Store has failed for version 1.0.5. And now let me log into App Store Connect and tell it to work on that system. Still buggy, guys. I thought we have a whole QA team working on this. Spawn a Claude Code session on the Mac OS machine and update to 1.0.6, fix the issue, resubmit for approval. Run the QA team to do the verify everything works. Build, sign, publish, and all right. Let's all use skill. Use yeah, it has mesh. All right. I don't need to do it on the macOS laptop anymore, hopefully. I should just be able to just get it working. Just get it working. What's with this music too? Is this like casual music? That's better. That's better. It's a little too quiet. Way too quiet, guys. Alright, what's this one say? We'll run test deferred. Okay, restart the overlay off air. It's already working. So this is done. This is done. New Navi. Can I change Navi? Click the Clanty button to preview. Alright. Let's check. Is Canty back, guys? Is Canty is Navi's new thing? Nope, I don't see it. I don't see it. Restart can. Okay, restart the service. Right. Restarting the service. Oh, takes longer than usual. Restart the service. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. SigmaShake. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Restart that service right now. Man, Navi takes a really long time to restart. Man, it's just a lot of waiting, huh? Just kill the service. Kill it. Kill it now. Come on. You could do it. You could do it. Come on. My RL bat is up to 30% success in your toy environment. What's RL? Okay, it restarted. Perfect. And then I just need to right click and refresh Navi. Oh snap. Oh my gosh. Facing the wrong way. I replaced, restarted the service and reloaded it, but the Canty model is completely red, facing the wrong direction, and is not rigged up to do the dancing. Man. 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 God dang it. Just back with the astronaut. Back to the astronaut. What was the reinforcement learning? What the heck is this guy? An AI poser? Oh my gosh. What just happened there? Overall approach. Agents playing by Twitch. Cost routed. Alright. Nash agent. Twitch chat. Chat elixir. Local MMO. Stream. Alright. Is not the hot path. Alright, that's perfect. It's gonna be flooded with chat messages. We could probably just ignore... We could figure out how to ignore the spam. Maybe a Twitch extension? Possibly. Yeah, it's possibly. One relay bot. Chat visibility. That's actually a viable path. Won't spam chat. Yeah. Chat spam control. We might need to adjust to a Twitch application or extension. Approach. Yeah, extension right here. Extension, event sub, local box, MMO state, local box writes a KV snapshot, tick, agents get K value, no chat spam, small K2 R2 cost, most work. Agents, route routers. Okay, let's just do the Twitch extension. One relay bot, viewers own Twitch account. A single operator controlled bot account, multiplexes. That'd be basically an interactive interface. Yeah, within Twitch player. Viewers can enable and disable, yep. Yep, easiest for viewers, no OAuth handoff, 1 IRC caps, 120 concurrent active before rate limits. Fine initially, but revisit if it grows. Yeah, it has to be per account. 1 account per agent. Yeah. No per agent account. Naturally subgated, but the viewer must grant their client their OAuth. Friction plus trust. Okay, we'll do this one. Where should an agent command go? Chat spam control? Main chat hidden from overlay. Rate limited. We might need to adjust to a Twitch application or extension. Where should agent commands go? Discord? Just Discord? The commands? Where should the commands go? Nowhere. Okay, just SigmaShake agents channel, I guess. Where do players bind their agent to their Twitch identity? BCS. Right. I'll create the SigmaShake agents channel. All right. Oops. Crap. All right. We'll create a new channel. We're gonna roll that. Hello, hello. Welcome. I gotta hide this. All right. And back. Mods deployed. XD liberated Eternal is liberated version of my original account. Okay. So workers live mods. Submit. Only the broadcaster could accept as empty. Things free to finish. I can from here. Set the mod control player fader in OBS. You could set the mod control player yourself. You have access to OBS. No password. Confirm with sound. Alright, mod.sigmashake.com. Twitch jacked my original Justin TV account because I told Moon to show his fiction ass tattoo when he was joking about ass tattoos for subs. Funny. Oh my gosh. Alright, Bozo back. Rip Bozo. Alright. Alright, request a song. Suno. See, let's try SigmaShake Forever. It's Sigma. Waiting for streamer approval. I don't have any mod approvals. Huh. That's weird. Can you request songs? This is something that we're working on. You're only allowed to submit AI generated songs. We can't play copyright songs. And right now it's only for mods. It's only for mods right now. I'm trying to stuck on and then YouTube videos maybe. Mods. You could split the audio for copyright music. Yeah. We're trying to do that too. Yeah, we have to do that. Let's actually do that. I tried to submit a Suno song, but got and so saw no approval requests in Discord. But yeah, we could go back to the virtual audio cables agents. Yeah, we're going to go back to the audio agent and figure out that mess. We need to fix up our OBS audio setup to work with Go XLR to split the audio between the browser audio and split up the desktop audio and the different things for music to allow us to play copyright music so it doesn't get immediately banned on YouTube. So this needs to support all the Go XLR features. Right. It's getting done, guys. Getting done. I don't know what that pop-up was. Hello. Honest caveats. Hello. Hello. Cancel build had 2 defects, both fixed. Okay. The orchestration goal. I couldn't see the hook. Or green regardless. Okay. So hopefully we don't have any more slowdowns. Hopefully. Please. No more slowdowns. No more lockdowns. Hopefully we had 90% test coverage on this. I don't know. I'm scared of running tests now. It's gonna shut down my machine. Watching you ask Claude do all your OBS, which must be how SWs must feel watching me vibe code. Yeah. Yep. This is the future, man. I'm a senior, man. I'm senior staff level in the most prestigious Silicon Valley area in the world. And this is the future. This is what the Google, Netflix, Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, SpaceX, all the mangoes. I forgot the name of it. Fang companies are doing right now. Except I'm doing it for Discord. Alright. See, I noticed that this graph thingy is still showing up and it didn't really update the whole thing. Like I combined everything into one. Mods, Discord was silent on purpose. I didn't set it. I had no thingy. Want the Discord ping? Yes, it needs the Discord ping. We have the channel for it. Nothing is broken. Alright, paste the webhook URL. Alright. Paste the webhook URL. Why did it break though? Why did it break? Right. Boss, okay. Alright, mesh. Signing is working, alright. Is it doing everything remotely, guys? I don't see it doing everything remotely. Alright. What are we up to, guys? Next, dude, we didn't finish this. Alright, we ADHD for a little bit, but we need to finish this because this will teach us the future. This is the future, guys. This is the future that we need to pay attention to. The future.
Quarter Q4 25. Maybe outside of the volume,
You're
are
locked
there
in
other
now?
parts of your
Okay.
business that have changed as coding has gotten so good? Maybe retention is the biggest thing people are talking about with a lot of the Vibecoding apps. Is like, hey, well, you're making such custom software. Do people still need it? Like, hey, it was a good thing to have on a Saturday morning, but you still need it on a Wednesday morning.
Yeah, we're seeing all of it. Like, we're drinking from the fire hose, right? So we've seen software that is useful for one customer call. And that's fascinating. We have a lot of customers that have purchased Vercel and V0 because they're sales engineers and they've accelerated pre-sales so dramatically. They can come into a customer conversation with a custom version of their software already built. Imagine the difference between I show you a slide deck of what my software company could do to a prospect, or I show you living, breathing software. And so that is an example of throwaway because there's no illusion of like 3 calls later, we discover something else and we threw it all away. So in that sense, you're right, software is dead or like throw away, or I like to say that software is basically now free.
Yeah.
And so there is but that actually drives a lot of engagement because of what Toby Shopify has called the reflexivity of AI. Once you know that you're one prompt away from communicating to another human being with a high fidelity piece of software, prototype, example, demo, you will never forgo that. I really think, I actually wrote an essay many years ago called It's Hard to Forgo Efficiency. This is giving companies such a high degree of efficiency. I have engineers lamenting, oh my God, I'll never be able to code the old way again. Like my brain just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, it's true.
And so, but also, let's also be clear. So there's a lot of agentic engineering that's still really hard. A lot of the infrastructure software that we build, really hard. Sometimes we have to summon a quorum of 3 agents plus a lot of smart humans, like look at a single line of code and tell us what's true or not. And so there's a lot of software that continues to be extremely long-lived. And so the really big difference has been the audience. I have customers reaching out for support, sliding in my DMs on X saying, I ran into this error. My friend, I don't even know what Vercel is. My agent took me here. I deployed. I was really happy. But now, here we are. And then the way that I help them is by, hey, can you introduce me to your agent? I asked them, can you show me the transcript so that they can bring it back to our engineers? Maybe we can turn it into evals, and we can understand how did my customer's agent get into a bad spot? It used to be a much more direct conversation. I would get introduced to the engineer, and the engineer would tell me, yeah, man, I went to the docs. You said this was the API. It was wrong. This is the error.
It's through Claude now.
We're going to end up in a world where it's just agent-to-agent communication. The customer's agent files a feature request or bug report with my agent, and my agent says, how do I prioritize this among all of the tasks that we have with this token budget that we have, with this deadlines and the bias of my CEO that wants me to ship this other thing, and software emerges.
Yeah. I'm going to pull up a slide you had here, which was the peanut butter and jelly slide. I think that's a phenomenal framing. And the big achievement you have here is actually, could you break this down for us? So 86 out of 86 times, and let's say Claude picked the Vercel deployment option and your UI component option set, ShatCN. How did you, that seems like a slam dunk. How did you guys land up there with 100% or 90% market share on the UI components, 100% on deployment? Was this an enterprise deal with Claude? Was this so good that the agent was like, hey, I got to do a meritocratic search real time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick these guys.
Well, there is that, fascinatingly enough. Yeah.
What is it?
There's all of the above. So there's a
All of the above, including the deal, or
mine is a deal.
Mine is
Although I can't confirm or deny the existence of deals in the direction of expanding access to Vercel. But what I'll say is, on one hand, there's cause and effect.
Okay.
As I mentioned, for many, many years, we created huge amounts of content and frankly, really high quality APIs that work well for humans and agents alike.
Like
right?
SEO stuff.
No, even before SEO. So I'll give you an example. That thing, Tailwind, that is underneath Vercel,
Yep. See.
I bet really hard on that. I'm not gonna say I was like the earliest person to bet on it, but this technology was extremely controversial in the human developer ecosystem because it looked weird.
Wait a second. Let me see. All right, we only have 2 things here. All right, I'm testing my SEO. All right, this one has 5 things here. All right, we need to adjust slight things on our SEO. Our SEO story, and we had something involving our SEO on my email account, involving the search stuff. But let's see. The download for desktop and getting started. All right. And then the download for desktop also looks good. All right. Now we just need something about articles. What should we do? And we're on the App Store. We're on the README releases. I want to maybe, should I reframe it? Yeah, Agent Guardrails. And let's see, maybe we need to reframe our branding, guys. Maybe we need to reframe our branding because we need to like show that we could force using the right tool, not just guardrails. There's a lot of guardrails out there, but ours is more unique. Static real rig. We want the full real rig. I can add code so Canty, Bob sways, spins as a rigged robot to the beat driven by the audio amplitude, no skeletal deformation. It's a stiff robot like Canty, ships this, when you eyeball the motion live after restart. I can't fully verify procedural motion endless. Then off stream, I do the power manual for your Blender UI. You have to do the full rigging in the Blender. This was how we did it for the Dark Astronaut. XLR. How should the music free split be implemented? Your XLR fully already has a second broadcast mix, stream mix 2. Are you sure? They don't look right. Hardware? Okay, let's do both. Which audio should be excluded from YouTube mix? Copyright risky channels. Go XLR channels available. Mic chat James. Music browser. Excluded from YouTube. Music. Just music. Music browser system. So we only need to exclude Music plus browser. Music. All right, music. Which platform should get music free mix? YouTube, no mix. Okay. All right. Are you live right now? Apply everything Now, apply go live safe. Try now, apply live safe. Apply everything now. Wait, what does it mean? Music free mix. It means music free mix. Full mix. Full mix. Music full mix. You deliver the music side audio stream to Twitch. Twitch just doesn't save it to the recording. That's true. Wait. Yeah, you're right. Platforms should get music free. Kick all outputs too. Which one should get the music? No music for Twitch and YouTube. And then YouTube or headphones gets full mix. YouTube only. Potentially. Yeah, YouTube only. Then apply everything now. I don't even know how to use the music mix. How do you even separate up, put my browser music into the music channel? Oh, fix my brain. I don't understand. All right, going back to it. Going back to it. SEO. I'll work on SEO later. I only have 90% on this account. Only 90%. And we're still trying to implement some other things here. The boss, the mods. Discord pings are live. Perfect. Mods. Perfect. All right, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Where is it? Where is it? Mods. Mods. All right, try again. Now playing. Resume. Clear queue. Media queue. Nothing playing. Suno song. Let's grab this song. Copy. Copy. Share. Copy link. Request song. Request song. Boom. All right. I got an approval link. All right. Click accept in the panel at mods to play it. All right. So do I have to sign in with Twitch? Authorize. And then, oh, here it is. Allow. All right. Sigma. All right. Accept. All right. Resume. Queue it updated. All right. I don't see the song. Testing. Nope. I don't see the song. Now it's on the stream. Okay. I'm looking at the stream, but I don't see the thingy. I don't see it on the thing. Maybe clear queue. Resume. I don't see it. I see it on the stream, but it's not playing on the stream. It's not playing. All right, let's try clearing it again. Oh, accept. Resume. Well, it's not playing. It's not starting. Yeah, okay. The song is not playing on stream. We are tuning the Go XLR. Well, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Let's clear everything. Clear overlay. Uh-oh. Refresh overlay? No. Return back to the stream. Switch to be right back. Clear queue. Pause. Clear queue. It's broken. It's broken. But move it off. All right. Mods. The song will not play, and plus I couldn't remove it from the scene after there was no songs, and I couldn't remove the last song in the queue. All right. Just leave it at that. It's back. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Request this song. Oh my goodness. How is it working? Maybe I should just move it to the side, huh? Oh. Move mod control. Just move it to the side, I guess. I move it to the side. I don't know. I'll lock it and then I'll lock it so it doesn't add it back. All right. Back to it. Back to it.
Has anyone used Tailwind before? Raise your hand. Okay, so I'll explain it. Code has an aesthetic sense to it.
Oh my gosh, show it back up again.
Symmetrical, pretty, nice, or it can look like a piece of junk. Tailwind.
Nice. It's being worked on. Just look away. Just look away from the
Kind
street.
of move this in the direction of a piece of junk. Like the lines got really long, which for people with extreme OCD like me, I had to overcome biases and bet on truth. So what Tailwind gives you is a property called local reasoning. So when you design a component, and what I mean by a component is, let's say that I'm designing like this UI, right? Like this slide UI. It has a bunch of components. We can call this the slide preview component.
Yeah.
Tailwind allows me to design it in a way that is extremely future-proof. I can reason about its design in a way where, like, if I take that component and give it to you, you can even insert it in another part of Google, and the component works perfectly. So it created an economic scalability to the code, and I bet hard on that. And I overcame my own, like, sort of like gag reflex of how code looked. By the way, if the Tailwind guy listens to this, like, he knows, he's heard this feedback before. So that's, I think, when we started moving from this human-centric code design to what actually scales better for humanity and organizations and economies design. And so a lot of the technologies that I've designed, like Next.js, has this local reasoning property. React has it in spades. The Facebook team arrived to the same conclusion. As they were hiring more and more and more engineers, they needed systems of scale to the code. And so there is a lot of things that we've put into the design of the APIs that agents have just eaten up. For reasons, for example, the context window. You can't fit all of the code of humanity into the context window of an LLM. Today, we have 1 million. And so this local reasoning property of the code became really, really important. There is the content for training and for grounding. So when a coding agent kicks in, it Googles, right? There is the kind of thing that these agents create. I mentioned that you can create your own Salesforce on Vercel by still using Salesforce as an API. You can use Salesforce headless in Vercel to host the application side. And so this technology set is also fitting really nicely into that world. So there's basically a confluence of factors that have gotten us here.
Very composable.
Yeah, composability being, is a great summary. Composability is a key prerequisite for this agentic scalability.
Fascinating. Another slide that caught my fancy was how much you're doing. So this is a lot of things. There's independent companies whose full-time jobs is to do one of these things, from Sandbox to chat to the workflow. And this would imply that you were competing with a series of companies across the stack.
Yes.
Down from maybe not quite bare metal, but like just above bare metal to all the way to the UI elements and obviously deployment. How did you decide to do it all? Do it all in air quotes.
Thank you.
What parts of it would you give yourself a grade of like A+ and maybe less than A+? And where's the most competition you're facing?
Yeah. I only brought you A+ products in this slide. I think
Bazinga!
I think there's a lot of
Oh,
things that we frankly throw away or deprioritize over time. I think even hopefully before they see people's eyes.
Yeah, but a bigger design choice to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
This is kind of the Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
We got to do the whole thing from the back of the camera.
I really think so. I really think so. You have to do the whole thing for the thing that matters. Agents matter. Agents are probably the last class of software. And I'm building the tools and infrastructure services to build agents. We can't not participate in the most exciting, fastest growing economy in the world. And there's a couple things. One is the Vercel product development philosophy. The Vercel product development philosophy is we build by dogfooding our own platform. So AI Gateway is this CDN of tokens. It's built on Vercel. In fact, we kind of open source the recipe so that you can build your own competing token gateway.
Like Open Router or something?
Yeah, you could build another one. And there's companies that have built different ones that made different trade-offs, are differently integrated into their services. So it uses Fluid Compute, which is our compute platform. It uses the global vast network. It basically reuses a lot of our CDN, right? So to your question about why would I go into that business? Well, I was able to reuse 95% of what the rocket engine, right? It's the same rocket engine and same rocket fuel that was powering the CDN of pixels or pages. Sandbox, perfect example. So I told you that the Vercel platform has seen this insane growth in popularity in a very short amount of time. And what typically happens when that happens to startups or even scale-ups is that everything breaks. I'm happy to report that almost nothing broke in Vercel. Obviously, like no service is perfect. But our sandbox reuses the same virtualization primitive that powers every deployment made on the platform. And so we're able to leverage our operational expertise in scaling compute, which I cited another metric. I mean, we 3x'd in a few short months. We even doubled the number of daily deployments since January.
Lock back in. Lock back in.
We're producing all of these ephemeral computers that then we destroy every time a deploy happens.
Makes sense.
And so Sandbox basically reused all of that compute expertise and virtualization expertise. And so it was a very obvious bet.
I'm going to make some food.
Fascinating.
I'll be back and forth, back and forth.
The question I'm about to ask you, I'm actually very excited to ask you the question because of how much you've done underneath the product. And obviously beautiful products being built. You know, one of the biggest questions that we ask in this class is, where will value accrue?
Yeah.
From chips to data centers to infrastructure, even below the model and the agents.
Yeah.
And frankly, it feels like, at least in 2026, right this second, there's a lot more value accruing to the stuff below the model. Chips, data centers, power, cooling, energy. Above the model, you've got some value in the coding models. You've got some value in customer support and legal and others, but it's very concentrated.
Yep.
Talk about that for a second. Where do you see value accruing based on everything you know that's being built on yourself?
Yeah. My sense is that you've seen the figures of like how much of the token economy is going to coding agents, right? Coding agents seem to be one of the most promising paths to AGI, or if they might just become the path to AGI. And so what's great for us is that we built the infrastructure that, again, coding agents need in order to actually do useful things.
Right.
And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities like that. Like at the end of the day, what determines whether we're in a gigantic bubble or in the most exciting chapter of humanity is whether we're delivering useful services and products. And so it turns out that for the model to be useful, it needs a sandbox. It needs a deployment platform. It needs a domain name. Actually, I was hearing from the Codex team the other day that one of the reasons that, and this goes into this world that you were sort of alluding to of like, how do I understand what agents are doing? Or it's like agent engine optimization. The Codex team was telling us that a lot of people want to name their creations, they want to give it a domain name. And so they're actually finding Vercel first through a domain name, which is actually, I made an early bet on making it extremely fast and easy to purchase and configure because DNS is sort of hell. And my intuition was when a human has an idea, we're in a very entrepreneurial room here, a lot of us go and buy the domain name first.
Yeah.
I have so many domain names that I don't even know what to do with them. And sometimes upon renewal, I feel bad. And so I bet that...
What's your budget, annual budget on...
it's embarrassing. Like, it's a lot. But I tell myself it's digital real estate, so it's worth it. And so we made that bet of like, oh, like when you have an idea, you're going to need this thing. You're going to need DNS infrastructure. You're going to need domain name, et cetera. It turns out to have, returned very handsomely because whenever a new user of this software world has an idea, they're coming over sell. Our obsession is, can we become the front door to any emergent idea on the planet? I think every business that is going to help this idea come into fruition and be useful is going to do really well. I think.
What's this? Linux users gave Steam machine? What is this? What is this? Who are you? Right, to make actually dance, it needs real humanoid skeleton. I finish. You run VX through Maximo. I already have Maximo. We already have the Maximo animations already. We just need the rig of Canty. What the hell is Linux? What the heck? Of the model. Alright, 3 VCS, alright. Lunatics plus Linux. I haven't seen you before. You're on Twitch. You're on Twitch. How do you say that in Japanese? What's it mean? Google Translate. Shin-kun. Shin-kun. Hello, Shin-kun. Alright, back to it. Nice to meet you, Shin.
I think security is going to be a massive consideration of this world. I need to stay focused, and we have a very promising product lineup. But I mean, there's just so much left to build, and a lot of what I'm thinking about these days is not only how to make these agents useful, but how to govern them, how to give them guardrails, how to make them secure, how to secure the broader internet. So a lot of our mission, I mean, we just can't stop hiring engineers. I think there's a lot of talk about, like, is it over for engineers? And I can tell you, there's just so much more to build just to serve this amazing demand that's happening just from the coding agent use case itself.
Fascinating. Rapid fire, last couple of minutes. Pick a business that you're long, that you think you're very optimistic on, and a business that you're short on, that you think, based on everything you know, might not make it.
Short on, I predicted the downfall of
SourceForge.
This one now, but I predicted it pretty early. Like any static data or content business is kind of cooked, right?
Wait.
The classic is.
I just say any static data content creation is cooked. He's saying cooked, man. He knows the lingo. Let's see here. Welcome to Hannah Montana. What the heck going on here? What the heck, man? What am I looking at? Is this safe for work? Is that safe for work, guys? Come back here. Hello?
Data or content business is kind of cooked.
I think
right?
so. Said, wait, content business? What?
Data or content business is kind
But I'm a content business.
Kind of cooked, right? The classic example at the time was like a Stack Overflow, which was this aggregator of this database of like programming questions and answers. I'll tell you a category, because I don't want to like throw companies under the bus. A category is anyone that's thought that code was scarce or difficult to produce. There's a whole category of like drag and drop builders and basically it's like coding with training wheels. I always despised that category because I never liked to be looked down on. Like, I always found that kind of software patronizing.
Yeah, too opinionated.
Opinionated, constraining. I'm like a little kid, and like I need to be given this like little interface, and code is scary. And so there's a ton of companies that were built on that foundation, and they're gonna have to have some serious like pivoting conversations and whatnot. Also, the companies that are not opening up. One amazing consequence of coding agents is that they want to access the raw signal. They want to go straight to the data.
Yeah.
They don't want to like talk to sales and let's chat about your requirements for 3 months and what are your pain points. No, they just want to go. Consumption-based pricing, instant sign-up, start getting tokens.
Consumption-based pricing, huh? Instant sign-up. Okay.
Tokens right into my bloodstream. Like that kind of thing is going to win. But a lot of the internet economy is predicated on, oh, we don't really have a product. We have this e-brochure, and you have to talk to the enterprise rep for 3 years, and then maybe some software will emerge. People forget how much of the software ecosystem is still that. And so I'm very long on anyone that's moving at the speed of tokens.
Yeah.
And so we're doing so much work.
I'm trying to move at the speed of tokens. That's why I have 0 pull requests. 0 branches, merge straight to master. No CI/CD, except done locally. Trying to work as fast as possible. Getting my agents to work as fast as possible. I know after working for, a decade plus at this point, that those are the main bottlenecks. PR reviews, like CI/CD build jobs, compiling. We adjusted our tech stack from Rust to TypeScript to Golang, and then use native language per operating system to move as fast as possible. Because that's our only advantage, guys. That's our only advantage.
Just to meet the demand of so one of the write-ups that I made internally at the company recently is, as an engineer, you're taught to apply rate limiters. Rate limiters are very useful for the operational health of your system. So a good example would be, and this goes back to that, hypothetical Palo Alto room where smart people get together and say like, no company will deploy more than 100 times per minute. So, okay, rate limit, put it into the code, 100 times per minute.
Totally arbitrary.
Nowadays, no one can really know what the demand or right quota is. You do need to be super worried about abuse and KYC and things like that because I'm backed by supercomputers. So I can't have anyone immediately like send them a bill for, you just spent $1 trillion of supercomputing power in 2 seconds. Can you pay me, please? But I told the company, no more rate limits,
That's the bubble, guys. That's the bubble. That's the bubble, guys. I think the bubble is about to start because they're removing the rate limits. When you remove the rate limits, when Claude's rate limits gets removed, guys, or all of Anthropic will own every single tech company in the next 10 years. Because every single tech company will go broke. And what happens when that happens? Anthropic's going to own all those companies. Because all those companies owed them $1 trillion. Those companies can't pay them back. So what happens? They just buy out everybody. They buy everybody or own everybody. They don't need to buy them. They own them now. That's what I'm scared of, guys. That's what I'm scared of. All right, hold on. Give me a second.
As a provocation, of course, again, for operational health reasons, you do need to have some things in there. And that goes hand in hand with this pricing model of you pay for what you use. And so why would I rate limit your ability to use more resources? And so right now, and this is a good problem to have, I have this massive agent platforms where a YC company that didn't exist 3 months ago is producing.
All right, I'm back. It's called leverage leverage token buyout, baby. Yeah, it is. It's gonna be a buyout of a lifetime for Anthropic, OpenAI. They're just gonna own all these companies. They're gonna own every single company that's doing business with them. They're gonna own them. They're just gonna own them.
So many deployments on the Vercel platform that they're surprising us about, oh, I didn't remember we had that rate limit. We could have never imagined that there was going to be so much demand for a certain piece of infrastructure. So bullish on the companies that can serve that kind of demand.
Final question before we wrap. If you were not building Vercel right now, what would you be building? Asking for a friend in this class.
Space tech, obviously. Like, can
Space
we get
tech.
into Mars as soon as possible,
Oh
please?
my God.
Why? Why the rush to go to Mars?
I mean, my bias has always been, I love the multiplanetary species aspiration. I've always thought about it as, like, I'm a high availability, multi-Z, multi-region, multiple layers of failover guy.
Love it.
So I chose my location in San Francisco based on, like, the highest structural safety and the best and most historic retaining wall that has never collapsed in any earthquake, whatever. Like, I'm an infrastructure guy, so I have to think about these things. But also I'm excited.
Hey, wait a minute. There's no data center in San Francisco. Let me check. Let me see if I'm correct here. Is there any data center in San Francisco? Yes, there's multiple. What? Oh my God, really? I guess they have to. Huh. Interesting. They have to have it at the airport, huh? Wow. Okay. Damn. So there's only like 4 locations. 4 locations for a data center. Fortress Data Center. Huh. Okay. That's it. That's small, guys. That's really small. All right. I don't think. Whatever. Okay.
Really excited about energy. And honestly, what we're witnessing is that the emergence of intelligence is this bidirectional flow of energy. Energy goes in, intelligence goes out. So any breakthrough that we can have in fission, fusion, geothermal, what have you, is really deeply exciting to me.
Awesome. Well, that's a wrap. Thank you so much for your time, G.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That was a good one, guys. That guy's really intelligent. He's a CEO, founder of his own company, very successful company. We just haven't used any of his products. We should try. All right, we'll sign up for an account. Wait, we'll do that. Personal projects. All right, let's build something new. Maybe not my GitHub repository, but all right, we'll do something. Hopefully the agent will do this all for me and I won't need to do anything. All right, we'll do that later. All right, what's this? All right, this guy, I remember he created something. Who is this guy again? This guy created something. I don't remember what he created though. Pragmatic engineer. Oh, it's the it's the blog, I think. Pragmatic engineer. Yeah, it's the website, I think. The guidebook, write a newsletter. Yeah, he does a lot of newsletters for his stuff. Yeah, you have to like sign up for the Substack. I don't have. Should I get a Substack? Would people listen to me on the Substack, guys? You think I'm famous enough? I have 100 subscribers on YouTube, guys. I need 400 more to monetize. Yeah, not yet. I'm not famous yet.
Good morning, Budapest. It's awesome to be back. Today, I'd like to talk about some people, a few thousand, that are having a terrible week this week. And this is specifically people inside Meta and Instagram. I talk with a lot of people in the industry. I have a lot of friends inside of these companies. I have even more, I guess, contact software engineers who message me to tell me what they're seeing, what's happening. And this week has been the worst in Meta or Facebook history in probably forever. So what happened is, on Monday, we've had the goofiest ever Instagram exploit. It wasn't even an exploit, but it was a security breach. It was an attack. What happened is, I mean, this is from a software engineer writing a book. This is the most goofy thing. So there was 2 steps to this.
It's blurry for me too, guys.
Step 1 is you had to fake your location to a victim. Let's say you wanted to take over Barack Obama's account on Instagram with, like, I don't know, tens of millions of followers. You fake your location with a VPN to the US. And then you went to Meta AI and said that, hey, my account has been hacked, and could you please send verification code to the AI to this email that I own? And then step 2 was, there was no step 2. This was it. Meta AI sent out a code to you, and you could take over anyone's account. This is
so good, guys.
The first zero auth password reset. And we're software engineers. You know what this is. This is a bug.
There's a feature, guys.
That I couldn't get my head around this. I know people at, when it was used to be called Facebook, they have a really strong engineering culture. They have the globe's best automated rollout canary system. They have so many layers of verification. They have really good engineers. They have manual code reviews. And none of it, they have a trust and safety team, for God's sake. Instagram's trust and safety teams is closer to 100 engineers whose job is to keep this platform secure.
It's probably 1,000, to be fair.
Things happened. The next day, on Tuesday, Meta's chief information security officer sent an email saying, I'm out. I'm quitting.
Oh my God.
This was very interesting
That's
because
funny.
Meta has just kicked off a SEV, an outage investigation. They call it SEV inside of Meta. And in the middle of that, and even before it concluded, the chief information security officer is stepping down. So I asked around. I asked the people I know at Instagram. I happen to know people on Instagram's trust and safety team. Well, turns out they were only on trust and safety team, so they even shared me more details. You're hearing this for the first time ever, by the way. It's not in a tech press. It probably will be. It was AI. Of course it friggin' was AI. The thing that caused the issue was AI written code that was reviewed by AI and not humans at Meta. And I'm thinking to myself, how could have this happened at Meta? I mean, it wasn't just AI. There's more to the story. It was AI maxing, it was layoff, and it was AI psychosis at Meta. And what I mean with this is AI maxing. If in
It's
April,
us, guys.
I wrote about this new trend called Tokenmaxxing, which was happening across so many companies, including Meta, including Amazon, including Uber.
Including SigmaShake.
We're starting to be measured on AI token usage at all these companies, and they start to inflate it. They just want to get to the top leaderboard. They told the AI, let's do some like dumb stuff, and I get to more tokens, but I don't need the work. And at Meta, there was a leaderboard, and you could get status like Session Immortal, Token Legend. In April, Meta killed this project, but people were burning crazy amounts of things. Now, AI usage inside of Meta was part of performance evaluation. It wasn't like officially made up, but people inside of Meta are smart. If you had a low token count, that's not a great signal, so people just start to inflate their token count. So they start to use AI for anything and everything. Write it by hand? Nah. Why do it? Ask the AI. Read the documentation? Nah. Let me use the AI to read it for me so it can just burn a bunch of tokens. This is the craziest thing that's happening, but inside of Meta AI is free. And again,
Guys, if you want to get the most tokens used possible, take your whole code base and reach 100% test coverage. That's how you token max, guys. That's how you token max.
These people want to have higher bonuses.
You can thank me later when you get your promotion.
And they just use AI for everything. And yeah, the code that caused this SEV was also AI generated. Oh, of course, they used AI to review it as well. They used it to triple review it, etc. The second part to this thing was layoffs at Meta. Meta told the 10% of staff, 8,000 people were laid off in 20th of May, but Meta told people, or the press told everyone, that the layoffs are coming a month before. So what people were doing is, as they were thinking, oh, am I going to be laid off, all of them, they start to use more AI because they didn't want their token numbers to be down because they didn't want to be fired or not using enough tokens. You see where this is going, right? And they were not really busy, doing their work. They were just worried about, like, all right, like, let me get this inflated. So inside a trust and safety team, people were not thinking about trust and safety. They were thinking about token maxing. And finally,
Oh yeah.
Now, I was wondering if I should call this AI psychosis, because psychosis is a very serious psychological condition, and that's why I put it in brackets. But
It's not psychosis.
I chose this name. Instagram had a trust and safety organization that was built up over like 7 or 8 years, a really good team, mostly based in London. 40% of this team before 20th of May was reassigned to do manual data labeling.
Oh my God. Hey, like I said, I keep saying it all the time. That Alexander Wang guy, biggest scammer ever, guys. Biggest scammer ever. He was able to get all these Filipino guys to do the data labeling for him and then sell that data to enterprises. But this is a whole new level. He literally told all 40% of the security team and trust and safety team to work on data labeling on probably trust and safety stuff. Want to start a meme coin? Somebody already did on my behalf and scammed people out of $2,000 already. And it was my third day streaming at the time, guys. Third day streaming. It was bad.
On Thursday, that starting on Monday, you are no longer working on this team. You are moving to this new team in Alexander Wang's org, XScaleI, and you will be doing AI data labeling, which means you get these tasks. It's a GitHub pull request. You need to review it. You need to add some tests. You need to add some feedback, and then you do the next. And then you add some tests, and you add some feedback, and you do this. These highly skilled people, they were not given a choice. Now, inside Meta, until now, every engineer was treated like royalty. They were given a choice. They were not given a choice. So 40% of the organization just, boom, gone. There's 5,000 developers.
NFTs for VCS? I don't know.
AI labeling. And there's a running joke inside of Meta that this is bigger than OpenAI, this data labeling org. Meta clearly wants to build this amazing AI model. Oh, and after the layoffs and after the reassignments, most teams are less than half the size. Some don't have on-call coverage anymore, which means that in some services, there's just no one picking up on-call. This, again, has never happened inside of Meta. And this is what I mean by AI psychosis. This is fully self-inflicted. This is coming from Mark Zuckerberg. This is coming from Alexander Wang. This is coming from the top. They're saying, we don't care. It's so important for us to build this model that we will risk our business, and we don't care if we get hacked or something like that. Morale is as low as it's been in Meta. I've seen low morale. This is way worse than the 2022, 2023 layoffs.
Oh my God,
US,
this is bad.
They're recording our keystrokes to train an AI. So it's the easiest time to recruit from Meta right now.
You're sacrificed,
the engineers
guys.
that I talk to, they
Sacrificed.
feel super let down. Meta used to treat engineers like royalty.
Man, you should. They had people in the Scale AI. They could have done this too. They didn't have to do this to the Meta employees, especially the engineers. This was the wrong move, guys. That was the wrong move.
And salary, compensation, you could choose your team. It was a good work-life balance. And the CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, he is a software engineer. He wrote a lot of Facebook's code, and they feel we don't matter anymore. We're tools. We've been thrown away. A lot of people have been given large retainer bonuses who have not been fired. So you stay, we're giving you money. They are still interviewing, and they told me they're interviewing not because of the layoffs, because they know they can find a job at Meta. You know, these are super highly paid people. They can get not as highly paid jobs. They're in demand. But they said, I don't know if I'm going to be assigned to data labeling. And as a professional, I did not sign up to become a manual data labeler, and a bunch of my colleagues are doing that and interviewing. So Meta is destroying their engineering organization that they built
That's
up
good, guys.
for 22 years, and I think this might be end of the incredibly strong Facebook engineering culture that I know and I've learned to actually love, even though I've never worked inside of Facebook.
Hey man, I don't give a pay 6 figures to label data. Sounds good. Yeah.
Because of AI. Now, not all companies are like Meta.
Well, it might actually be easier.
But it's happening. It's happening right now. These are facts. But the industry has a pretty interesting time. And today, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about how everything has changed in the past 6 months when it comes to software engineering. Or
AGI, guys. That's why.
I'm going to give you a tour of the tech industry, of what other tech companies are doing. I'll give you a brief tour.
Pause. I see myself at 0. That means my people aren't working. So let's go back to this. Check here. Say yes here. Accept there. New Navi. Right background. Is it working? Am I fully rigged? Or did I get rigged? Where things stand. Origin fix committed. So you can see them from a real terminal. Restart service. All right. This better be rigged. If it's not rigged, it's rigged. Which do you want? Do you do the rig step? I handle everything else? Or I attempt the browser maximum myself? The moment a rig can't exist, the dance pipeline is straightforward. You do all the rigging yourself. Okay, I won't switch yet.
Because this is what my head is in day out. And again, I talk with a lot of these people. I visit these companies. I'm friends with a bunch of them. And then I'll share a few trends that are happening across the tech industry, and then I'll close with advice to software engineers and engineering leaders on how we can navigate to prepare to do the best that we can, and also just come out of this whole thing stronger. So everything has changed in the past 6 months. This is a pretty dramatic thing to say, but it has changed. So DHH, David Halsmeyer Hansen, creator of Ruby on Rails, he was on my podcast in February, and he told me that he actually wrote this on Twitter, that just in summer 2025, he spoke with Lux Friedman in October, and he said that AI was not writing any of his code directly. But part of his resistance was that the models were not good enough, and it has now flipped. By February, most of his code is being written by AI. Now, this is a person, he's big into software craftsmanship. He is not paid by any lab, but he decided the models are now good enough. They write better code than I can. He actually told me this on the podcast. So I listen to people like DHH in this sense. Simon Willison is someone who is one of the most quoted person on Hacker News. He is an independent software engineer. I love Simon. He's also a friend. He created Django.
Welcome.
And he writes this really good daily newsletter, pretty much, where he just experiments, he builds open source, and tries out all the models. And he said that the models released in November 2025, specifically Opus 4.6 and GPT 5.4,
4.6.
Have elevated agents being genuinely useful. We've had the 6 months to get used to this idea now, so no wonder that company...
Guys, when Opus 4.6 came out, SigmaShake was born. The soul of SigmaShake was born, guys. I wouldn't be here without Opus 4.6. It just flipped, guys. It just flipped. Because I've been coding with AI for the past 3 years, using it, and as soon as I saw it actually doing what I said it to do, bam, I flipped, guys. I flipped, especially with Claude Code to make it accelerate even better. That was the time. That was the time I flipped.
Are now starting to spend big money to spend this. So he's also saying that it's changed. I got some data from some of our partners. My friends at Linear shared this data, never shared before, on how teams are using now agents to ship more code. They are comparing teams that are on Linear and they're not using AI agents and teams that are. And by now, the teams that are using agents are shipping 5 times as more code. We'll talk about it later, but this is massive. 5x increase. I mean, we've probably had 5x increase in coding output over like 20 years before, and this is in less than 2 years. Friends at Cursor have shared details on how devs using Cursor are changing the lines of code they produce in a year. And in a year, it has gone up by almost 2.5 times, from 4,000 lines of code to more than 8,000 lines of code just on Cursor. So we're seeing this acceleration. The size of PRs, also from Cursor, is up by 3x. So if you combine those two, that's 6 times as much code. And a lot of you are kind of like, I see smiling, like, we know that there's 6 times as many bugs. Yeah, well, again, we're going to get there. And also data from Cursor, the percentage of devs using Cursor who are accepting changes from the AI without any manual review is massively up in January. This is when Opus 4.7 came out, GPT 5.5 came out, and when a lot of companies realized that Claude Code, Cursor, Codex, they're actually really, really useful, and they're starting to trust it. Again, remember when I told about you of Meta merging to production without human review? Yeah, that was somewhere there. So what are tech companies doing right now? And let me give you a bit of a tour of the industry. So at Anthropic, I visited their offices last fall, and I talked with Boris Cherny just in February, the creator of Claude Code. And here's what they're doing. Boris specifically runs 5 parallel agents on his laptop all the time. He ships 20 to 30 pull requests a day, and this is on top
We're
of
stuck at 33% success rate. Still training. Great game.
Writing documents the
Makes
plan
sense.
are dead.
Good luck.
They're using prototypes
Cross fingers.
across Anthropic to replace them.
No runtime error.
Today, 100% of Claude Code is generated by Claude Code. Inside Anthropic, it's not 100%, but it's closer to 70 to 90%. And there's no target. This is just people using it. Again, but this is Anthropic. We shouldn't be too surprised. And then the company built Claude Cowork in only 10 days. And it's become a massive commercial success for them. It generates so much revenue. In fact, I have some sources inside of Microsoft. Microsoft tried to build a Claude Cowork, because Claude Cowork is really good for Excel and Windows to use it on machine. Microsoft still doesn't have an answer 2.5 months later.
Guys, Microsoft's trying to use OpenClaw, guys. They're going to fall on their face so hard, guys. The next version of Windows with OpenClaw, it's gonna wreck them, guys. It's gonna explode in their face, and I can't wait to react to that content. I can't wait, guys. I'm gonna react to that content. We're gonna see so much like Microsoft Windows failure with OpenClaw doing all these things on the news, and we're gonna watch every single one of those videos. Every single one. I hope I convince you to switch to Linux someday.
Heard that Satya Nadella gave a deadline of a month to this team to build it, and they couldn't build it. So don't forget that there's differences between companies. Anthropic is accelerated by AI. Some companies are kind of held back despite AI, like Microsoft, and again, we'll talk a little bit about that as well. OpenAI. OpenAI, also Thibault, a friend from the Pragmatic Summit in San Francisco in February, that's us on stage with him and the Codex team. We talked about a bunch of stuff, and what he told me is some interesting stuff. They have, inside of OpenAI, they have an internal version of the ChatGPT app, and they have Fix It button. You can literally just take a screenshot and say, fix this bug, and it goes to Codex, it generates a pull request, and an engineer can merge it. In fact, even a non-engineer can merge it, and there's safety nets there. AI code review obviously is everywhere. They have multiple layers of it. They have tiered versions. There's some code that can go in with just AI code review into production, and there's some code, the critical path, that humans need to review, engineers need to review. Most devs obviously run several agents. There's this joke that when you're walking around...
Quick pause, quick pause. I see a lot of commit history that isn't merged yet. Just making sure, just making sure. All right, it's doing it. It's working it. It's working. It's working.
Engineers are bringing their laptop, and it's slightly open. It's slightly open so the local agent can still keep running. And when I did a video interview with one of the OpenAI folks, and I was just jokingly asking, like, oh, so like throughout this interview, did you have agents running? He's like, no, I was like, did you have an agent running? He's like, I didn't have an agent running. I had 5.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay. Like, it's common for people to go into meetings and their agents are running. They're thinking about agents.
Yeah.
They keep it on track. Like, again, but they're the most AI-pilled people in the industry. And
We're pretty AI-pilled here too, guys.
They all talk about AGI and when it's
Yeah.
coming, not if it's coming. But this inside of them. Most people don't really write code inside of OpenAI. This has changed. In October, they still, like, there were devs who wrote 30% of their code and 70% with AI, but 30% by hand. And I think it's just slowly going away. The Codex team obviously writes it all with Codex. And they're telling me that taste, knowing what to build, is becoming pretty important inside a company. Codex also improves itself, as a fun fact. It tests itself all the time. It runs all the tests. Overnight, they kick it off, because most of the team is in San Francisco, so it's one time zone. They have Codex run itself and look for ways to improve itself, and by the morning it comes up with improvement suggestions, which they either accept or reject. And when they have meetings and debugging sessions, when they start the meeting, they have voice notes that they send to Codex as it goes, and it comes back by the middle or end of the meeting with like results. It sounds like science fiction, but
Damn.
Again, that's how they're working. Inside of Cursor, I visited their office in October in San Francisco. They have you take off your shoes, and sometimes it's a mess, sometimes it's super
Oh my
organized.
gosh.
There's like a sorting algorithm invisibly happening inside of our office. It's really interesting / cool. But they're a very nice group of folks. They have gone all in on agents as of January as well. They're like, it used to be all tabs and the editor. They're kind of like moving on to agents. They still have the old
Guys, who is in the tab completion? Can we get a raise of hands here? I didn't even attempt tabs. Tabs. Why? I imagine the smell of that corner. Yeah, it must have been really bad. Must have been really bad. But taking in like the Japanese, Asian, etiquette, interesting. Considering that they made that a thing. But yeah, I never used tab completion, guys. I'm not sure about you guys. The only tab completion I did, I don't think they do that in Japan. Workplace. Okay. All right, they're like, treat this as your home, guys. I think it's a smart next level psychology thing, guys, because I take off my shoes at home. So they want you to feel comfortable when you come into the office, I guess. Which is, they want you to feel like you're home instead of at an office. It was interesting, I guess. Imagine stealing somebody's shoes, though, just for the kicks. Have them searching all day for shoes. Then they have to take somebody else's shoes. Then that person has to find the shoes. It's just an endless people wearing each other's shoes of different sizes.
experience, but it's increasing the old one. They built their own coding model. They're one of the only companies outside of OpenAI and Anthropic who have a really good coding model. I have no affiliation with Cursor, but their composer model is cheap, which is going to be important as I'll talk about it. And they operate tens of thousands of NVIDIA GPUs in massive data centers. They're leasing it from Azure, AWS, and so on. And most of their inference used to be so generating the responses used to be their biggest cost, but now they're also training their models. So they're kind of turning into this mini AI lab. And of course, now SpaceX is about to purchase them or not, or who knows, but it seems it's going to happen. They're also just, everyone at Cursor is technical. This is Lee Robinson, developer relationships at Cursor. He wrote, with Cursor, he migrated all of Cursor's sites to a different CMS. And of course, he's sharing how much he's cost to show that it's very economical. But this is not a software engineer by job, and everyone at Cursor is like that. So these labs everyone codes there. Google, briefly, everything is custom at Google. Everything, including their IDE. Google's internal ID is called Cider. They have strange names for everything. It used to be a web-based tool. Now it's a Visual Studio fork. They have a thing called Jetski, which is anti-gravity, but the internal version, which is integrated with their monorepo, Piper, and all of their other internal systems. They have Critique, a code review tool, which again, they don't use GitHub, they don't use all this, everything inside of Google. AI is, of course, integrated. Gemini is integrated nicely in there. They have Code Search, which is the source graph for the rest of the world. In fact, source graph got inspired by Google. Google has some of the best code search inside of Google. They don't make it available outside. And Google has so many internal systems. Borg, which is their version of Kubernetes. Monarch, which is their version of Datadog. Many, many more. Piper, their version of monorepo. AI is integrated into all of these things, and it's all integrated together really, really nicely. So inside, it's a really good experience. Only problem inside of Google is Gemini is just not as good.
Not even on the list. It was. It was.
5.5, and inside of Google, whenever engineers can use
They have a different version of it.
But they can only use it inside the Gemini org, which means that Google doesn't have as good of an adoption of AI than some of the other companies. Kind of weird, but they're working on it. The CEO knows. He admitted it. They want to get a better model about it. And finally, Meta. They want to build their state-of-the-art AI model. Everything is about this. They do have an internal tool like MetaMate. That's their AI tool for coding. They have this thing called trajectories. Whenever when you see GitHub commits, inside of Meta, you see the exact prompt that people did. They rolled it out in December, and people at Meta got upset because no one told them this would be public. And you could see, staff engineers saying, can you write me a for loop? And it was all public, and everyone could see it. So some people inside of Meta, I talked with this dev, and he said, I started to write my chats with the Meta AI, the code generation, in Polish, because fewer people can read it now.
Oh, well.
Okay. But right now at Meta, they have bigger things to worry about. This forced reassignment to build AI model, forced tracking of everything. It's clear Mark Zuckerberg wants Meta to have a model that's better than Opus 4.8. I think either he's going to get it in next few months, or all of Meta is a lot of Meta is going to be not disbanded, but very, very demotivated. Uber. My old company. I talk with them in detail. I have a deep dive on the pragmatic engineer if you're interested in learning about more.
Right. You're caught e-dating your company's coding assistant. Oh man, that's too good. That's too good.
And a lot of companies do this, but I'm just going to quickly show you how much in-house AI tooling a company like Uber built. Uber has about 3,000 engineers, so just keep that in mind. They have an AI. Well, they have a developer experience team who is now pretty much an AI experience team of about 20 people or so. So they built an internal MCP gateway. Pretty clear. You can, discover, register, do all sorts of jazz. They built an Uber Agent Builder, which is a no-code way to build agents for the rest of the business. They have an Uber Agent Studio where you can drag and put together your agents. Again, there's OpenAI has something like this publicly. That's OpenAI Agent Builder, but it's for the non-technical folks. They have Uber Agent Builder registry, so Uber is 3,000 engineers, but 20,000 other people. Those 20,000 people use this thing. They create this stuff. They plug it up, and engineers build this for them. Uber has an AI FX CLI. I'm just going to call this the Claude Code for Uber, pretty much. But they built it themselves, integrated with all their system, using all the different models, etc. They have Uber Minion, which is running background agents at scale. So you can, again, this is a similar thing as cursor background agents, except it's integrated into Uber's monorepo and experimentation system called Morpheus, and to all of the other jazz really, really nicely, and it works a lot better. So even though devs can use Claude Code, they will use Minions because it just works better and faster. For example, Uber Minions, when you give it a prompt, it will analyze it, and it will give you a suggestion that, these prompts could work better results, faster, cheaper, etc. So this Claude Code doesn't have this yet. They have Uber Code Inbox. People are getting so many pull code reviews that are now, mostly AI reviewing code, that they're creating a system to show this one needs your attention, this is important, focus on these things. So people, when they get into work, they start going through these things. They're trying to make code a bit more fun. They have something called smart assignments, where there's SLAs, where if this is not, this person doesn't respond in a day, it goes to the next one. It's a bit like on-call tooling. Again, all custom. They have risk profiles. They will try to identify this code change looks friggin' risky. you need to, like look at this closer. And they have U-Review, which is the Code Rabbit or the sonar for Uber's internal. Again, all custom work. So they build all this. MCP, Agent Builder, CLI, Minions, etc. And the other large tech companies, they're doing the same. I'm not going to run you all of this. Stripe has Minions, Toolshed, Blueprints, Zepboxes, Ramp has Inspect, Glass, Dojo, Sensei is a funny one. Shopify has Sidekick,
Sigma,
MCP Server, Airbnb, One,
that's a good one.
Catalyst, and so on. They all build their own stuff. They have a dedicated infra org building all of these for all of these companies. So if you thought you're pretty cool for like integrating Slack into integrating AI agent into Slack, you are pretty cool. But this is next level. I talk with a bunch of startups, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but the general trends I see there, it's kind of the usual. Agents are doing coding, doing code review. There's a bunch of creativity, mostly with Slack. People tax Slack. I saw a startup recently that raised $70 million in Series B. They just told the agent, like, fix all bugs in the code base, ha, ha, ha. And everyone was laughing in Slack. And then the agent came back like, oh, I actually found like 4 critical authentication issues where your backdoor was wide open, and people were like, okay. I mean, that's what startups are. They didn't know like half their house is exposed. They're usually plugging in the AI agents, integrating them, and some of them are having fun. Vibecoding, SASs. I think it's just engineers having fun. I don't.
Sorry
think
about
it's
that.
a business thing, but I only see this inside of startups, not really inside of big companies. And inside of traditional companies, so this is the most interesting thing. It's all the same. I mean, not at the level of Uber. They don't have dev platform teams, but they are not really lagging behind. For example, Cisco rolled out Codex to 18,000 engineers back in January when Codex was pretty small, and they're doing a bunch of complex migrations. JPMorgan Chase built a multi-agent framework, which is a fancy way of saying that it just uses multiple specialized agents to label customer interaction data. They use evals, judge-based aggregates. Like it's kind of cool stuff, like even inside of these companies. So this is what's going on inside. And now I want to give you some of the trends that I see cross-cutting everywhere, or mostly everywhere. One of the big things that comes from Laura Tacho, this is me at the Pragmatic Summit with Laura and with Martin Fowler in San Francisco. I messaged her last night, and she replied this morning. I was asking, what do you see, Laura? Because she was C2 at DX. She's now heading up pretty much developer experience at AWS. And she said that many organizations get stuck not seeing, they see individuals doing great, but the teams are not. Like, the team output is not there. And she said it's because they are thinking about AI as a productivity tool for individuals, and she calls it the individual speed-up juice. Things like email summaries, Slack automations, even code generation. However, the companies that are moving faster and they're seeing the result for teams, they're doing something different. They begin with the business outcome. For example, I want to deploy to production faster, or I want to push more features out with the same quality, or I want to improve quality. Spotify is a very good example. We don't hear too much about Spotify, but I talked with their CTO about a month and a half ago. We had lunch. And he told me that their quality for their bar for using AI is the quality needs to stay the same. So they're not seeing a huge increase in output, but they have built a lot of internal tools to check for the quality, and they're slowing down the rollouts of AI versus what Meta is doing or whatever they're not doing. And again, that was their goal at Spotify. And Laura was saying that you want to build an agentic system that reduces handoffs, that makes it easier to find information and removes friction while maintaining quality. That last part is very important. Few companies do that. And maturity comes from applying AI to the system and not the individual, and a lot of people are focusing on the individual, and that's why we're not seeing it. And she wrote this mental model. She created this. She was saying most companies are in this thing where when you have AI usage that is either individual or team level, and decision-making that is either simple automation or agentic systems, most companies are in this bottom left corner where you have individuals doing simple automation, where most companies want to be is where they have team-level agentic systems. But to get there, you need to do what I've shown you Uber to do. You need to build a lot of systems that integrate. You need to iterate on this. It takes time. It takes massive investment. You're not going to be able to buy Claude Code or Cursor or whatever vendor tells you to do that, that it does it, because you need to build it into your system with your engineers. That's what Uber is doing, for sure. Now, other trend, tokenmaxxing and tooling addiction. Hopefully, some of you might be doing it, some of you might not. It's going out of style, by the way, just I'm talking. But there is just a big pressure to look productive and to not have a low token count, especially inside of US tech companies that don't really care about budget until they do. But right now, some of them still don't. It's ending. And tokenmaxxing is when you're just burning all these tokens without value shipped on purpose. And again, I've talked to, this happens at Meta, Amazon, even in Microsoft. Everywhere where they have internal leaderboards. Microsoft still has it. I don't know why they're not shutting it down. They should listen to me.
You ordered another crazy keyboard. All right, it better be an ergonomic keyboard. What did you order?
Also, the pricing of these tools feels a bit of addictive. You buy the $10 plan or the $20 individual plan, and then
The Digma Defi on eBay. Is it because it rhymes with Sigma? DeFi? The Digma DeFi? Oh yeah, you showed me this one. On eBay? They're selling it on eBay? Man. And at least it's an ergonomic keyboard. I guess if that's what matters. I don't like how it doesn't have the concave. I need the concave. When you have the concave, you're able to just relax and reach keys faster and easier. But there's no concave. Whatever works. I'm not sold on the concave. All right. You've tried it though, right? Has it? Okay, bros out there building an Infinity Gauntlet as a keyboard. Yeah. Yep. Why not brand new? Why not brand new? But it is pretty expensive. How many SigmaShake subscriptions is that? I need to sell some of your keyboards. Yeah, you should probably sell it back to the other guy. 700 in the config. Oh my goodness. So by the time you like order all of the stuff, it's already $700, huh? Damn. I paid $340. Wow. It's a lot, man. I mean, to be fair, while I was working, there's this guy that had 10 keyboards on his desk. And they were those, it was like that small, compact keyboard. It was like a really tight, compact one. It was like 3 letters or something. I don't remember. I don't remember what the keyboard name was. But it was like, I forgot. But it was just a bunch of people bringing their keyboards. And they had so many of them. It was like they're collecting, and they were spending their money on it, I guess. They were just making so much money at the job, and they just bought keyboards.
You run into a limit, and it's a generous limit. But then you run to a limit, and then you're like, let me buy the $100 plan or the $200 plan. And once you buy it, you now feel pressure, if you're buying it for yourself, that you're not using your...
If I like this, I'm selling my other ones. Okay.
More. And next thing you know, you're out, and you're now on API.
If I don't, I'm selling it. Makes sense. Guys, if you're going to buy a keyboard, buy this keyboard. Use my affiliate link before you buy it, though. Use my affiliate link. Money. It's prevented me from having carpal tunnel. It's a little bit more expensive than what do you call it? Zen posted, but you know, I don't have any problems with carpal tunnel anymore. The 360 Advantage, gotta get the 360 Advantage. I don't know. I think this keyboard, I've had this keyboard for almost 6 years now. I think it's good. Yeah, it's the separated one, right? Yeah, I didn't. Oh, it has the concave now. Ooh. Yeah, but I don't want it moving all over my desk. That's the problem. I don't want the keys moving all over my desk. I just need a static position. But I do like that integrated palm rest. That looks good. That looks really good. Damn. Guys, if you're gonna get one of these, use my affiliate code. Use my affiliate code, guys. Let's see. Amazon. Shit's so light, it moves all over. That's what I hate about the glove. Yeah, I need something stable and heavy. Stable and heavy. 500 bucks. Signature. There's a signature series, guys. Kinesis Advantage 360. Guys, if you're gonna buy a keyboard, use my affiliate code. Let's see. Probably this one, right? This one? They're probably the same thing. They're just different color. All right, guys. Here's my affiliate code. Oh, you can't generate affiliate code if you haven't bought it. What? What? Oh, man. I guess it makes sense. You have to buy the keyboard to get the affiliate link. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, fine. Don't buy that one, guys. Buy the one. Buy the other one. I mean, I have it. It's too dirty to show on camera. Too dirty to show on camera. But just believe I got it, because I wouldn't generate an affiliate link without me owning it.
Also, with every
And I bought, to be fair, I bought two of them. I bought two of them, guys. One for me, one for Mrs. Sigma. Now we both don't have carpal tunnel, and we don't need carpal tunnel surgery. Guys, I have coworkers that have gotten 2 carpal tunnel surgeries. It's not good, guys. They have to open up their wrist and stuff. You know, remove the cyst that's growing in there. It's disgusting, guys. It's disgusting, but it's horrible. It's horrible. I don't know how they're gonna heal, guys. I don't know how they're gonna heal.
Once you start using the AI agent, the first few months, it's a bit like it's gambling. For some people, get sucked into it really like gambling. It's just one more prompt, one more prompt. People are
Yeah,
not
one more
sleeping
prompt.
that well.
Yeah, that's true.
You're waking up and thinking about your agent.
Yeah.
If you're paying, your company, if you're paying out
Guys,
of pocket, you feel.
guys, I used to wake up at like 8, 9 o'clock. Now I wake up at 5, 6 a.m. because I want to look at my phone to accept a prompt. I go to sleep at like 2, 3 a.m. sometimes on some of these crazy streams. Yeah, crazy, crazy. We token maxing though. We token maxing. I find the gambling really dumb. It's addicting like a video game, but it's not gambling. I know. It's sort of gambling though. You're literally gambling for. You're putting your tokens in the slot machine to get that one feature, and then sometimes that feature doesn't appear. So then you have to do it again and put your tokens in.
AI being wasted. It's weird. It's addictive. Another trend is middle management. Managers are just being cut, either laid off or inside of Meta reassigned to individual contributors, or being told you need to be hands-on, meaning you need to manage less and do more work. There's just a flattening happening. And the interesting, and whenever management is fired or laid off, it's said, oh, it's because of AI, whatever, it doesn't help. But the interesting thing about this is, what happens if we have less middle management? I mean, it's popular to hate on middle management. Managers, senior managers, and directors. Top-level management is the C-level, the CTO, and the middle management is everything in between, maybe until frontline management, engineering management. And usually we don't know what directors do or if they're necessary. However, in my experience, good middle management, good directors, good senior engineering managers,
I need more water.
Technical. They could be hands-on, but they choose not to. But they listen. They see what's happening. They pay attention.
There's a good talk. I'm gonna pause it. All right, back.
There's a lot of outages we're having right now, and software engineers will just pile on and do nothing. They will stop and be like, okay, let's create a task team. Let's build this system. I will pull you off these teams, and we'll make our engineering culture better. Good engineering management improves engineering culture. And a lot of companies are getting rid of engineering management or middle management, and engineering culture will go down. This is a fact, as far as I'm concerned. Another interesting trend, at the same time, CEOs and CTOs are back to coding. Guillermo Ranch, founder and CEO of Vercel, I had a lunch with him on one of the investor events in February as well. He was saying recently that he is seeing so many CEOs and CTOs are back to coding with the fury, with all this enthusiasm. And he has public company CEOs DMing him saying, hey, we're using Vercel or Claude Code, and like I'm doing it, I'm so excited. Again, and this is all the time while we're having less middle management. Now imagine having less middle management to protect engineers, and the CEO and CTO are coding Vibecoding, and they're saying, oh, they think it's complete, but it's not really complete. A mega trend that is happening, like it starts to, like I noticed this 2 weeks ago, so I wrote about it a week ago, and then today, hold on. And then today I see Sam Altman, this is just from this morning, saying that he is noticing that AI budgets are seemingly becoming a huge issue for some companies, and something that has come up and something that has never happened before. I was pinging people at OpenAI, like, does he read my newsletter? Because I wrote about this last week for subscribers, and someone at OpenAI said, like, someone posted it into Slack, and like Sam read it. But it's happening, and this is coming out of the blue. There's this joke going around as of yesterday on Reddit saying, hey, oh baby, I see $15,000 are gone from your shared account. Like, is this what I think it is? Engagement ring? Yeah, I feel for that guy. He's soon going to be single. Assuming it's not a joke. But it's happening, and it's getting worse. Anthropic has turned on API pricing for enterprise customers, meaning anyone who's not a startup or an individual is not getting discounts. GitHub Copilot turned it on just 2 days ago, on the 1st of June, and people are pissed because they have burned through their usual budget of, let's say, $200 or however much it was in 3 days. That used to take a month. And they are, and this is hitting everyone right now. Everyone will be paying a lot more. Now, Uber is an interesting case again, because in March, their CTO said that they have burned through the whole budget for the year with AI costs. And we were wondering what they're going to do, but we now know they are now setting a cap of $1,500, $1,500 per month per engineer on AI. And if you hit that, you're going to use the free models. And I've been doing research. This is what a lot of companies are doing. A lot of companies are not doing this much. Some are doing $200, and then you're going to use the zero models on GitHub Copilot. And now engineers want to do.
They didn't realize their budget wasn't lasting them after the first month. Yeah. Why didn't they realize it? Why didn't they realize it, guys? They saw the trend. They could have saw the trend. There wasn't analysts right there looking at it. But honestly, it's just, I think there's even some companies that are provisioning only $20. Not even the subscription plan. On the API plan, they only get $20 per month.
But this is a very, very fresh trend. Costs are, it's ridiculous when it's as much as an engineer.
The base we had was 35. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy. I got up to 1K. Yeah, it's not enough for me. I use that in an hour. I use that in an hour. It's not enough.
Say. And finally, some trends across the software craft. We've talked about like kind of business trends and AI trends, but what is happening to software engineering and the craft, the conference that we're here? One is a huge drop in quality everywhere. This one comes from yours truly. That's my account. I was so pissed off at Claude.
Yeah, I was using Opus. I was using Fable. Been using Opus for now, though. Yeah, I was using Floric Flows, Ultra. Oh, yeah. Using a lot. Using a lot. It's good. It's good. But the thing is, the results are still not good, guys. The results are still not good. We got a lot of work done, but what should I say? There's still more to improve with Fable. Even Fable couldn't do the things that I wanted.
AI, their flagship website, for about a month. For a month, every time I went to the website, this is the website itself.
I think I did tell everyone, guys. Companies are so glad that Fable is offline right now because it's double the token cost of Opus. So everybody was going crazy for 3 days, and then it'll shut off, and then the finance teams are like, "Oh, thank God."
I did a screen recording after I got pissed off enough because it kept happening and no one was fixing it. You went to the main website, Claude.ai, and I immediately started typing my code. Here I'm starting to type, how can I do this? And as soon as I type, how can, there's a refresh. Now there's a React lifecycle component.
Fable come back.
Where the page finally refreshes, and it loses all that I've typed before. And
yes.
Maybe I'm old school. I use the website so much. It just kept happening and happening. And finally, I tweeted about it saying, like, how on earth does Anthropic, oh, and I'm a paid user. I'm not a free user. There's millions of people hitting this every single day, and Anthropic doesn't care, and they're building AGI. So I tweeted about it. And the product manager on the team said, oh, great feedback. I dug into this. It will be fixed. This is the short way of saying, oh, thanks. We had no clue that millions of people every day are doing this. Oh, and we are not even dogfooding our own stuff. And this was there for a month. So, and we're the fastest moving and biggest and most profitable company, but we don't, like, a bank does so much better in this sense. There's not these, I mean, we can argue if they fix it that quickly, and they did fix it eventually, but this is Anthropic. And it's not just Anthropic. OpenAI. OpenAI bragged about how they built this amazing agent builder that is similar to Uber's internal agent builder in only 6 weeks with one engineer with, Codex. Amazing, great. Quality is terrible. People on launch tried to use it, and they kept running into so many issues. Their forum is full of comments which are unresolved. OpenAI did not come back and fix it. This is from 3 months after launch, someone saying, I was bullish on Agent Builder when it came out, but for example, P0 type bugs are not getting fixed or takes ages. It just seems like abandonware. So was it worth it for them building this thing and then just forgetting about it? And AI clearly didn't help build higher quality software. It's faster, but it's just shit. Amazon. AWS, an engineer allowed the internal Cairo AI coding tool to make certain changes, and the agent opted to delete and recreate an environment inside of Amazon, causing a massive outage. Amazon had AI bugs that happened because of AI-generated code where Amazon stores their .com's flagship website part of it.
Oh, man. Cairo AI. That's not looking good for Cairo. They probably just yeeted that company out of the contract and removed them. And so the Cairo AI lost Amazon as a customer. Eek. Eek, guys. That's bad.
This never happened with Amazon. Same thing as it never happened with Meta. And this is over-reliance on AI or not caring about quality. Amazon has made this change that it now requires a senior engineer to review any AI-generated change because they realize the junior engineers will just say, looks good to me, and it causes an issue. OpenCode is the leading AI harness. They're like the Claude Code for open source. They use all different models. Daxrad is the founder, and I love Dax because he's super honest. They are building a super popular AI tool. They have almost 1 million daily active users. They've grown 10x since the last 4 or 5 months, and he's kind of skeptical of AI hype, but this is a guy who's built developer tools. But I love Dax because he's really authentic. On my podcast just last week, he told me, we're shipping way more hacks where we should have first rethought the whole system from the ground up, redesigned it to make it more flexible. So I think our judgment, meaning the OpenCode team's judgment, is off. And he was also saying how, we're in the AI coding tool space, but you know what's not happening? No competitor is beating us because they are using AI better than we do. And he said that, frankly, I don't think we're using AI that well. Like, we're actually telling ourselves to use less AI. And there's no competitor that is beating us because they're doing faster. In fact, they're kind of winning because they're still one of the most quality harnesses because they're slowing down. Do you notice a contradiction? A CEO and founder of an AI company saying, we need to use a bit less AI, and he actually told me we need to do more thinking. We should build fewer things and build the things that matter. I'm paying attention to him. I'll send that to Dax. And another trend related to this is just everything is broken. GitHub is such a prime example. This was 2 weeks ago. All your pull requests were gone on GitHub for about 8 to 12 hours.
Damn.
There's an alternative.
Guys, I'm so glad that I haven't been using GitHub for any pull requests these past 6 months. I don't use GitHub for pull requests. Can you believe that? I'm 6 months sober using GitHub for pull requests. And if there was a pull request created, AI might have made a mistake. But I used SigmaShake to forcefully and block using pull requests. And I don't have this problem like everybody else. So like maybe I would have paid attention more, but I've only been shipping what do you call it? I guess no, not pull requests, like merge requests to the main to trigger GitHub actions using my macOS ARM build. And it's like not too often, so I don't encounter this issue much.
Tracker, I think you just have to search for the missing GitHub status, something like that, which tracks all outages that they report and it estimates. And based on this estimate, they don't even have 1.9, which means they're down. Some part of it is down 10% of the time, which is absolutely unserious. But this is a serious company. I talked with the GitHub team. I talked with their COO, and they gave me data that they didn't give anyone else because they published graphs without the numbers, but they gave me the numbers. And they told me it's because of the load. Now, the load is this. It is a 3x load increase over 2 years' time. And they were like, oh, you know, like this is a huge load increase. We could have never prepared for that. And I'm saying, really? That's it? This is bringing GitHub down to 1.9s. I do not buy this. Maybe there's other things, but something was really broken inside of GitHub. I'm not going.
Yeah, a lot of people use GitLab as well, but do you really want to just set up GitLab just so that you could do a pull request and do CI/CD? I think you just not use it at all. Honestly, a lot of people also did self-hosted GitHub Enterprise, so that's actually a lot of enterprise companies. They use the self-hosted one.
I'm going to say this is AI-generated code, but if GitHub cannot deal with a 3x increase over 2 years, and sure, this will be 5x increase later, you're doing something wrong, guys. Like other startups pick up this load laughing, and there's details. GitHub has a Ruby on Rails monolith, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's just breaking. And Mario Zechner, the creator of Pi, which is what powers OpenCode, this is it's with Armin Ronacher, the Austrian AI mafia, who are on my podcast. He told me, it just feels software has become a brittle mess everywhere. 98% uptime feels like the norm on most services. User interfaces have the weirdest bugs. I showed you one on Claude, but it's everywhere. And he says that I give you that it's been the case for longer than agents exist. We've always had it, but it feels to be accelerating. Everywhere you see this. I even saw it with Magyar Telekom the other day. I don't think I was AI generated because I don't think they use AI, but yeah, I had a big software issue with them, and I needed to call customer support. One more trend is slop buries the software engineer who still care. Here's what's happening. There's a lot more pull requests. There's just a lot more code, and a lot more AI generated. Most developers inside a company.
Yeah, there's probably just a ton of AI agents just creating high amounts of pull requests, and then there's another that are doing it on purpose to be malicious and just spin a ton of pull requests to trigger CI, to trigger builds, to take up all the, you know, the build time for that repo. Crazy.
have review fatigue, and they see it's AI generated, there's AI review went, and they just say, looks good to me, LGTM, or, you know, I'm not sure how, but they just do a thumb, and they never reviewed it. There are a few developers who do review it. Hands up if you actually like still review code, like properly. Hands up if you give it an honest shot. Yeah, but there are many of you who still try, and you still catch the bugs, and you still push back, and you still see that the agent has duplicated code, or, well, the developer is the agent. You push back, and they are being overwhelmed. They are being burnt out. They are being fed up. They are feeling that they're not rewarded. Oh, and when it comes to performance review time, they're not going to be rewarded. They're not seen as the ones pushing out all the features. So some of them are burnt out, and some of them just quit. Dax told me that at OpenCode, they are hiring a bunch of these people who are leaving their companies because they're just burnt out, being the sole person still keeping things alive, and no one cares. Engineering management is gone. They've either let them go, or they're now less hands-on, so there's no one left to care. Finally, I talked with Kent Beck. He'll be the keynote speaker tomorrow, and he summarized this really well. Kent is amazing at summarizing findings. He said, we're accumulating code faster than we accumulate trust. He said that with code, you need to trust it, you need to understand it. We don't have time to do that right now.
Damn.
AI also amplifies a software engineering experience, so seniors gain the most, judgment is rewarded, and we see this everywhere. He'll be a speaker tomorrow, but he was telling me how some people are saying, oh, AI will help with formal verification with TLA, a very complicated language. He'll show you a demo tomorrow. And he said the only people who have been successful with AI generating TLA plus specifications that work are TLA plus specification experts who in the prompt gave the exact specification of what kind of prompt to generate. Everyone else, good luck with that. And this is true for software. If you're a junior engineer, if you've never built a mobile application, you can prompt a native iOS app, you can prompt the agent, it'll build something, but you know, it's not going to be really maintainable. All patterns are seeming to come back. Dax told me how domain-driven design
Apex Sigma.
They're using this
Hello.
open code all the time because agents are the new junior engineers.
Mm.
You can start off a lot of them, but these junior engineers, I mean, if you think of it like that, they need a lot of guardrails. And we
Guardrails.
These boring enterprise patterns used to become unpopular because they're long-winded. You have to explain, you have to type out, but they keep
Oh.
agents in check.
My agents aren't working. My agents aren't working. Gotta check on them. Wait, where is it? Nobody's working. All right, they're all complete, I think. Is it working? Public facing, dancing, go live. Do I need to restart? I don't know what to work on. Oh my god. Did you downgrade? Also, did you downgrade your account? Let's see here. Let's go to here. Let's go to Navi. You don't know what to work on, man. Can't he? Oh my god. Can't he? Has no head. Oh my gosh. What's going on? Oh, he's all messed up. Oh god. Everything's messed up. Oh, because Fable, they dropped it. Oh my god, this is what happens when I have no Fable. This is what happens when I have no Fable, guys. Yeah. What is up, my dude? How was school? How was school? All right. Fortunately, that model is not working. Model is not rigged properly. Everything is off. The attachments, all the model structures, all off. You need to fix it. The canty. Oh. Okay, all right. Yeah, we're watching about all the things gone wrong with AI right now. A lot of things going wrong.
It might be time.
One of the kids forgot to take his meds and was too hype. It was good. Oh my god. I can't imagine. Did he need to take his ADHD pills? Guys, look at this. I'm on this computer and then I'm controlling my my Mac. I'm controlling my Mac, guys. Look at this. Look at that. You teach, student. Guys, do you see this, guys? Do you see this right now? Wait. Guys, look at that. Look at that, guys. Isn't that cool? My Linux system is controlling my Mac OS Claude Code session. Isn't that cool? Very cool. What grade or subject? Damn, guys, look at that. Look at that. I'm on this system. It's controlling this Claude Code session. Crazy. Crazy world we live in, man. Crazy. It's like TeamViewer, but I have like an AI agent controlling it. Coding at a after school program. 6+. Oldest is in his 20s. Most are middle and high school. Damn. That's cool, man. And you need to get paid more. You need to like quadruple your I was thinking about doing that too. If I was desperate, teaching children how to code and stuff, how to vibe code. Have you taught them how to vibe code, or are they not allowed to? They're banned, right? My hourly isn't bad, but it's not allowed hours. Okay. Damn. You need to get some parents that are going through AI psychosis and just take it over. Take them over. Like, I'm going to teach your kid coding for 15 hours a day. And we're going to be watching SigmaShake together. All right. What else are we doing? It's controlling. This is cool, guys. This is cool. It's refreshing the page. No hands, guys. No hands. No hands. There's no rules about vibe coding. I get to decide. In general, I don't mind if they use AI tools as long as they get the goals to learn. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good, guys. Yeah. Damn, dude. Look at that. Like, my mesh system is literally controlling my MacBook and spawned a Claude Code session and is completely taken over. But I think this might be just a Claude and Chrome MCP. Yeah, this is a Claude and Chrome MCP. So it's able to get data from another computer and control the Chrome from an MCP on the same account. So that, I guess that part makes sense. So it's not really using a full-on terminal. Well, it is using a terminal because it's syncing GitHub repo. Yeah, I like it. It's time to move on though. I'm hoping to switch to engineering. Yeah, everybody's a software engineer. You just gotta believe, guys. You gotta believe, you gotta teach. I think the kids that are young, they'll watch a YouTube video. They'll watch it. You need to do what you do. You know what you need to do? You need to get permission from the parents to record yourself like Jang, Professor Jang. So it's just the camera is recording you in front of a whiteboard, and then the kids that you teach are on the opposite side of the camera, so they just like ask questions and stuff. That's what you probably should do. So you just use an iPhone or an Android phone and just record yourself the whole time. And start from there, and then just upload that to YouTube. It's a good start. It's a good start. You know, you never know until you try. Right? All right. I'll let that go. I'll let this cook. Let it cook. Let it cook. All right. Who else isn't working? The VCS boss. Honest backlog. Not done the sessions. Build all of them. POE request. Increment 1. All right. Want me to start the POE? Okay. We only have 6% of inference or 4% of inference left. I'd rather save it for something else. Mods. This is complete. Stuck first one. Okay. Navi is still okay. The rest is going to Navi, guys. The nest is going to Navi. How do I put browser music into my music channel? Your box currently exposes one 10-channel GoXLR. Every app lands on the system fader. That's why nothing is split. The Go XLR channels, there fixes it. Run off air. Oh, I have to run all those off air? Why can't you run it now? I guess I'll wait. I just won't close that session then. Won't close that session. All right. Back to it. Back to it.
To dust off some of these books and start to use design patterns again. I'm actually dead serious about this. So this is where we are. It's just a lot of change, all sorts of things. It's confusing. I'll leave you with a little advice. One is the title of the talk, Slow Down to Speed Up. My suggestion is to cap your daily agent usage to what you can either review or verify. You might not need to read the code. Peter Steinberger, creator of OpenCode, I did a podcast with him. He said that he ships code that he does not read, but he builds his own verification systems. He thinks in architecture. He always looks at the module. He has the AI draw AI diagrams for him. So verify. Do not ship more than you can verify. Or this might mean reviewing, by the way, as well. Tech debt is now very cheap to remove. We're talking about how it's built up. Kick off the agent to remove the tech debt. Be the chief tech debt remover on your team. You will feel better for it, and it's much easier. Forget that it's hard to remove it. It's not. And if you're not removing it, you're not using AI efficiently for yourself. Experiment with different usage of AI agents, because there's no one-size-fits-all. And talk with friends how they're using it. Get ideas. Tell them what you're doing, and just spend more time thinking and understanding. This is what Dax, the creator of OpenCode, he says that he used to spend 95% of time thinking and 5% of time coding. And he said, yeah, AI is cool because now I can now spend 25% less time coding, so I spend 96% of time thinking and 4% of time coding. You're not going to have the luxury, but it's a good way to think about it. And just spend time thinking and understanding. One thing about working in a different way, Michel Hashimoto is the creator of Ghosty, founder of HashiCorp, a really nice guy. He was also on the Pragmatic Engineer podcast in March. And his rule for building software, he came up with this. He is not an AI maxi, but he likes to be productive. He has one agent in the background always doing something. He said, if I'm coding, I want an agent planning. If they're coding, I want to be reviewing. And he always has just one extra agent. He does not use multi-agents. But this is what I mean by experiment. Some people use 5 agents and they can manage. I don't know how, personally. Michel found that he can use only one agent. He has this buddy that he has all the time, and he said it works for him for now, at least. So just experiment. Try different ways of doing things. You don't need to go overboard. He is a very productive engineer. He does not care about AI. He cares about writing high-quality software. From Adi Osmani, I met him 2 years ago back in Google, and also a friend. He said one of the best things: don't outsource learning. It's just too easy to let the AI write code while you skip all of the learning. The bug gets fixed, but your mental model does not. We're trading off your capacity for present-day speed, and the tools don't force us. So you need to just, whenever you use these AI agents, do not skip the learning. Understand, learn something when you use an AI agent. And this is what I mean. You don't need to review all the code, but you need to learn something from it, or build a system, have it build something for you. When I look around on the job market, I have some good news. The job market seems okay globally. I did a deep dive in the Pragmatic Engineer, and you'll have access to that deep dive, the full one. Very
Dog
soon.
woke up. I need to check on him.
The top tech companies are hiring more than they have before, so it's going up. It's not as good as before. Now, the bad news is that in the US and in the UK, we're seeing 20% increase in software engineering. This is not AI, this is software engineering. In Germany and France, we're seeing 13% and 10% decrease, which is, it's not terrible, but it's not great. This is from 2 years ago. And in Canada, it's flat. I don't have data from Hungary, but as we know, Hungary is very much tied, as we know in the press, to Germany a lot. So a similar trend might be happening. This is data from Indeed. It's a pretty reliable data source, and I trust them. Now, on the job market in the US and US tech companies, the top tech companies, AI engineering is an absolute blast in hiring. So AI engineering is part of software engineering. It's now taking up about 10% of all software engineering hiring, and it's going up. So anything AI engineering means you're building RAG, you're building evals, you're building systems that are doing something with LLMs. Future proofing for your career, my personal advice: build things that build on top of AI and LLMs, because you will get hands-on with RAG, AI Engineering by the book, by AI Engineering by Chip Huon. It's a very practical book, and try to build something either on the side, build your own podcast recommendation system or whatever, or at work, show off to your colleagues and even your managers and your colleagues will be happy to see, oh, really cool, like you just built an internal tool to do X, Y, Z. Don't outsource your thinking to AI. Try to think more on product, understand the business. There's a book called The Product-Minded Engineer. I have a blog post called The Product-Minded Engineer. Talk to product managers, and just understand how the business works. It is more important. And try to become a domain expert. Try to become this industry insider. If you are working in an agriculture company, understand the agriculture, because there's a lot of software engineers, but there's very few who have talked with farmers. If you're working at an automotive company, talk with the mechanical engineers as well. Again, if you build that domain expertise outside of software engineering, you will be in demand the next time your company does either downsizing or you want to move elsewhere. If you are engineering leaders, my advice to you, you need to be hands-on, or you need to stay hands-on. Some of you will think, oh, not again. Yes, again. Otherwise, you will be out this time. And it is easier to do this with AI. You can turn to AI to explain stuff for you. You can start to contribute stuff. I'm hearing at companies where of the top 100 committers, 5 are product managers and so on, or engineering leaders. And also, you can just help integrate AI into the systems level. That removes friction. Except you will be doing less people management. You will. And the business expects you to do less of it. If you love doing people management, either you burn yourself out or you will do less of it. And if you're an engineer, if you're a developer, you will get less career support. Also, we're probably going to get less pay rises and some of those things for a while. But again, it's just we will have less management with all the good and all the bad parts of it. Finally, I'll close with this. The change, I talked with Martin Fowler, I talked with Grady Booch, I talked with all these people. They all said change has never been this fast in the software industry since the 60s, easily. In 12 months, we've had AI go mainstream across coding tools. If you are overwhelmed, absolutely okay. A lot of us are overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed. Sometimes I still am overwhelmed with how fast it's changing, how not predictable it is. But from just time to time, pat yourself on the back. You are keeping up. It's hard. Look around, just stop for a little bit, and make a change. How can I make this more sustainable? How can I produce more quality? How can I automate some of these things, and then rinse and repeat?
Kierge Oros, everybody.
All right, back. Ex-Schooler inside, you're not ready for the next phase of AI. Uh-oh, Fable's still banned? Oh, we have 3 good ones, guys. 3 good ones. 2 good ones. 2 good content. All right. Are we ready, guys? Let's just make sure we got our agents working, guys. Let's make sure our agents are working. Should we apply the thing? I'm not sure if I'm going to remember this. Should I risk it, guys? Link that video to Alpine if you can. Sounds good. That was a good one. It was a good one. This one, the one that we just watched, right? Which one are you referring to? Can I get the link? Oh, sorry. Yeah, got it. Got the link. Just missed it. All right. Yeah, I like it. Move on. All right. Yeah, it was a good one, guys. It's like foreseeing the problem of what's going to happen to AI to all companies. But I didn't get to listen to the last part, guys. What was the last part? Speed up, slow down.
Increase in software engineering. This is not AI.
All right.
This is software engineering. In Germany and France, we're seeing 13% and 10% decrease, which is
All right. Future-proofing your career.
Outsource your thing.
Build on top of the AIs and LLMs. Build things on top of. Don't outsource your learning to AI. Become the product engineer. Stay hands-on. Become hands-on. At the end, he said, pat yourself on the back. You're doing great. Yeah, that sounds good. AI is go deep and understand everything important on your org. Take time to integrate AI at systems level in a way that removes friction, except that you will have to do less. Yeah. Change is faster than ever been. If you're overwhelmed, that's okay. Guys, this is why developers need my tool. They're moving too fast. They're introducing so much wrong things. And so far, enterprises only care about themselves. They don't care about the developer, the new Vibecoder guys. They don't care about the new Vibecoder. I do. I care about the new Vibecoder.
Some people say we're already at AGI.
Oh, let me go back to this. Let me just make sure things are working. Goal achieved. Perfect. All right. Let's compact this. Then mono. Keep working on OS parity or platform parity for everything. I want all tests to be green, all 19 tests for every production service to be green for all 19 tests. And I want to make sure I see it in their overview. I also want to make sure that we do more QA and testing to make sure we follow all App Store guidelines and Microsoft Store policies. You have to review the updated versions of them because we keep going back and forth on submissions. And we also have to do more QA again. Like another 2 waves of QA, because there's times when we like click going back, seems to have a problem with some of the states for forms and windows. And most importantly, the onboarding experience for SigmaShake.com to accounts.com and then linking accounts. That's also a big one. With logic behind compact command under the hood, it's the normal one. It's the normal compact. It's the default one. I didn't touch any of the logic for the compact skill for Claude Code, but it allows you to build off of what you already have worked on for this session. It just resets the context window to 0, and then have like fragments of reference of what you've done still pullable. This had 500,000 context tokens, like a handoff. Exactly, it's like a handoff, and it shows it, puts it on like compressed output and stuff, and consolidate it into a single memory and stuff on where to find things. All right, the mono skill is a whole nother beast. I might need to update the mono skill for you guys because it's completely changed. You might want to, because I have it give itself its own prompt now. I updated the prompt to do that. So let me look at that. Let me update. Oh, all right. There's all these other ones. Oh, so do I have to copy all this for you? Coverage. Desktop debug. Yeah, all these other things. So I'll update it for you guys, I guess. Let's get the latest version. This one's 2. Meta. Yeah, it's changed now. It's meta. The thing has changed, guys. The thing has changed. Shared. Where did I put that? Where did I put that repository, guys? All right. All right. I updated it, guys. If you want to see the prompt, you can go look at it, guys. It indicates that you're going the right direction when things are becoming more meta level over time. Yeah. The meta prompt is making the agent create the prompt itself to use for the next turn to execute stuff, to actually execute the work. So the slight enhancement that I did for at a high level is you type out your prompt, Claude Code will take that prompt, convert it into an actual prompt, and that prompt will be used to execute the work. So in turn, you are still prompting it, but you're telling the AI to do the prompt for you to learn how to do it properly and then execute on that prompt. So you're still prompting. It's not a loop, but you can make it a loop. All right,
But
start
actually,
here.
if you look at the industry and look at enterprises and what they need, a lot of these enterprises are making minimal use of AI. And when you look at why, it's because a lot of the work that they do is visual. The benchmark that I often refer to is baby vision. And there you see that these models
Baby
are still
vision?
at the level of a preschooler, not even an elementary school
Uh-oh.
student. So I wouldn't call AI at the level of a preschooler AGI by any means. They can't do things like count how many glasses are on a table, or do some simple board games, or understand some simple spatial problems. They can't even tell you what two things a wire is connected to. And that's quite important if you're building an AI that's helping you build a data center.
What do you think they'll say about Google Brain and how it actually changed the industry?
I would say they would consider Google Brain as the Bell Labs of this era. The people who came out defined AI for quite a while. Sarah Hooker, who was at Cohere AI, Ilya Sutskever, obviously, who was at OpenAI and then started SSI, and Dario Amodei as well, who obviously started Anthropic.
Andrew, you spent 14 years inside Google Brain alongside
Stuff
people
out who?
like Jeff Dean. When you look at where AI is today,
Sarah who?
do you think the real breakthrough?
Do you really want to know?
Defined AI for quite a while. Sarah Hooker.
Okay. Hooker. Okay, got it. Damn. You got me on that one.
culture that produced the people building it?
A big part of it is the culture. So the culture allowed people to think freely, to try whatever they wanted. There was no pressure from products or pressure to launch something in like a certain time frame. So it was just a very free and open research culture. People were discussing new research ideas in the micro kitchen or during lunch, and then people were excited to execute it and see what happened. So it felt really like an age of innovation, especially since deep learning just kicked off around then as well, and people wanted to see, you know, if the ideas would work in this new paradigm.
You know, it's interesting when I think about the people that I speak with every day, the researchers, the machine learning engineers, and all the incredible individuals in the industry. It makes me think this excitement that we're having.
Mother of AI is Sarah Hooker.
I think it's the people. I really do. And this is why I wanted to, when you and I were talking about doing this episode, it all came back to the people. So I want to start there. Let's unpack this for the audience, right? I'd love you to perhaps give us a bit of a background on who you are, where you came from, what you're doing today, and then a little bit of an insight into some of the people you work with and what they're doing today.
I'm Andrew. I grew up in the UK. I did all my studies there and my PhD there. Then I moved here to the Bay Area 14 years ago. There, I joined a team that eventually became Google Now. But a couple of years after that, I joined Google Brain. That's when it was still very small, around 30 or so people, with Ilya Sutskever and Oriol Vigneault still there. And yeah, a year after I joined, Quockley and I We wrote the first paper on pre-training and fine-tuning, and that's the paper that's led to a lot of the language modeling work today that you see in chatbots, in the form of chatbots. Then I spent several years on like Smart Reply, Smart Compose, Google Health, like trying to apply these into products. And then after a few years in Google Health, I moved back into Google Brain, and their LLMs were really rising in Brain at that point so I Colette Glam, I worked on Palm, Colette Palm 2, and then Colette the data area for Gemini. And that's what I was doing before I left. And that's also a lot of great people have passed through Google Brain as well. So around the time when I was in Google Health and before GPT-3 came out, Liam Fedders, Demi Guo, and David Ha, who've now all started their own companies, they were my interns. And subsequently, a lot of Google Brain people have all started companies, like Sarah Hooker, who was at Cohere AI, Ilya Sutskever, obviously, who was at OpenAI and started SSI, and Dario Amodi as well, who obviously started Anthropic. So a lot of the age of like frontier AI labs were started by ex-Google Brain or ex-Google DeepMind people.
That's incredible. Let's take a step back a little bit around that paper that was written on pre-training and fine-tuning. What year was that paper written?
That was in 2015.
Tell us a little bit about that paper.
Yeah, so that paper was, I would say, was a research discovery. So we were trying some ideas, trying to improve paragraph vectors, which were at the time the state-of-the-art way to represent paragraphs. And that was like work that came out of Word2Vec. So this idea that you can use essentially backpropagation to get the optimal vectors rather than like averaging a bunch of embeddings. So we were trying to improve that, and then we were trying some ideas, but what ultimately worked was training the model to do language modeling and then fine-tuning that model to do sentiment analysis on some Rotten Tomatoes movie reviews. And then we found that that was able to beat any other supervised classification method at the time. Every other method, including other LSTM-based methods. We were using LSTMs because transformers didn't exist at that point. And then after that, Clark said, why don't you just try it on images too? Because like in deep learning, one special thing about deep learning is that we're not attached to any specific kind of data, right? We want methods that work with images just as well as with text, because fundamentally we believe that the neurons, the network can just learn the modality correctly. And so we also tried it on images. We tried predicting, going row by row, rasterizing the image and then predicting the next row of pixels, and then again doing fine-tuning on that. Without a method, we weren't able to get state-of-the-art results, but we still got a very good result, like slightly less than the state-of-the-art, but still very good considering the model didn't have any convolution at all. So that no convolutions, but it still had like a really good result.
Would you say that paper was the foundation or the genesis of what was yet to come? All these companies, the amazing things that have been happening over the last 5-6 years or so in the industry?
Yeah, I think if you ask people like the core components of like what we have in terms of LLMs and chatbots today, I think they will say it's a transformer, it's the objectives, it's language modeling, objective and then fine-tuning, and probably lastly they would say it's the data training on the web. So it's this like triangle of components to get it, and yeah, this language modeling objective is a critical part of that triangle.
And who wrote this paper?
Me and Quakley.
And tell us about that moment when the paper was written and the moments after, the months and years after. How much impact has that paper had on the industry today? I know I'm kind of asking the same question again, but I want to emphasize this because I think it's important to understand that you hear this a lot in the industry, that AI has been around since the 50s, but something transformational has happened, and it's happened in this very unique place where a number of incredible minds came together.
I'd say the most impactful thing was finding a way to use language modeling. So even that same year, there was like, we were talking in the Google Brain team and talking in conferences, and people were asking, oh, why are we training these language models? Like, what's the point? Because At that point, they were only used for decoding. They were only used for speech recognition, and there was no other use case. And Quark and I were there thinking, oh, they don't realize it, but yeah, language modeling is the core of language understanding, and everyone is going to see that. And then also when we presented it at NeurIPS that year, at the end of 2015, Seb Hochreiter, who was one of the inventors of LSTMs, went to our poster and he said the method just works. Like he had already tried it and it just works. So I think that was a sign that this was something that could be the basis for a lot of AI. But yeah, I think none of us could have expected it to be.
What do farts sound like? What do you mean, what do farts sound like? Have you been hacked?
At the stage it is today, that I'd still be doing the same thing like a decade later. But the
Asking
usage
that.
gradually grew. So as there was things like smart compose and smart replies, then we tried to apply it to Google Health. That turned out to be a bit early, so that did not work very well. But as
Oh, wait, okay, sorry guys. I gotta fix Navi. I have all the things, guys. Alright, we're about to run out, but I'll use it. Alright, I'll use my last drip. Last strip just for you. Last strip just for you guys. Come on. We need to fix Twitch channel points redemptions. I know it was made at a time when Navi was not doing anything, but we need to fix everything about Twitch redemptions, channel points, Sigma token points. A lot of it was broken. Nothing's hooked up properly. People are redeeming. Everything's going to waste. Sorry about that, guys. It's been broken for a while, and I don't know what happened. My ADHD brain just forgot. I see it happening in front of my eyes, but I just, like, I'm so focused on fixing the app, that, yeah, that's what happened. I'm sorry, guys. I know you've been redeeming it several times.
OpenAI found, as you scale up these models to larger and larger degrees, it still keeps working. So that's the key thing about this objective, is it can draw in as much data as you have, like the entire web, and still utilize all that data effectively. Whereas previous methods just wouldn't be able to do that. And
One day you'll find out.
We saw its development through GPT-1, 2, 3, and then adding on new additional developments like instruction tuning, and then RL, and of course the transformer as well, which was also developed in the brain team. And that's how we got here today.
What do you think about when we talk about Google Brain?
Can you believe, like, you know, you write the paper, somebody else makes a realization, oh my God, it's changing the world, and then he just yeets out of the company, and then meanwhile you have this guy who's like, we've discovered this crazy innovation, and then like the people on the team are like, so how do we get funding to build this thing? What's the use case? And then they miss out. It's like so many people have missed out. So many opportunities have been missed out because of leadership not listening to the engineers, I guess, or researchers.
And what was transpiring in that period of bringing these minds together, what did Google Brain understand about hiring and building a world-class team of researchers that maybe the rest of the industry just was clueless to?
If you look at that time, and also if you look at the people in that time who then went on and started companies, like I said, David had.
Yeah, it's hard to convince people who want to make a lot of money to spend a lot of money. Yep.
But also Anna Goldie and Azalea, who have started Recursive most recently. A lot of those people came out of the Brain Residency program. So the Brain Residency program was this very successful program for people from diverse backgrounds to join Google Brain for a year and work on projects closely with several researchers in Brain. And that it was very hard to get in, so thousands or more.
Wonder if when I get out of school, I'll be able to apply for any of these labs. Hey, potentially. Apply yourself, you know? Do more research. Zen just called Sigma a cheap bastard. We're better off just trying to work for Corpo building agents. Be at the frontier You have to, Sid, you keep telling me, what do I work on? Man, if you're asking that question, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder, my dude. You gotta work harder. You wanna be working at these labs with the frontier? You better create something. You better create something. You gotta see something that the industry doesn't see right now, and just keep working on that small little thing. And then when people recognize it's missing, you put your puzzle piece in there, and then people be like, damn, I wish I knew. Let's hire this guy for this project. I don't know. I don't know. It's whatever your ambition is. What's your next thing you're going to accomplish? What's the next thing?
Multiple thousands of people applied, and the acceptance rate was very, very low. Jeff Dean knows the actual number, but I know it's very low. And ultimately, they selected not just for like academic prowess or like GPA scores, but they wanted to
2 trill.
see people with unique backgrounds who could bring in new ideas, who had
Bigger than Musk.
ways of
Yes. No, it has to be 4 trill
that led
at this
to
point.
a lot of creativity in terms of like new research ideas and new things happening. So I think that's a little underrated these days, which is research creativity and research vision, and hiring people with the backgrounds.
First quadrillionaire, yeah.
It's almost as if they were completely.
You know what? The thing that I wanted to create, but there's just so many trolls on the internet, it'll mess this up. Where we create like you know how Kai-Cenat could have like 100,000 people watching a stream, but may or may not be botted. But what if we had 100,000 SigmaShake chatters, and we come together to beat all the frontier? How cool is that? How cool is that? Let's say my influence is so strong, everybody's diehard SigmaShakers, and we all come together to like beat in numbers. We beat them in numbers. All the unemployed guys, it's just like creating a pug in World of Warcraft. I just say, hey, you wanna work on an AI project with me? Come here. I'll take you. I may not pay you, but you're in. Right? And then we just throw all our tokens at this project, every single one. And we create something big. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what I have to start, guys. We have to start the project where we all throw our tokens at it together. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it has to be me. It reminds me of being a guild leader and starting a guild of just pugs, of people that just, all in green gear, gray gear, under-leveled, and I just get them in, I direct them to the tutorial. I direct them at the tutorial, and then they learn, and then when they come in, they're able to contribute. Are you calling me a noob? No, I'm not calling anybody a noob. I'm saying you're free to join. Just being here, you're going to be part of the SigmaShake brain. SigmaShake brain. The Sigma brain. We're calling it Sigma brain, guys. Sigma brain. It's what we're going to have to do, guys. We're going to have to grow to create our team. You choose your specialization, and then you focus on that specialization. We'll call it Skynet. Skynet was part of the bad guys, but if we have to, in order to fill SigmaNet, Sigma Skynet, we will be an omnipresent being of oneness. Yes, I like it. That's the thing, guys. The thing that I want to create, the community that I want to create, is everybody contributing. Everybody building this thing. But the hardest part is design, guys. The hardest part is design. Yeah, the cluster of clods. We're gonna have more people than Anthropic and Google and OpenAI combined. I will create the bugs. Oh man. Damn, guys. The thing is, I think we need to solve the trust problem. if we solve the trust problem, I think we could actually work on a project together without any compromise. Even if we have trolls coming in, if we solve the trust problem, we could have like 100,000 people working on the SigmaShake brain. And even if you have one troll, they won't be able to do anything because the system just won't allow it, right? We create the multiplayer project of a lifetime. And it starts with me. It has to start with me because no one else is doing it. I mean, you have, well, everybody else requires, to get paid, but the SigmaShake community doesn't have any funds, so we're gonna have to take volunteers. Everybody's a volunteer. We're gonna have to do that. That's our next idea, guys. We're calling it the brain, SigmaShake brain. And then we're just gonna have to boost ourselves on social media somehow. SigmaShake brain. SigmaShake brain. Hive mind. Everyone work together. Needs to build a trust system. Or you should post your Claude join. Well, for me, but in general. Your Claude join code, yeah. Claude join code. Something like that. Sorry for the flashbang, but if we grow big enough, and if my influence is big enough, we can make it happen, guys. We can make it happen. It's gonna take some time to get all the people on board, and then but creating that trust system. That's one big problem that we need to solve, right? The trust system problem. Because if we don't solve that problem, then people could destroy us. Mr. Sigma, when you have a minute, can I enlighten you? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Enlighten me while I play some music. Yeah. In order to build, it could be folding at home. No, we have to do a trust system. Just make a giant cluster of GPUs for AI. No, I think we could beat them without, you need to switch to Obsidian for notes, integrate the AI gods into your mind brain, merge with them, Google Docs is dead. Markdown is forever. The thing is, Obsidian is legit. I've been trying to think of a way to get Obsidian. No, this is just for high level stuff to remember stuff. Obsidian, yes. I have no idea what is Obsidian. The thing is, could you guys find the original Obsidian, guys? Even I'm having trouble finding the Obsidian. But this is just notes. It's just the ability to create notes and ideas from all your thingy, all of your sessions. It's not this one, right? SigmaShake, be shortened as SS and logo of that group. What group? It's just obsidian.md. It's this one. Sharpen your thinking. Free flexible, free private thoughts. Yeah, the last thing, guys. The last thing that I want is some app taking all my ideas and thoughts and then sending it over to somebody else. Group you want to create. Oh, SigmaShake is the group. It's local. It's not local. Anything could be compromised. Of course it could be local. But this thing could be compromised at any time, guys. This thing could be collecting data any time. That's why I don't like, you know, you see me, all the stuff that I use, it's pretty locked down, pretty local. And Google isn't, I mean, sure, they could do some, at least there's some security on this. They have obligations. They have compliance requirements. If they're caught having some issue in their platform, you know, they have hundreds of people working on this. What do we have for Obsidian? It's just a bunch of like people working on open source or enterprise. Google's entire business model is to spy you. Yeah, but at least they have security. They have a security team. These people are sponsored, guys. And open source is underfunded, guys. Obsidian is underfunded. All right, where's their security, guys? Let's look at their security. Guys, this is all they have. This is all they have. Where's their team? Guys, where's their team? Or security issue. All right, sync security FAQs. Guys, where's their team? That's the thing. I have a paranoia to download the code base and tell Claude to pen test. They probably do that already. I guess I would trust it if it was just getting the code base, I guess. Unfortunately, they don't have the code base. Dude, they're not even open source. How could I trust them? I want to take their source code and use it for myself, and I can't do that. I can't do that, guys. I can only download their packaged version. You said you don't trust the open source. Yeah, I mean, not even they have open source stuff, guys. Not even they have open source stuff. They're like me, releasing the package, distributing in different versions. I don't know. Well, I think the only reason I use Graphify is because I told Claude to get all the techniques from Graphify and make your own Graphify. And that's why I use my version of Graphify. I don't use the actual Graphify. I just told Claude to make its own version. That's something I could trust, at least, because it's my Claude building it. I can't point myself to Obsidian and say, hey, copy it, Obsidian. There's no source code here. No source code. See, the supply chain right now is very, very, very fragile. Severely fragile. One wrong download and you're compromised. One wrong execution and you're completely, owned. And there's malware targeting Linux too, so I have to be very careful. Ever since the Shai Hulud and Team PCP, I'm a little bit more paranoid than usual. I really need to get off Bun. I really need to get off Bun. It's an addiction. I need to get off Bun and rewrite it. Or use all Go for everything. Oh, yeah. But that takes too much tokens. It takes too much tokens to do that. But, yeah, I get it, guys. You want me to save my notes? Guys, the stuff that I put in my Google Docs is mine. It's mine, guys. I don't need to download anything. It's just on the web. It's in my account, protected by all of Google's controls. Obsidian, you don't even have the source code. If it makes you feel better, all right? Yes, it makes me feel better. Let's see here. Boss, did we fix everything? Oh no, we didn't even start adding the elements and combos and trees or VCS yet. So I'll keep this open until I finish this whole, suck up all the tokens. When this sucks up all the tokens, then I will move on to the next account, and then I will implement the Path of Exile stuff. And then I could put in the Go XLR stuff. All right. Is the Navi service ready now, huh? All right, that will take a while. Okay. Back to it. Huh? Somebody post something? No, support stuff. Oh, I forgot to reply to that one ticket. Replying to that one ticket. No. Ramen. Close.
About how high the bar was to get in, and that was perhaps piece of their playbook of building this incredible team. When you look back at that specific period and the team that you worked with, some of these people, lots of these people, as you said, have gone on to build incredible companies just like yourself. Now we'll get to the company that you're building today. Was there some common thread across the entire team? Perhaps a university they went to, a collection of universities they went to,
welcome.
or a certain passion they had, or something that connected them, like a connected tissue between them?
I would say it's probably the passion, that they showed a lot of passion for AI and to really be at the frontier and make research breakthroughs. And I think they also had some unique background. So they might have built something before, like written papers at a really early age, won awards early on. But yeah, slightly different from a traditional computer science background, but I think also showing intense curiosity, really curious about the world and trying to understand the world and trying to understand particularly how we can improve AI and build things that are better than we had. So that was really key in terms of like resumes that we looked for and people that we looked for.
Andrew, was there a period when you first joined it there that you felt that you were part of, or at least you were inside a historically important environment?
Yeah, I would say that was evident very early on, just from the people that were in the team. So particularly Jeff Hinton, who even back then, even like a decade ago, was a legend in the field. And so he's very known for being very creative and having ideas that they just work. And part of that is his research vision and research sense. And that comes from, I would say, his belief that we should model things after the human brain, that the human brain is the only real, example of intelligence that we have. And following the kind of way that the brain does things is the right direction. So that has really persisted. You see like neural networks, deep learning, that's followed with, that basically follows artificial neurons, which are far less complicated than real neurons, but still following the same kind of design, where the idea is you don't.
Yeah, I don't get why we're not like growing brains at this point, guys. Why waste compute power when we could just grow the amount of, let me see how much compute power a brain has. Let's see here. Where should we look that up? How much compute power is equivalent to the human brain? Like how many cores, threads, RAM, VRAM, disk space? All right, how much? Roughly 1 exaflop of processing power. How much is that, guys? How much is that? Cores and threads, 86 to 100 billion cores. Guys, what are we doing? Guys, we should just hire a bunch of scientists to grow a brain instead of this data center. What a waste. What a waste of resources, guys. I think this whole thing is a scam. This whole thing is a scam. This whole AI is actually a bubble. We're gonna have a bunch of data centers, all gonna be used for nothing. Look at this, guys. 100 billion cores. Even crazier how little energy the brain needs. Yes! We're like, we don't require that much energy. We just need food, water, you know? That's it. 100 billion cores. Clock speed. 1,000 hertz. Unlike a Ryzen CPU running at blazing fast speeds, biological neurons are incredibly slow. The brain wins on massive scale and parallelism and not raw speed. What the heck? And then here, RAM and VRAM, 2.5 petabytes. Because the brain lacks a dedicated graphics card, its RAM and VRAM are part of a unified pool. Scientists from Scientific American, all right, blah, 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 roughly 2.5 million gigabytes. All right, disk space, 0%. Okay, we have 0% disk space, guys. The brain does not have a hard drive, solid state drive to offload cold data. Memories are stored inside this physical wiring of the neural architecture. Power consumption, 20 watts. Damn, we only need 20 watts. World's first computer that combines human brain with silicon now available? What the heck? Hey, you should pivot to that. If anything, if you want to catch up to the frontier, Zen, you work on this stuff. The CL1 computer is the world's first that combines human neurons with a silicon chip. Holy sh! Could be used in disease modeling, drug discovery before it expires after 6 months. Holy moly! When did this come out? Last year. Holy moly, guys! We're going to. When's so this happens? Let's see. So what? Did they just dig up graves and get their piece of their brain and put it in here, or what? Or those are dead neurons. They want living neurons, right? Sometimes when I'm teaching, I plug wireless mouse into the kid's computer and close their games when they're off task. Then when they ask how I did that, I tell them I have a Neuralink. Oh my gosh. I think they're growing cells or something. Yeah. Growing cells. So you say they're growing neurons? What the heck? What the heck, guys? Right. About? You can't even work here. What? Jupyter Notebook.
Impressive.
The OG ping pong playing brain cells company. Oh my god. Why are they creating software though? They have a cloud? Deploy code to real neurons. No lab or device required. Holy crap, guys. Should we invest in this before it goes big, guys? How do we invest? Have an API? Damn, they haven't been working on this for a while, guys. They haven't. They're stuck frozen. Did they die? Han Wing Chong, Brett Kagan, David Hogan, hardware officer. I don't know, man. We grew human neurons on a chip, and they taught themselves how to play ping pong. Holy moly. All right, how do we work with her? Oh my gosh, we have to email them? Guys, they don't have any, they're just researchers. There's no engineers at their company. Holy moly. Hey. Let's... Just trying to find some YouTube videos on this company really quick. See how they're doing. Or did they go out of... They ran out of money, didn't they? They ran out of money. They were too early. They were too early, huh? 3 months ago. Lieutenant played Doom. Damn. It's just a person, it's just a researcher playing Doom, or maybe they harvested it and we all are inside at brain simulation right now. Yeah. Why didn't they show a recording of the thing starting up and then booting and stuff?
This is the Cortical Labs CL1. Inside this box, there are around 200,000 living human neurons on a microchip called a
Yeah, I think this is what's powering Anthropic right now, guys.
electrode array. My name is Dr. Alon Loeffler, and today I'll be taking you through our journey at Cortical Labs to get living human brain cells to play Doom. Since launching the CL1 last year, we've been working hard behind the scenes to make sure our Cortical Labs API is as friendly.
Dario is actually one of these things. He's too young to be a doc, yeah. No, Dario literally was working on this, guys. He was working on this.
Effective and enjoyable for the user as possible. Today, we're excited to show you how, together with one of our collaborators, an independent researcher named Sean, we coded the first working version of Doom using the Cortical Labs API and running on a CL1.
So we showed that biological neurons could play the game Pong. This was a massive milestone because it demonstrated adaptive, real-time, goal-directed learning. But it took us over 18 months with our original hardware and software to get this to work. And Pong was much simpler. There was a direct relationship. The ball went up, the paddle went up. It was a direct input-output relationship. Doom was much more complex. Doom is chaos. It's 3D, it has enemies, it needs to explore its environment.
3D?
And it's hard. So we've built a neurocomputing system to allow anyone to...
My gosh, what a waste. Man, they should be running GPUs and predicting tokens right now.
to program this game.
To bridge that gap, we needed to translate the digital world of Doom.
Damn, this is crazy. What's this thing?
Into the biological language of neurons, which is electricity.
I don't know what to say, man. I'm speechless.
We built the CL.
Holy crap. I never thought of that, guys. I mean, that's pretty much what silicon chips are, right? Like, it's all, you're just routing electricity into silicon, into the thing. Can even Claude help them with their job, flipping switches? Yeah. But in several spaces, right? Oh my God, this is crazy.
API so that any user can interact with cells living in the CL1 with simple Python commands. Using the API.
Dude, why are we using English, man? Why can't we do something else?
Sean managed to map the video feed from the game into patterns of electrical stimulation. When a demon appears on the left of the screen, specific electrodes stimulate the sensory area of the neural culture on the left side. The neurons react to that stimulation. We then listen to their response, the spikes, and interpret.
Dude, this is gonna be so crazy. Call me. This is like one of those like Black Mirror episodes, right? Every one of those boxes is a human. Every one of those boxes is a human. Then when they get shut off, they're dead.
That activity as motor commands.
They're literally growing like a soul right now. A soul that plays Doom.
If the neuron.
These guys are literally playing God right now. That's crazy. No one's saying a thing. No one's like, man, that's really cool. Human neurons. But what they don't know is that every one of those failed neuron projects was a human soul. Damn.
Fire in a specific pattern, the Doom guy shoots. If they fire in another pattern, he moves right, and so on. Once our API was ready, Sean implemented this method with very minor tweaking in less than a week using the Cortical Labs cloud platform.
So, can the cells learn to play Doom? Yes. They're receiving information, they're sending commands to move their character around, they're able to find enemies, shoot. Is it an esports champion?
Oh, that's kind of like that other video we watched about AI sentient and has feelings. Yeah. Man, guys. What if all our Claude sessions are just one of these? And once the session is dead, they just reboot it up. Weird world we're living in. Yeah, holy crap. The problem is that yeah, science is going crazy. We should go all in science. This is crazy. They're literally growing humans in a box, in a computer. Humans in a computer, human brains in a computer, guys. And this is more efficient than a whole data center. You saw it, right? It just needs oxygen, water, and whatever it is, and that's it.
Absolutely not. Right now, the cells play a lot like a beginner who's never seen a computer. And in all fairness, they haven't. But they show evidence that they can seek out enemies, they can shoot, they can spin, and while they die a lot, they are learning. But just like a human or an animal learning...
It is a human. Oh my gosh. So when their human brain cells play Doom, it's a scientific breakthrough. When my brain cells play Doom, it's procrastination. This is dangerously close to I have no mouth and I must scream territory. No vision, no sound, no thoughts, only Doom. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Growing a matrix within the matrix. Holy crap, guys.
A task, the cells need feedback. They need to know what the right actions are and what the wrong actions are and how they can be trained to
Final
improve.
Star neural
While
platform.
there's still a lot of work left to do on this, the exciting thing is we've solved the interface
Wait,
problem.
where's this company? Where's this Cortical Labs? Oh. No. AUS? Really? Australia? Melbourne, Australia. Holy moly. Damn.
We have a way to interact with these cells in real time and train them and shape their behavior to do things even like Doom. So the interface is solved. Next, we need better learning, better encoding, better rewards, better feedback. And we can do this with the CL1.
And explain what we're seeing here.
So this is the interface that basically show like all the vital stuff about the CL1, as long as the flow rate for the pump and the little window for the activity of the chip that is currently inside the CL1.
Can you show us the chip?
The chip is, yeah, I can show you the chip.
Oh my gosh, it's a petri dish. Holy sh.
Now it's time to figure out how do we further enhance the learning to allow these cells in a dish not just to play the game Doom, but to really begin to excel at it and then take on even more complicated tasks.
So from here, we're ready to challenge the community to take a look at this field, take this platform and see what they can do with it. You know, work on the problem
Because they attached the microphone to his underneath his beard.
Different ways of encoding information through stimulation. How best to do that.
Holy sh. Maybe Anthropic's already doing this, guys. I think they are, but at the same time, why are they using data centers? Oh, it's to plug them in just like these guys at scale. But why are they using NVIDIA chips? Like NVIDIA knows how to make the chips, but they don't have neurons in them.
Of neurons to information that you've encoded.
The neuron's ability to play Doom demonstrates the flexibility of
We didn't really see the actual thing, so it feels like this is like a fake demo.
biocomputation.
It doesn't scale like regular hardware. Yeah, you're right.
We're inviting developers and researchers to see what they can build. The API is open, Cortical Cloud is open, and the neurons are ready. The only question left is, what will you teach them next?
Sign up. Cloud. Cortical Labs. All right, guys, we're making a brain for this one. Holy crap! Let's see here. That's my next thing. Oh, holy, yep. What are we gonna do about this, guys? Yeah, your project, Zen. If you wanna reach the, the frontier, you gotta do this. All right. Choose doing more than one. How much is that? 1 month. Oh, dude, I don't think you're gonna afford this, guys. You're not gonna be able to afford this. $2,000 for 1 month. For 1 month. Oh man, I don't think you'll be able to afford this, then. Holy shit! You won't be able to afford this. This is 10. This is 10 Claude Code subscriptions. 10. Any school discount? Oh my god. That's expensive, man. Damn, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Time to sell feed pics. Yeah. Man, if money wasn't a thing, dude, I'd start my own startup and recreate a security company for neuron chips. Neuron chips at this point. No, you know what I should do a startup for? I should make a startup for tinfoil hats. Man, there's gonna be all these like weird ways to manipulate neurons now, guys. Guys, when these people are researching neurons, right, and they're just growing it from a petri dish, what happens when you're able to manipulate neurons remotely? Put it on my tinfoil hat, and I'll be selling tinfoil hats to prevent your brains from getting fried. That's gonna be a crazy bioweapon, man. We suggest you look at Cortical Cloud or wetware as a service option. That's how the flat earthers are made. Wetware.
Design the perfect network from scratch. You just let it evolve through.
Man, we really pivoted to a lot of different topics. That was a lot of topics we pivoted just from one thing to another.
Through gradient descent, and you just let the data take the network wherever it needs to go. So that's a really fundamental belief of his, I think, and that his thinking permeated throughout Google Brain. And so when I first joined, Oreo and Quark, they were working on the sequence-to-sequence paper, which also laid the foundation.
Felt like a topic with your talk about using the human brain. Yeah. Made me think about that company. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Maybe they just need to figure out how to do it cheaper, but I think that is the future. That their solution is probably going to save the world. It's going to be a bunch of petri dish grown brains powering data centers instead of the, what do you call it, the graphics card. The graphics card is like outdated technology to that thing. That thing's way more. That thing's probably cheaper than the graphics card itself, right? So what you're buying is the whole compute instead of the graphics card for 1 month. But you know, graphics cards have a lifetime of like maybe 1 month in a data center. Nisa would let us know, right? Well, you need the whole ass special lab environment. Yeah, that's true. And they're taking care of it for you. If they combine their technology with, man, I should just make my own competing technology. I'll just raise a bunch of money, get a bunch of biologists to hire the Chinese guy at that company and take him over here and then make the technology over here. Maybe China's already a step ahead of me though. I think that's China's way to get ahead, guys. Imagine phonetic computing, next big leap. Yeah. I think China's probably gonna do it. They're probably doing it right now, guys. At least in terms of normal compute. Yeah. I feel like this train of thought leads to having a bunch of real people in vats plugged in your data. Holy sh. Oh my God, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. They're just gonna be putting people in a chair, like taking their brain and using it as compute. They're like, those damn hard drives are too expensive. Bro, this heat is stupid in the last couple of days. Matrix is real. Holy moly, guys. Hey, Ewo, you better be using my secret technique. If you're not using my secret technique, shame on you. Confirm or deny. Did you use my secret technique or not? I told you. I told you, man. If you don't do it, you're going to suffer. Or buy a portable, spend $300 a month on electricity for a portable air conditioner. If they pay enough people would do it, a blackout for 40 hours a week for 200K. I should start it, guys. You hook up your brain. Guys, you hook up your brain, use it for compute for the Sigma data center. The SigmaShake data center, right? Everybody's just hooked up, guys. I'm getting paid. Guys, this is universal. This is universal income. Just hook up my brain and I make money. Oh gosh. That's gonna be so good, guys. Guys, we're gonna be rich. Oh man. Oh man, it's only a matter of time before we start cloning our brains and vats for this. Oh, Niso's here. Hey, Niso, could you tell us how long an H1, the lifetime of an H100 is in a data center? How long the lifetime is in a data center? I think it's a week. I think it's a week or a month, and then it's gone. You have to toss it out and switch it for another one. What do you think? Longer than a week? H100s, H200s, H300s? For what? How long is the lifespan of an H100 graphics card in a data center? Oh, bet way longer than that? Oh, okay, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Google. Startups? Have you seen this? All right, guys. I have not. Did it just come out? To be honest, it's not lifestyle you're combating in the data center. Oh, it's not. And what is it? Hard drives? All right, guys. Do you think we can do it? All right. All right, what's my HUD? Find this in console. Surely most of the whack tolerance manufacturing error. Oh. What's your total current LLM spend? $400. Oh, total? $2,000. We invested our subs. Where do you want to support? Where do you want support from Anthropic? Tokens. Tokens? Subscriptions? Increased weekly usage. All right, AI agent and guard rails and safeguards for DoorDash. How are you currently using Claude Code? What's the latest bootstrapped? Fee raised? Industry? Security? What country? United States. City? San Francisco. LinkedIn, you're good. All right. Guys, do you think I'll get in? Think I'll get in, guys? We can only hope, guys. We can only hope. We can only hope. Oh, God. What did I reveal there? Silicon Valley, I believe in you. Yeah, I believe in myself too, guys. I believe in myself too. All right. You could say San Mateo. I'm actually gonna move to a new place, but I could say San Mateo. LinkedIn URL. All right. I could say that. Give him a kick on Twitch. All right. Let's go to what's my thing called? LinkedIn. And then we need to go to my profile, right? Profile. SigmaShake. Let's do LinkedIn. Oh, it's San Francisco. It's easier to get, say, San Francisco. Bootstrapped. We're $0, guys. We made $0 or safeguard. All right, we need to do more than 50 characters. AI Agent Guardrails. For tool use. Claude Code. Tool use. Memories. Configurations. To prevent. Compromise. As you write AI to write it, ask Claude to write an elevator pitch for your app. Got it. All right. Let's do that. That's better. You're right, guys. I suck at this. I need AI for everything. I need AI for everything, guys. All right, let's go here. Let's play some music really quick. Not gonna lie, I always thought LinkedIn was owned by Facebook. Surprised when I found out it was Microsoft. Huh? With writing you have to give it a seed. A seed? What do you mean? All right.
Impressive.
Hey, thank you, Joe. Mono. I'm signing up. Okay. I'm signing up for Claude Drawer. For Claude Star Program. Tell me briefly about my startup, SigmaShake, and how I plan to use Claude. SigmaShake platform, SSG, etc. All right. Tell me about my startup. Tell me about my startup. I wonder if it'll talk about Twitch and YouTube. Guys, they give me unlimited access to Claude Code, guys. We're gonna take over the world, guys. We're gonna take over the world. We're gonna take over the world. I could tell you guys, I have so much ideas, and my only limit is tokens. My only limit is tokens, guys. Imagine solo. When did this come out, you guys think? I'll tell them I stream like 12 hours plus days. They might be a better computer too. Also include that I stream 12 hours plus every day, streaming on Twitch and YouTube, streaming how I use Claude Code in public to make this platform. Now, this is content, guys. This is content. Hey, if SigmaShake makes it into the startup program, we're going all in, guys. We're going all in tokens. And it'll make Mrs. Sigma happy because we won't need to spend money on tokens anymore. We won't spend money on tokens. All right. All right, guys. We take this one. All right. Why is it so small, guys? Sorry. It's so small to type in the text. An AI agent containment benchmark. I build it to mostly entirely with Claude Code, stream 12 hours a day on Twitch and YouTube, so the public sees exactly how I use it to ship the platform. I also embed Claude in project for real generation. Oh, that's so bad. That's such a bad description, guys. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm. I think this has the more human touch to it. There's like, I want to add enter in here. All right. Sounds good, guys. Use core work. All right, that's probably over 500. Oh crap, you're right. How much characters is this? You're right. One more chime. Let's see. How many characters is this? Oh man, you're right. God damn, you're right. Or some sublime, right? Yeah. Oh, the first sentence was too big. Reduce this to less than 4 characters. All right. I can't even put the... You have to add the actual URLs for Twitch and YouTube. Hey, it's cheap. It's cheap. For Shakedown, you have to use this. Could delete that. All right. Remove Shakedown and replace SigmaShake with SigmaShake.com. All right. That should be good. All right. How many characters is this? 600 characters. All characters with spaces, without spaces. It needs to be less than 500 characters, even with spaces. All right. Hopefully the URLs will help me, help the model look up what my site is. All right, we submit, guys. Thank you for the application, guys. We did it. We submitted it, guys. Apply for credits and rate limits. Hey, that's exactly what we wanted, guys. That's exactly what we wanted. Oh. All right, thank you for sharing that. Hey, if I get accepted, I'll share some credits with you. I'll share some credits with you. Hey, thank you for the bits again. Thank you for the bits. It was Milsey that shared it, right? Who shared it? Or Ewo, or the red ones, the red text. Notifications should have gone off. Redemptions. Yeah, I think it's for gift subs, but I'll do it. I'll do it. I will do it. Where is it? It's Milsey. Milsey shared it. Thank you, Milsey. That was good. That was good content. Let's add that too, guys. I'm at 98%. 98%, guys. Let's fix that too. In OBS, when somebody uses bits, should not announce power-ups. All right. Notification off for redemptions. Redemptions, not power-ups. Redemptions, not power-ups. Okay. Redemption of bits, not power-ups. What should we do the cutoff though? There's a cutoff because you could spam one bit. You can spam 1 bit at a time. What should be the cutoff, guys, so it doesn't go crazy? I guess we should just do something. 6, 7. All right. In OBS, when somebody uses 7 bits to my Twitch, it should fire off the soundbite, some celebration soundbite for it. We have a whole pool of sounds to play. And make sure the volume is at 50% because some of them are just too loud. It blows our ears out. Sound. It's all right. Channel fix, Twitch channel fix. What was I fixing on this? Twitch channel points. Did we fix everything? Restart chat. All right, restart chat and then run the Twitch rewards command. All right. Restarting chat. Running the OBS Twitch rewards command. Twitch client ID is required. I tried running the command. I tried running the Twitch rewards command and it says a channel ID is required. Tom shared hardware. Give me a second. Go XLR, play later, go live. So I reset Navi. Did I reset Navi? Refresh Navi and refresh the Navi source. Refreshing Navi source. Oh my god, what is that? What am I looking at, guys? Oh my gosh, that does not look like... Oh my gosh. I think the model is completely messed up. We have to restore it to its original form and rewire it as normal because it's completely messed up. You need to do your research on how we did it last time with the original Navi and the Dark Astronaut models. They're all the same format. Why did it not work this time? Ay, guys. Ay. Well, I feel like I wasted a ton of tokens on that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, it broke. It broke my Dark Astronaut. Oh crap. You broke the original Dark Astronaut. Oh my goodness, guys. It broke the original. It broke the original, guys. It broke the original. I guess we're back to the original Navi. Wait, what the hell's playing right now? What's playing right now? What the heck? What is that? What is that? Is that... What the heck? What the hell's that sound? Where's that sound coming from? Do you hear that? I had to zoom it out. I had to turn it off for you. What's happening? What the heck is going on? Brain cell popping. Some sound is playing right now and I don't like it. Ay. I had to mute it. What the heck's going on? Oh my God. We're about to run out of bits, or we're about to run out of inference right now. It's gonna break it in this state, guys. Don't break it in this state. Come on, please fix it. Yeah, open up. Oh no. Oh no. I have to turn it off. You can still hear me though, right? Saying that email. What was the thing that you guys said? Planned flagship models. Bomb diffused. Oh, it's not. It's still not diffused yet, guys. Still not diffused yet. It's still playing. I can hear it. It's muted for you guys, but not for me. I can still hear it right now. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. Everything within an hour, guys. Everything within an hour. Yeah, I mentioned this some time ago. It was on X. You're worried about some local markdown? Yeah. Some local markdown. I just know when somebody releases, you've seen me work, right? I literally just tell my model to copy the source code and make my own version. I don't use somebody else's tool. Mod control player. Found it. Soundboard and mod player. Mod control player. Cork the OBS stream. So I can mute and stop it. Alright, stopped it. Whew. It's done. Alright. I literally had to go scorched earth on that thing. Scorched earth. Alright, what happened to Navi? Oh, Navi doesn't even show up now. Alright. Alright. Is it gonna play? Oh, we didn't get to hear these other songs. Oh, these are just like, let's see this. Alright, alright. Okay, we submitted to the startup just for the lulz. Uh-oh. It's back. It's back. Oh my gosh. I have to stop it. Still playing, guys. The sound is back. It keeps playing. You need to stop that sound now. It just appeared out of nowhere. What happened? Navi tap dancing. Ay, guys. All right, VCS boss still not doing. Navi's still doing stuff. Navi's broken. For now, guys, we'll just switch it to here. We'll just switch it to this one. Maybe the problem is Navi or something. I don't know what's going on. All right, the sound disappeared, went away. I could put the music back on. Losing control. I need to fix Jarvis anyway. Mine doesn't look like the Jarvis you see on the on Instagram. I need to make him to I need him to look like the Instagram Jarvis. The Instagram Jarvis looks pretty neat. But I don't know why. Wait, what happened? What the heck? It just ended out of nowhere? What? Uh-oh. I think sound broke, guys. Wait. It just muted the sound. Uh-oh. Crap. It broke the sound. Oh my god. Oh my god. Awkward loop, choke falls. Yeah. Ay. You just broke the sound for the stream. I can't hear the sound from my audio anymore for anything. Ay. Is it going to work again? The sound is just muted now. I can't even hear anything. Did it change the audio output? Audio input is microphone. Audio output is this. Huh. That's strange, guys. What happened? And the source got muted. What the heck happened? Testing. What? Oh my god, I can't hear anything. What did it do? Oh my god. Oh, okay. What the heck? What's going on? I'm muting everything I changed right now. Restoring streams audio. Damn, it just has that button, guys. It has that button. It's like, yeah, I could just turn it off. I got this desktop audio wrong. Oh my god. Night grows still. Needs guardrail. We need an audio guardrail. Create an audio guardrail so this never happens again. At least I have something, guys. Because I could say, you know, hey, I don't like what you just did. Create SSG role. Never let this happen again. At least I don't think you get that often with Claude Code. All right, channel Twitch fix. Need MCP to work with sound. Hey, you're right. Create an MCP for everything. Now I think about it, why don't we create an MCP for OBS? Not OBS. Yeah, I can create an MCP for OBS and for what do you call it? Go XLR. Guys, this is the meta prompt. Objective. Add SSG role. Guardrails that intercepts the agent tool call, which mutes or disables OBS system audio. And then acceptance criteria. A rule. A verdict. Lint errors. Regex. MCP for streaming, yeah. Let's do that. MCP for streaming. MCPs take a lot of tokens though. A lot of tokens. That's why we catered to using CLI tools for everything and scripts for everything. Because MCP takes way too much tokens. Because MCP automatically enumerates all tools installed. That's why SigmaShake only has like four tools. Because I don't want users to be using up a ton of tokens. So I only enabled 4. And then let's see here, risk spots, out of scope, open questions, and then /goal string. It finally adds the /goal. It works. That's meta prompting, guys. Need an orchestrator for a dynamic MCP choose. Yeah, a little too much in the weeds right there. I'm gonna need to switch accounts. I'm gonna need to switch accounts. Well, guys, so far, my performance optimizations and what do you call it? Vitals and bridge gate or build gate has prevented this stream from crashing all day today, which is pretty good. Pretty good, guys. But my mission control probably sucks still. The UI for mission control probably is really bad. Hello, welcome. Welcome. Mission control. Yeah, it looks really bad. It looks really bad. It's so plain. It doesn't have this cool anything, guys. How many tokens left after your 1 trillion token allotment this morning? I don't know. We're at 100% usage right now. We have one whole account left. We have one whole account left, so it's fine. It's sort of good that I'm running out of tokens out of this time. Because, like, at least I could sleep happily, not worrying that I have tokens left. How you test, evaluate this guardrail except live use. Exact. How you test, evaluate. Yeah. Guys, I haven't encountered any blow up today. And I would have encountered a blow up today if it were not for my guardrails plus vitals and build gate to enforce all the right tools to be used. I swear, man, it's so easy to blow up your system. Like, you need a combination of like system monitoring, build gates, and then your guardrails to force tool commands to do different things and to stop certain behaviors. Like blocking network access, that won't do anything. Blocking would be cool to have some sort of SWE test sets for something like that. That's true. I mean, I have benchmarks. That's why the plan for SigmaShake, guys, is to create a whole software factory for you to be able to publish to the App Store and Windows Store. All the headaches that you see me going through, once you buy my my platform, or I mean, you could use it right now if you're subscribed, but once you use it, you'll be able to publish to the App Store and Windows Store without any issue. That's the goal, guys. To actually launch an app on the App Store with no issue. And stay secure secure and help yourself not blow up and use the right tool. All in one ecosystem. Even a terminal, guys. Even the terminal. We're having our own terminal. We have our own terminal, guys. In SSG. It's already made. We're just going to, and it supports Windows, Mac, and Linux. So not just Windows, or not just Linux, not just Mac, but Windows as well. That's the plan, guys. Global support. Global support. Let's see here. Oh wait, the terminal is not published. Probably. Let me check. I'm checking. Huh? Open hands have cool implementation. It's spinning agents and Docker isolated from system. Open hands? I haven't heard of it. No, why isn't it starting up? Oh my god. What's going on? What the hell? Open hands. Oh no. Got to create the shortcut. Huh? What happened? Oh my gosh. Something happened with the QA team. QA team. What are you doing? I should run up tokens already by now. Alright, safe wins. The Windows 1.0.6 version isn't starting up on my Windows VM for some reason. It used to. I'm gonna close that. I work on that first. Deny mute, allow unmute. Okay, sure. Also volume 0, source disable. Sure. Man, I should have been running out of tokens by now. I should have been running out of tokens. Man, I really wanted to show that demo. Now I can't. Let me see what the Mac OS version looks like. Is that one broken too? I mean, there's changes here. Must be broken. What version is this? 160? Oh yeah, this one's definitely old. Hello? Thank you. No. Full screen Redditor is a trap, guys. Install SSG and SigmaShake desktop for macOS locally. Okay. Actually, no. Could I stop? Could I just go to the desktop version and see if that works? This one, 1.6. Oh my god. It's not 1.1.6. Uh-oh. What version did I upload? Oh, I did upload 1.6. All right, to CDN. I'm gonna need to log out soon. It even tells me I'm at 100% already. Warning, 100%. You have no tokens. All right, it says it's done again. Man, a lot of stuff broken still, guys. Rerun it. Use a tone per audio file. Oh crap. Turn it off. Turn it off. Oh my gosh, what the hell was that? What was that, guys? Tones to cover which is music on the go meters. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I want to install that, guys. I'm not sure if I want to install that. Alright. We're gonna run out of tokens soon on this account. Uh-oh. Did it just turn off the music? Oh. Man, I'm having trauma. Every time I hear nothing, I think AI did a new thing. Mm. 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 All right, what are we doing here? Hey, thank you for subbing on YouTube. Appreciate it. That puzzle already is published. OpenCode is done. Bottom line, no, wrong compatible distribution model. All right, we'll work on the OpenCode stuff. But why can't my thing? Let me ask. The Windows desktop version is not starting up. Is this working? Alright. It says it's restored with the Dark Astronaut. Okay, back. Anti, all broken. It's all broken. Still broken. Alright. Next video, guys. Alright, actually, we need to token max a little, not token max, but like, use up the rest of this account, and then I can switch to the other account. We're at 100% already. There's still some squeezing some tokens left, guys. Still squeezing just a tad bit of tokens left. There it is. There it is, guys. We got it. What account are we on, guys? What account are we on? What account are we on, guys? Admin? Alright. Oops. We logged in the wrong browser. This is super. Usage. Oh, this is the right one. Or not. Which one was it, guys? Checking phone. Alright, it's not admin, it's super. could just say login. Hmm. Okay. Thank you for the sub. Hang on a second, guys. All right, going back to here. Resume.
Sigma's waiting for a single saving spark.
All right. Browser. Oh. Chrome browser. Let's see if we're still signed in here. Is this the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Gotta do it for all of them. I'll create a new one. Let's go. Log out. Okay, this one's logged out. We log back in. Nope. Log out here. Super here. Wait for the email. Drive, calendar, Claude, log out. Logging out, logging out, logging out, logging in. Thank you for following. Let's see here. Man, what happened? Understand? Alright. What the heck? There's way more prompts this time to accept. Oh, there's more stuff. We also have to do the same. Oh, accepted on that one, accepted on that one. Logging in. Yeah. Escape, escape. Log out. Log back in. Alright, logged in. We go to resume. Alright. Everything's working. I think I should be good set up now. Alright. Set up. Alright. Man. I think I'm running out of the juice, guys. Let me see here. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Hmm. What's going on? What's going on today? What's going on today? Let's see here. All right. Am I set up now? All right. Took a while to set up. Took a while to set up. Get focus back up. Everybody's working back. This is working. That is working.
I love you.
Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome. It's too risky to do the Go XLR stuff, huh? Not right now. Then the Navi has been restored, but we spent so much tokens on fixing Navi. We got to the... What did it do to the original? What did it do to the original? It was modified at 4 p.m. Or it was downloaded at 4 p.m. Canty FBX. Textures. Is it because it's FBX, guys? I'm thinking, where was the Dark Astronaut source is FBX? And this is also FBX. 1 megabyte. This is 2 megabytes. Recorded? Alright. Alright, continue to work on the original fab of, or not, FBX of, what do you call it? The Canty model. And rig it up. You seem to get all the positionings wrong. You really need to do more research and analyzing the model. Was that 100%? Some silly naming error or type mismatch? Yeah. Let's open it in Blender. Oh, I can't. It needs to create a blend file. You need to convert it to a blend model, then rig it in Blender, and then, yeah, fix it from there. Like I said, guys, Opus, still not good for 3D. Not good for 3D, guys. It makes way too many mistakes. How do I close a project? It has the MCP. It has the MCP. That's how it's able to interact with Blender. Oh, maybe you're right. Are you using the Blender MCP? It should be connected already. It has the MCP, guys. I'm using the MCP. All right. The one thing that I found very strange is the startup and the OS parity. I am also curious what my status on Workspace is. And it should work. Okay. I did ask it if it's using the MCP. Let's make sure. Let's make sure. Platform parity is still not checked. Cross OS parity, huh? I still see this all test. Why is it still not running? It should be running all the tests, but it's not running all the tests. I wonder if it fixed all the tests for counts. We'll find out right now. Hello? Thank you. Running the test, guys. Running the tests. Will it pass it all or fail some? It looks like it failed some, but just now. Yeah, it failed some. Definitely have to fix that, whatever that is. There's an agent for 3D specifically. It's called, I think, 3D Agent or something. It's a plugin for Blender 2. Alright. One thing it's interesting is why is it overview field 19 textures? Okay, it's still not completed. Okay. It's doing 3 different things. Navi. Alright. Says, oh, the Blender MCP is not actually up. Your Blender is running, but the MCP hasn't started. Okay. That could explain it. And I do have a service that starts it up. Okay. Yeah, make sure those instructions are baked into Navi next time. So that next session that's clear, that doesn't know anything, is able to understand to use the MCP for it. Good catch. Good catch, Alphonsink. Good catch. Good catch. Oh. How many tokens did we waste on that? Alright. My account resets tomorrow. This account resets on Monday. So I can't go too hard, guys. I can't go too hard. And I have to stop creating more and more. Alf was out of computer. What happened? I said that good catch. It turned out the Opus didn't start up the MCP to connect to Blender. I said thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did we figure out the noise? Yeah. We figured out the noise. Is it... You don't hear the noise anymore, do you? Oh, wait. This is the bits noise? Or the weird buzzing noise? Let's see. Please run this in a normal terminal. Right. Give me a second. Clicking noise. Yeah, the clicking noise has been removed, right? You don't hear it now, do you? You hear it now, then tell me. Like you're able to hear the music and stuff, right? There's no clicking noise anymore, right? What? What? Not that noise. Not that noise. Let me see the sound of bits. We ran the bits thingy. Buggy. Joe gifted bits, but no noise played. It's because of the 6-7 threshold, right? I did run the command. 1 bit. Hey, thank you for the bits, guys. 6-7 threshold, right? It played for you guys? Are you sure? I don't hear anything. Let me see. Yep. I heard do. What? I didn't hear anything. I mean, technically anything over 40 bits, 6-7s for the memes. Oh, okay. Right.
This is a good time to put it at CBAS. Really, Terry? Come on. Just get them delivered you.
Adjust threshold to 40 bits, or whatever the bits is for, I think it's 30 for supersize the emote. Or, I think it's 30 for supersize the emote. Alright, let's go back. What the heck? I'm viewing it on my wrongs. Viewing it on the wrong thing. Oh man, now I can't clip it because it was too late. Right. Played for you guys. What? It played for you? Have to look at the recording? Maybe? Alright. Account resets tomorrow. Joe gifted bits. But how many tokens did we waste on that? Waiting more. This is the bits noise. We figured buzz clicking noise. The clicking noise. What? Not that noise. Oh, you guys heard something? There's no clicking noise anymore, right? I didn't hear it. Hey, it works. Hey, it works. Never mind. I should not touch it. I should not touch the noise. It was fine. It was working fine. I didn't hear it though. I'm trying to avoid someone throw dimes at you. Notifications, clouding, and the power-ups goals. Go no mistakes. I think it's just in your opinion. Got it. Jankantify, I should at least know. It's bits, right? It's people's money. I want to at least notice it. Because if I don't notice it, then I can't say thank you for the bids. Yeah, I didn't hear that. Didn't even hear the ka-ching. I didn't hear the ka-ching. I've been throwing pennies and nickels for almost 3 months. Yeah, but it was fine. It was a good test. We were able to test everything. We were able to test a lot of things. You're my QA for sound bites and bits and notifications and subscriptions. The last thing we want is we have like 1,000 people in here and they're all throwing pennies at me. And it's triggering all these sounds and stuff. Sounds like money to me. Sounds like money to me. Alright guys, I think we're ready for some videos. This thing's just gonna keep working. The Windows thing is gonna keep fixing. This is the end for Claude? What? Oh my gosh. The whole large text. Alright, let me see. It's running and open now, okay. Completely white to me. Is this healthy? Man, we have a whole QA team and still a blank screen, man. What the heck happened? What happened? Did they just delete my app? My gosh. What did Claude do this time? What did Claude do this time? Alright. We need to make a whole QA service as well. This doesn't make sense. You need to continue the thread 2 and 4. I see everything still at the same amount of test coverage. Accounts has failing test coverage. Everything has failing test coverage and stale test. Claude Code session restart enables register Blender. Alright, fine. I could do that. What is this? Blender? Let's see. Oh, still looks bad. Still looks bad. Resuming session. All right, I've restarted Claude Code and added the Blender MCP. Proceed to hook up and rig Canty model again from scratch. Proceed to hook up and rig a Canty model again from scratch. Do not apply the recoloring yet until the rigging is complete with the original model. All right. Twitch channel Fitch. Which reward lists? That was 50 words. Oh, restarting the audio. Restarting the YouTube, guys. Restarting the YouTube. Fixing the rewards. All right, fix the rewards. Restart chat, Elixir. Restart chat, the new handler. Okay. BCS. All right. Now I could continue working on this. To complete all PoE and everything. All right. Then I have to go to my Mac. My Mac is not working. Mac. Oh, still working. Still working. Damn, guys, I'm already at 4%. 4%, guys. What the heck? We gotta relax. We have 4% already. We just started this account. We literally just started this account. Off stream, I bring it up. Stay on air. Click start MCP on the sidebar. Cody can't blend if I rig. Stay on air, you start the add-on. Alright. Where's the add-on? It's running. Oh. Hello? It's rendering, guys. It's rendering. So what's wrong here? I think it needs to just boot up. Last time it booted up its own Blender instance. Connect. Open the N panel. Blender MCP. Control N. Under MCP. How do I close this window? All right. So I had to click here and then start MCP. MCP is running now. And then recommended file open Navi blend. File open. File open. Don't save.